Every year, gaming history is made at E3. And this year, expect more of the same. Bigger launches, shocking announcements, and an unprecedented look into the future of gaming. This year, E3 is invitation only. We got ours and are set to reveal the closed-door secrets, lifting the velvet rope to give you the complete access you can't find anywhere else. Last year was the console war. 07 is the fallout. And there's only one network embedded to bring it to you all live. E3 07 is ready for launch, only here on G4.
Stuff, people. I'm Kevin Pereira, and I'm joined live by Miss Olivia Munn and Miss Morgan Webb.
That's right. Today's preview show kicks off the biggest week in gaming, and we are the exclusive broadcast sponsor, bringing it all to you guys.
Now, E3 officially starts tomorrow, but today we're looking at the biggest gaming announcements and demos you can expect to hear about all week.
Yeah, now some of the places we can expect to actually hear tons of news are the pre-E3 media events.
That's right. Now, traditionally, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo have all staged their own announcements off-site, and this year, it's no different. Here is the first of our on-location reports from Jeff Keighley and Adam Sessler.
Adam and Jeff are actually standing by right now. Guys, how you doing out there?
We're doing all right. We're out here in Santa Monica, and even though it's July in LA, it's actually kind of chilly.
It is, but it's going to warm up a little bit later with a lot of excitement because this is the site of the Microsoft Xbox 360 briefing. Right behind us, G4 is the only network inside here giving you an exclusive look at the stage. There's a pool behind us, believe it or not, right?
Yeah, we're at Santa Monica High School in their Greek theater. They have a pool in the Greek theater. I don't know. This is a public high school. I don't know how this happened. It's very, very impressive. Also, Morgan, you'll appreciate this. The set has been dressed with large spheres on the ground. I think Peter Moore watches X-Play.
Inspired by X-Play. Now, obviously, the big question is, what are they going to show tonight? Well, it looks like we've got a rock band setup of some form down there. There are instruments, so we're going to see a musical performance live here on G4, I guess. And also, big question is, you know, what are we going to see from Halo 3? Are we finally going to see the single-player campaign unveiled? What do you think, Adam?
I think there's a very good chance we'll see that. I think the other thing is, okay, we have an idea what we might see for this year, but what about those games we're going to be playing next year? I want to start getting excited about next year because, you know, March has been boring this year. I don't want March to be boring next year.
And we got to wonder what Peter Moore's tattoo is going to be this year. We saw him with the Halo 2 date in 2004. He had the Grand Theft Auto tattoo in 2006. Is there a new tattoo for 07?
I assume so, and I think that by 2010, when you put them all together, it's a treasure map, and we can find something special. I'll tell you more about that.
You'll see it all live right here on G4 coming up at 11, but right now, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Jeff and Adam. We will hear more from the Microsoft pre-E3 media event later on in the show, but now we're about to strap on some parachutes as Kevin Pereira gets some hands-on time with Medal of Honor Airborne.
Thanks, Olivia. Taking the plunge with me today is Patrick Gilmore from Electronic Arts. Patrick, thank you for joining us here.
My pleasure.
All right, I got to start off with, I think there's been 3,000 or 4,000 World War II games. And I know you get this question a lot, but other franchises have sort of updated and gone modern. Tell me, why is Medal of Honor still sticking with World War II? Are there still stories to be told in this genre?
Well, we asked ourselves that question when we first started the game because it wasn't about going modern or going World War II. It was about innovating in the game. You know, when we began this game, it was about breaking the World War II formula, getting out of that kind of linear, hit a trigger, Disneyland dark ride sort of sense and doing something completely different. And it really turned out that World War II was the space that offered us the biggest opportunity to drive those innovations.
Now, how do you eliminate those triggers? How do you give somebody a battle that they can drop into without it being like a Battlefield kind of game where it feels like just open-ended madness and you can just sort of play? It's very sandboxy.
When we started this game, when we pitched the idea of jumping out of an airplane and dropping anywhere, the technical director just kind of said, "Well, yeah, good luck with that." Because, you know, it wasn't just the triggers, it wasn't just kind of the linear structure of these games. It was the fact that the way people had played them, or the way people had created them for the past 10 years had been the same. And so we were asking people to sort of reject 10 years of entrenched design dogma in order to design something completely different.
And we just what's being played on the screen right now. This is actually all real time, being played by someone off camera. This is an exclusive. This is the Flak Tower demo.
This is the Flak Tower. This is the final level of the game. These things actually existed, believe it or not. Hey, John, if you can look up and just show us. So there's about these things are virtually indestructible. There's about 5 still standing in the world. We were looking for something for the. Oh, nice job, John. We were looking for something. We were looking for something at the end of the game that was kind of the nemesis of anything airborne.
Sure. So wait. So John just got capped, and now he can choose to respawn up back in the plane.
Yeah, you respawn in the plane.
So jumping is an integral part of this game. It's not just not just an adjective in the title.
It's not necessarily bad to die, because if you get stuck in an area, you can always drop someplace completely new. So John's now dropping. You can drop on that outer ring. You can drop like he's going for the scaffolding here, and he's going to take it out. There's 20 or 30 entrances.
He botched the landing, which is great. So now he's going to hobble throughout the level. Or, I mean, is there? I know there's different types of landing. It's not just like a pilot wings. You either get it or you don't.
Right.
When you actually land, is there a benefit to doing the landing properly, other than not seeing your hands?
Absolutely. You know that if you flare and land well, then you'll unclip really quickly, and you'll be in combat that much sooner. You can also grease the landing, which means you're in combat within about a quarter to a half of a second. If you botch, it's going to take you a couple seconds, and you'll do what John did right there.
Which is lose the job after the interview's over, because he's died twice now, John. Good job. No pressure or anything, buddy. There's a lot riding on this. Now, when you say you drop into the missions, what are the missions exactly? What are we doing in this game? I see green smoke everywhere. Are there multiple missions per map, and you just take them out in any order you want?
Yeah, so we don't really call them, we call them operations, because you're participating in the largest operations in World War II history, the airborne operations, whether it's Market Garden or Husky or Avalanche or Neptune or Operation Varsity. And the way that specific missions break down, they're things that you encounter through the course of the game. It's completely non-linear. Even a really vertical level like the Flak Tower here, you can approach from any angle. You can enter the Flak Tower from the roof, from the AA ring, from the ground, from any of the doors outside.
And we're almost out of time, and I know there's multiplayer. There's so much to talk, and it's coming out on a bunch of platforms, but I really quickly want to talk about the upgrades that you earn in combat. You get like merit awards. How does that work?
Yeah, you know, part of the game is about player freedom and rewarding the style of play that each, some people like to run and gun, some people like to snipe, some people like to rally with their squad and move the battle line forward. And basically different weapons are kind of suit each one of those different purposes. So we wanted to reward the way players played and reward them for refining a particular play style. So John's got the sniper rifle here, and the better he gets, the more enemies he takes out with the sniper rifle, the better that rifle's going to get. You get scope upgrades, you get
And I love that it
higher
happens
bullets.
in real time, which I think is great. You're never broken from the game. It sort of slows down. You get an invulnerability, a matrix effect. I mean,
yeah, exactly. He's actually very close to an upgrade right now, so probably the next 1 or 2 enemies he takes out.
He's probably going to die.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is. Hey, well done. Guy gets an award. That's great. Look, it looks fantastic. I was really surprised and blown away, and I can't thank you enough for showing it off.
Thank you very much.
Patrick, appreciate your time. All right, folks, Medal of Honor Airborne, it hits store shelves for the 360 and the PC on August 28th, and for November for the PlayStation 3, you even get a little 6-axis with the parachute dropping, which is always good. Right now, we're going over to Morgan Webb.
Thanks, Kevin. That looks amazing. Now, to those of us who've been to E3s in the past, this one may seem a bit more low-key, more laid back, and a little lacking in the party department. But the reality is this stripped-down affair is still what E3's always been, all about the games. E3 is nothing less than the most important 3 days in the video game calendar. The few moments when every major player in the industry converges on Southern California to create a fleeting epicenter of gaming. The PlayStation, the N64, Half-Life, and the Unreal Engine, for 11 years, E3 has been host to some of the biggest announcements in video game history. But in later years, the Expo's emphasis appeared to shift from the software to the spectacle. Recent E3s have been a hedonistic celebration of all things gaming, replete with all the flashing lights, swag, and buxom experts companies could muster to capture our attention. This year, everything changes. The booth babes, the stage shows, the distractions, everything inessential has been stripped away to expose the beating inner heart of E3, the games. This year's Expo has relocated to Santa Monica and has trimmed away all the fat, leaving only lean gaming goodness. While the trademark show floor remains at Barker Hangar, much of the real action will be taking place behind the closed doors of private hotel suites, where we will get an unprecedented inside look at this year's most exciting games. Last year, we witnessed a revolution in hardware with the launch of 2 systems that have made an indelible impression on the industry with their advances in technology and ingenuity. Both were up against a flashy white juggernaut with a full year of quality games underneath its belt. But where last year was all about hardware, this promises to be a landmark year for software. Halo 3, Metroid, Heavenly Sword, GTA 4. A host of the most anticipated games in recent memory will be at this year's E3. With the next generation of systems launched and software ready to go, this year will decide who wins and loses the console war. And E3 will give us the first look at the results. The stakes are high, and it has never been harder to get into E3. Only G4 can get you into the Kremlin of gaming this year. So get ready for an all-access, no-holds-barred look at E3 2007 as we bring you face-to-face with the explosive new games, hands-on demos, and exclusive trailers that you can't see anywhere else.
Now, a lot of people were disappointed that E3 is going to be more low-key this year, but by focusing on the business instead of the spectacle, we're actually probably going to be able to get a little bit more info out of the event.
That's right, it's true. And we also won't have to push our way through sweaty photographers to get our hands on a game demo. That was really difficult last year.
Now we should hear from you in the army of monitor heads with our video viewer mail.
That's right. Here is Lauren from Pennsylvania.
Back of the show, this is Lauren. Is there any way for gamers like me to try to sneak into E3 now that it's invite only?
You know, I'm sorry, this year it's just not going to happen. You know, the other thing is all of the badges that we get, in the past they just had your name on it, so you know you could walk in with my name and they wouldn't necessarily know.
And in the past, they said, oh, it's really hard to get in, but all you really had to do was fill out a form and you could get some kind of badge.
Exactly. This year you have to go, you have to get your picture taken, so your picture's on the badge. And I have a feeling security is going to be a lot tighter this year. You're not going to be able to just kind of waltz in and go.
It's true. Well, even, you know, we are the official broadcast sponsor of E3, and we have a limited supply of people we can actually get in, so we can't even help you with any badges, so sorry, no sneaking in. Just sit at home and watch us.
We do all the hard work, actually. They can just sit at home, eat some Cheez-Its, and have a good time.
Cheez-Its. They're good. All right, you guys, we are going to be here for quite a while, and we want to hear what you guys think about the show, E3, or anything else video game related.
So let's go on over to Kevin Pereira and Joel Gordine, who will run down all the different ways that you can be heard.
Thanks, Morgan and Olivia. E3 is closed to the public, but we'll keep you in the mix by going interactive. There are lots of ways you can stay involved with all the E3 hype and let your voice be heard. First, you can log on to g4tv.com/E3 to chat live with fellow viewers and fanboys for the inside track on E3. If you're lucky and witty, you might see your chat live on the show.
You might. Now, if chat doesn't get you going, you can send your smart, challenging video viewer mail questions online for us to answer during this show. Just submit your questions about Nintendo and Microsoft, then later on in the show, we'll answer them for you.
So, if you're looking for your 5 seconds of question-asking fame, sign on to our Stick Cam page, click on our live cam video, and submit your questions to our moderator, AOTS. And we'll answer your E3 questions live.
It's that easy. But now, let's say you're too shy or too broke to have an actual webcam.
Which
I'm a
might
mixture
happen.
of both.
It could, you are.
I fear
It's true.
the lens. But you shouldn't have any fear. There are actually more ways that you can be involved with this show. We'd like to present the Buzz Meter.
The Buzz Meter.
It should have its own theme song. Oh, that was close. This wonder of science lets you vote online for the game that you think is getting the most people excited. We'll check back throughout the show to find out which game got people squirreling away their paychecks already. Will it be Medal of Honor Airborne, Spore, Left 4 Dead, or Guitar Hero 3? It's all up to you. What say you, Gordine?
I could never, ever choose.
But you're going to right now for the kids at home. Which one?
Ah, God, Guitar Hero.
Wow.
It was passionate. It was
easier
passionate.
than you thought, and you ruined the furniture.
Wow, Stern. And because we really care about your opinion, it is time for the poll question: who will reign supreme at E3? Microsoft, Nintendo, or Sony? Ooh. Vote at our website g4tv.com/E3 or text your vote to G4TXT. That's 44898 to vote and register. It's your civic duty to vote. So log on now, soldier. Let your voice be heard.
Wow. Are you like P. Diddy? If they don't vote, you're going to kill them?
Most likely.
They will die?
Absolutely.
You do not want an angry Joel staring down your neck, by the way.
Yeah,
because he'll actually rip off your head and stare down.
I have jailbird stripes.
Right now, though, it's time for the only news you need to know. So here's Layla Cayley and the feed headlines.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, we are live and looking into a beautiful crystal ball today, previewing E3 and predicting where gaming is headed. Apparently, it's not the Alamo basement. Time now for a game preview. Let's go over to Kevin for a hands-on presented by Scion.
Thanks, Mon. All right, let's face it, guys. If you find yourself alone after the whole apocalypse happens, you'll probably well, you'll just be another entree on the zombie buffet. But fortunately, today we have the founder of Turtle Rock Studios, Michael Booth, here to help pass the ammo and give us an inside look at Left 4 Dead. Michael, thanks for coming on.
Thanks, man. Thanks for
Appreciate it. So now we're playing the game live off screen right now. This is all real time, running on the Source engine.
That's right.
Give me the elevator pitch. What is this game about? I was told zombies, blood, mayhem, viruses. Is that at all correct?
Right. So imagine, if you will, you and I are the only guys left in the whole LA area that aren't infected by this crazy virus that, when it infects people, turns them basically into ravening, psychotic zombies hell-bent on beating you to stop moving.
So they sound like regular citizens of LA so far. but there's more to it.
Right. Right. Well, the basic premise is that you are so totally outnumbered that you've got to cooperate. In Left 4 Dead, that's what we're really pushing on, is extreme cooperation.
Well, I see extreme bloodshed here. What's going on? This looks like a Homeland Security raid because I said the wrong word on a phone call. Like, what is going on in this mission that we're seeing these guys just tear through this apartment or this house here, and zombies are flooding in?
Right. Well, again, with the explicit cooperation, there's 4 survivors, right? So we wanted you to be completely outnumbered to the point that you cannot go off and run off by yourself.
There's no Rambos here. You've got to fight as a team or you will get swarmed and killed.
That's right, because there are a lot of there are games, like even when they talk about cooperative games, you know, it's more you're in the same server playing together. We wanted to really push on things where you have to work together and cooperate to survive.
And so there's 4 human players controlling the survivors here that are trying to get from A to B, and then there's also 4 human players controlling the infested zombies as well, correct?
Correct. Right. You can play either on the survivor side or on the infected side. On the survivor side, it's very accessible. Jump in, grab a gun, stay with your buddies, kill the zombies, right?
Sure.
On the infected side, there are different... There's the giant swarm of common infected, right? There are also these specialized boss infected that have...
And that's what you control.
Yes, you control them. And they each have a unique mutation. Like, for instance, it's so important for the survivors to stay together and watch each other's back because they're completely surrounded, right?
I can't believe what I'm saying. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
So you can see that you've got to trust each other to watch your back and whatnot. You can't possibly do it all yourself. The smoker has a 50-yard-long prehensile tongue. So he's going to reach out, grab a guy, pull him completely across the street or into someplace bad. So if you got a team that's really working tight, that smoker can ruin your day.
Wow, that's not, and now, okay, so we've got all that going on, but how do you keep the pacing up? Because so far this seems incredibly intense. There's tons of zombies flooding around the corner. Is it just a constant barrage, or is there a constant onslaught, or is it done with triggers? How does it work?
Right. Well, early on we did actually experiment with triggers, but what we decided to do is do the full enchilada, which we call the AI director. And that's taking our AI systems to the next level, beyond what we did, say, with the Counter-Strike, bots. Mm-hmm. So we have an AI director who's watching the individual survivors, how they're reacting. As their stress level goes up, it keeps managing the experience, so you don't get too stressed and you don't get too bored.
It gives you a moment to relax, and then the moment the game has figured out that you're not going to die from a massive coronary, it floods you with zombies to make sure that you keel over in the chair.
Right. The thing with drama is you want to have peaks and valleys, right? And it ensures that you get exciting peaks and valleys.
I can't. Like, this is my first real time seeing it in action like this, and I cannot wait to get my hands on it. Coming out for PC and for Xbox 360?
That's right. That's right, on both retail and Steam.
Very cool. Now how can I trust your company to develop using, because you said this is on Steam, it's running on Source Engine, Valve technology. Right. Is there a bit of a track record there?
Yeah, we've been working with Valve now. We're on our 5th year, and Valve has been really awesome. Very, oh, sorry, by the way, what we're seeing right now, we're seeing through the guy's eyes. He's on the ground, incapacitated.
Oh, so now, but he can still fire while waiting for his buddies to come and bring him back?
Unless his buddies pick him up, he's done.
Right, and so far it looks like he's pretty much done.
He's pretty much done. So anyway.
Which zombie is this? I'm sorry, we're running out of time, but I've got it. And that guy is just going to wreak havoc.
Yes, that is controlled by a player right now, as a matter of fact.
Get him! He's on the ground! What's the matter? Come on, interview's over. Kill that guy! I love it. Well, hey, I know, again, your track record is pristine, and the game looks incredibly fun, and that's the most important part. And I thank you for coming on to show it off.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Really appreciate it. Can I get some time with it after as well?
You bet.
Awesome, Michael. Thank you. We have more on Left 4 Dead over the next few days. Don't forget, though, if this is the game that has your heart racing, and I bet it is, be sure to head over to the buzz meter at g4tv.com/E3 and let us know. We're going to check in at the end of the show. And just because E3 is on the horizon doesn't mean that the news stops right now. In fact, it's time for the only news you need to know, and here it is in the feed.
Thanks, Kevin. Now it's...
Adam and Jeff, how are you guys holding up over there? You doing all right?
Well, I'm doing just fine. I'm starting to get my E3 tingle, actually.
We're getting excited. We're, almost just a little over an hour away from the start of the Microsoft press briefing, which is going to air exclusively on G4, an unprecedented event here. Peter Moore on stage. Lots of excitement.
Whole day, hopefully. of Microsoft.
Yeah, lots of excitement.
With all this new stuff coming out about Microsoft, Jeff and I have been reminiscing about, Microsoft media briefings in the past, going all the way back
7
to the
years,
first one.
right?
7 years. It's been around for that long.
Lots of memories, lots of tattoos, lots of things. It started back, though, in 2001. That was the first Microsoft E3 briefing when they announced the launch of the Xbox that holiday season. I remember, actually, what was so funny about that is Robbie Bach, who was head of Xbox at the time, he tried to turn on the power for the Xbox Live on stage, the big unveiling. He hit the power button, it didn't turn on.
Yeah, that's a really unauspicious moment if you're trying to launch a console. And the whole world back then, remember, was very skeptical of what Microsoft was doing.
Absolutely. And I mean, you remember the CES before, they had some demos of a couple of games.
One of them was
Odyssey.
good, Munch's Odyssey. Another one was Malice. That game didn't finally come out until 2004, and boy, did it suck.
And Argonaut.
It was really bad. Now, obviously, the following year in 2002 is when they finally started talking about Xbox Live. And
lots of people forget is that the original year when Halo came out wasn't available online. Xbox Live didn't come out until 2002. They showed it at E3, shipped that fall. It was 1 year anniversary of the Xbox launch. But now it's it's part and parcel of the Xbox experience.
I don't think that we appreciated what they were introducing back then. It has now become probably the most essential element to the Xbox. They put them so far ahead of the game from Sony and Nintendo, and I think it's really put them at the forefront with games like Gears of War.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the following year, 2003, that was a less auspicious year, I would say, for them with their media briefing. It was in a very large barn that I just...
Not quite a barn. I didn't see any hay there.
I know, but there should have been hay. It needed some hay. Nothing happened until they finally showed the famous Halo 3 single-player playthrough of a part of the... I'm sorry, Halo 2, and that part of the game never ended up in
exactly.
Halo
Throwing
2.
Grenades, the lighting looked a lot great. There was that one moment of boarding that everyone got really excited about, where jumped on, the crowd went wild. Now let's talk about 2004 because that was the year Halo got delayed. 2004 they came back, they showed multiplayer in Zanzibar in 2004. Got people really hyped about that, which was exciting. The other big announcement that year, one of the most memorable E3 experiences to me was seeing Muhammad Ali on stage at the Xbox press briefing as part of Electronic Arts announcing they were finally coming to Xbox Live. EA and Microsoft had disagreement about the business terms for Xbox Live for the first couple of years, but in 2004, they announced EA was on Xbox Live.
I remember you and I were both at a press conference, and both of us wanted to get the answer to the question, how much money was paid to get EA to get in bed with Microsoft? Well, regardless, we never found out, but it did work out
Bill
for both
Gates
of
had
them.
a lot of money, and they spent a lot of money in 2005, which is the most legendary Microsoft press conference, probably the worst E3 press conference I've ever been to. This was after the MTV unveiling of the Xbox 360. They had this press conference.
So over-rehearsed, overproduced. They
casted
had
audience
there going like this for the Xbox. It was more like us going, no, stop showing this to us.
And Jay Allard with his Velocity Girl, Jay Allard with his hoodie, Peter Moore talking about the zen of gaming, all that kind of stuff. But obviously, the big question was, what exclusives were they going to have to show off? And 2006 was a big year.
Exactly.
The Halo 3 exclusive, Grand Theft Auto 4, that big announcement. That
I think was even bigger because we all knew the Gears of War was coming.
Exactly.
That really was a show-stopping announcement that really put them ahead, or at least equal now with Sony. That, like one of the pillars to Sony's empire suddenly was shared between the two.
And now the big question is, what are we going to see here in 2007? The stage is being set behind us. Obviously we're going to hopefully hear more about Halo 3. Will there be new Gears of War news? What do you think, Adam?
I think we'll probably hear something about Gears of War.
Right.
I think we'll definitely hear something about Halo. I want to know if there's going to be another tattoo on Peter Moore. So I like this idea that every year there's a new tattoo. So by 2010,
maybe Cliffy B will have the tattoo this year. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Or maybe Peter will have a Cliffy B tattoo on him.
I'd go for the Jade Raymond tattoo, but she may be on
much
stage
better
for Assassin's
idea.
Creed. We'll have to see, but it's all coming up here live on G4, the Microsoft press conference, an unprecedented evening. Adam and I will be back here at 8 o'clock for the live pre-show.
Yes, share the tingle with us, and back to you.
Okay, I think they have an ointment for that tingle, Adam, but thank you anyways, guys. Gaming stories, as we know, they're going to come fast and very furious this week, and lucky for you, there's a very special someone who has set aside 60 seconds of her time to calm you down and inform.
Hey there, how are you doing? That's Kristen, and joining us now is X-Play's own Morgan Webb.
I made it. I got in a car.
It was like a Jack Bauer move. I've never seen anyone move across LA that fast.
And I changed even.
Look at that.
Amazing.
Impressive, Webb. Well, welcome to the Microsoft press briefing. Lots of excitement here, right?
This is very exciting, actually. Like, they've done a beautiful job with the stage. The pool of water is just, a classy touch that every set should have, I guess.
Yeah, every public school needs to have a pool in their amphitheater.
Kristen, actually, she was talking about the Microsoft having to sort of extend the warranty. Do you think they're going to mention that at all during during the press
I think
conference?
they'll make a passing mention of it.
I don't know.
The fact that I don't think they wanted to announce it last week, but I think they felt that they had to. But the issue for a lot of gamers right now, I'm going to ask Peter more about this because he's going to be on the show, exclusively tomorrow for an interview. They knowingly have a lot of Xbox 360s still in the channel right now that people will buy, and even if there is a warranty, do you want to be red ringed when you're playing Halo 3?
They've shown a lot of good faith, I think, by extending the warranty because there was a lot of growing ill will towards Microsoft, and I think that they did a really good PR move by saying, hey, you know what? You bought our system, you took a chance on us.
Right.
We'll
because
take a chance
a lot
on
of
you.
the suspicion they really had this problem with the original Xbox is because they're Microsoft, they're this completely malevolent corporate organization that just wants to hoodwink you and not even give you a console. I think it's always good PR for them to go ahead and make that
And
kind of a
hopefully
move.
there'll be a lot of other good PR tonight about some big announcements, I think, coming out of this conference. What are you expecting, Morgan? I mean, obviously Halo 3 is the big question
I think
mark.
Halo 3, I don't think that they could get through a press conference without mentioning Halo 3 about 5,000 times.
And save it until the end, I bet. But they'll save it right until the bitter end,
Do you think Microsoft's worried about Killzone 2?
I don't know. I mean, we're going to see Killzone. There's an event later from media.
Right.
We're going to get a chance to look at it tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be something in the Sony briefing. Killzone 2 is not coming out until 2008, so I don't think it's really going to be an issue. But we're just hearing behind us 10 minutes until the Microsoft press briefing.
10 minutes.
That's coming up. What else do you think we're going to see? I mean, let's talk about some of the third-party games. I think we're probably going to see something of Call of Duty 4, Assassin's Creed.
We're definitely going to see Assassin's Creed.
Yep.
I mean, that was a beautiful get for Microsoft. It's going to be an amazing game. Everyone's very excited about that. They're going to be pushing the games because they don't have any new big hardware announcements that we can look forward to.
Also,
you don't think?
Grand Theft Auto 4.
think?
Yes, exactly. Though no more soon.
Although I'll tell you, down on stage, there are 4 pedestals. There are 3 Xbox 360 consoles. There's a blank pedestal down there. You probably can't see it, but down there there's a blank pedestal. What could it be? There's rumors there might be a Halo 3 branded Xbox 360.
Sorry, that was a really bad joke for all you hardcore geeks out there. I think another game I'm very interested to see if they do show off is Grand Theft Auto 4. Obviously, this is going to be multi-platform, and they made such a big deal about it when they got to share it now with Sony, which they announced last year. But which of the two companies might be able to show a little bit of Grand Theft Auto 4 because they get to sort of attach their console
I'm
to
skeptical
that
we're
game.
going to see
a
more.
little bit more Grand Theft
But there was
Auto
just a
4.
trailer a few weeks ago, so I'm a little skeptical there's going to be something more. But you never
We've
know.
gotten a lot of little teases about Grand Theft Auto
That's
4.
true.
I'd like to see something a little more substantial at this point.
It would be nice. So then again, after the Manhunt 2 debacle, I don't know if they even want to acknowledge that this game is out there right
And
now.
quickly, Morgan, what do you think Peter Moore's tattoo is tonight? You think he's got a tattoo?
Maybe Metal Gear.
Oh, that would be huge.
We'll
see.
Yeah, but Metal Gear is a Kojima or Snake that he's going to have, and where is he going to have it? All right.
Let's take a look at the poll question here.
All right, I
Adam,
think we
got
have
a
a poll
for you
question. I
guys.
believe the question is, how many times have you had your Xbox 360 repaired? All right.
Good question. So you
Now,
guys
obviously,
can
there's
vote
once,
online, obviously.
twice, several times,
Or never.
or never. So it's a wide open variety that even if you don't own a 360, you can probably vote in that. So go cast that. We'll give you the results later.
Right, but coming up, we're less than 10 minutes away from
10
the
minutes.
exclusive Microsoft E3 press briefing. We're giving it to you here on G4 and commercial free on G4TV.com. So make sure to check it out. We'll be right back after that with the briefing.
Excited.
It's coming up.
All right, welcome back to
We are
Spotlight
so
Microsoft.
close
Minutes
to the beginning
away.
of the show. They keep saying
Exactly.
5 minutes, 4 minutes.
I know.
The auditorium is filled. I've seen so many game designers. Alex Ward, the creator of Burnout's down there talking. We've got lots of big video
Yes,
game
this
executives.
is
The whole industry
Very
is right
exciting. Now, one of the games that we haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet that really is, I think, exciting for all three of us is BioWare's Mass Effect.
It's going to be such an immense game.
here. Supposed to come out, it's supposed to be out right about now. They delayed it. I think it's coming out later this year.
They should take their time, polish it. I bet we're going to see some beautiful footage from Mass
Yes, but
Effect.
there's so many games coming out in October, November, Morgan. It's like, are you going to have time to play Mass Effect when you're not playing Rock Band?
It's either
or
Mass
GTA
Effect or everything
Halo?
else.
But there's gonna be that drought then, and we're gonna have to go back, and we'll have time to play everything we want to
It's
play.
just such a shame because this is BioWare, who's done Knights of the Old Republic, all these
Right.
epic role-playing games, a lot more action focused. When I saw it at GDC, I was amazed. It actually has a lot of Gears of War style duck and cover action.
It's so complex, and it's a long game. But from what I understand from BioWare, you need to play it twice. So it's either going to be Mass Effect or nothing else.
I think have millions of voices, and so you're hopefully it'll immerse you in the story a little bit more. I hate that feeling of the stilted voice acting, which just will kill any good game.
Now, lots of great stuff. Now, that's the big game, Mass Effect. Hopefully, we'll hear something about that coming out later
I
this year.
can't imagine we won't hear about Mass Effect.
I don't. We'll see.
Well,
Now,
of
Halo
course.
3 is the other big one, of course, and everyone wants to know. Now, we talked about a little earlier about what we might expect. Single-player campaign. Do you think we're going to find out anything about the story? Because there's a lot of questions about, is Cortana trapped by the grave mind. And, that
I played Halo 2 and I still didn't learn anything about the story.
Yeah, that's
it's
very
convoluted. Yes, exactly.
Maybe they'll explain Halo 2. That would be nice.
That would be awesome. Can they do that? Where does the plant come in?
Because they're so secretive, and it's like, is the Arbiter
I think they're going to stay that way. I think they might give us that one little nugget that won't make any sense, and we're going to debate for hours.
Let me ask you guys, do you think you play Master Chief for the entire Halo 3 single-player game? Or
I hope so.
God, I hope so.
I don't know, though.
I mean, I'm not saying I think so.
Right.
I just hope so, if anyone Bungie is watching. So
well, hopefully we'll find out something about Halo 3, because I think anything Bungie shows about Halo, they're so secretive. Major Nelson was here, who's the Xbox blogger. He was saying Bungie doesn't even do a dry run or a rehearsal of what they're showing. They don't want any leaks at all.
But that's sort of part of the fun, is we get to sit here and speculate. Everyone gets very excited, and then they actually play the game, and the whole thing is a complete surprise for 5 minutes until there's a walkthrough online.
Exactly. If they told us everything, what would we do during the day when we weren't playing games? We have nothing to talk about.
We have nothing to talk about. What's going to happen?
Now, the other big question is Grand Theft Auto 4. Now, what's happening with that? Now, Peter Moore with his tattoo last year. The big announcement last year was that Grand Theft Auto 4 was coming to the Xbox 360, normally a PlayStation exclusive. We know it's coming day and date to PS3 and Xbox 360, but Peter Moore has talked about the idea that the Xbox 360 will have downloadable content, downloadable episodes, I think coming early next year, but exclusively to the Xbox 360.
Microsoft is really tying themselves to this. I remember when the PS3 launched, if you went into a Best Buy, they had a lot of display cases with Xbox 360 dummy boxes for Grand Theft Auto 4. Just to remind you, you don't need Sony to play this game.
So do you think we see a Grand Theft Auto 4 live demo, Morgan? Do you think so?
Ooh, that would be awesome. I feel like it's a little bit too much to hope for. Maybe
you think
Bungie's
secretive.
Rockstar doesn't like to play ball, that's for sure.
I don't think they have a ball.
The trailers do look good, though, and I think at least there'll be a mention from Peter Moore about
maybe we'll see some actual, somebody actually playing behind the scenes or something like that.
The show is about to begin. They've turned down the music here, so I guess we're getting close to the Xbox 360 briefing here. Peter Moore on stage. Supposed to run about 75 minutes, they're saying. Lots
so
of
we're going to go away right
stuff.
now. So when you come back, you're going to see it all happen.
Don't tune out.
Oh, I guess we're not going anywhere. That's what happens when you play Crystal Method at decibels that are unbearable to the human ear.
Now, Peter Moore is going to come out. I mentioned that we're expecting a lot of big demos tonight. I've heard that Halo 3 is probably going to close the show. I'm also expecting to see a live demo of Assassin's Creed. I think we're going to see Call of Duty 4 up there. Rock Band, I think we're going to probably see up there. And, I think there are going to be a lot of videos as well, because there's a lot of great games. I
think that's our message. We actually have tons of these media briefings. This isn't the only one. We're also, of course, doing the media briefing from Nintendo. We're doing the Sony media briefing. And then, of course, tomorrow, I'm also doing Activision. I'm doing EA. And we're talking about, we're talking to Midway. So we're going to, we're going to see a lot of great.
Now it's time for the press conference. Exclusive here on G4. Enjoy the show.
E307 starts now.
Here we go.
Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 5 Halo fans from Libertyville, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter Moore.
Give it up for Corporeal, Hannah, Dave, Rob, Dave, and Marty. Excellent work. Great stuff, guys. Well done. Corporeal is made up of 5 talented teenagers from Libertyville in Illinois whose love for Halo led them here tonight. When they heard the music of Halo, they heard rock. And when we saw them on the internet, we just had to share their passion with you. Thanks again, Corporeal. Thank you, guys. Well done. These fans represent the millions of passionate Halo fans worldwide who will be playing Halo 3 in just 11 weeks from tonight. Welcome to the new E3. A few things are different about this year's show. First, clearly, we're outdoors in Santa Monica. We're also broadcasting live on television. For all of you watching from home, we wish you were here with us, but we're excited to bring this show home to you for the first time ever. And here's yet another first. This will be the first E3 briefing in which every demo, in which every game you will be seeing will be coming this year. It's a lineup that's packed with the biggest blockbusters and the most exclusives. In fact, when you leave here tonight, I think you'll agree with me. This is the greatest holiday lineup in video game history. So sit back and have fun. We have all the games you want to play right here, right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Harmonix.
Thank you, sweetie. All right. Never been afraid of making a fool of myself. Here we go. It's Greg, that's Alex, and this is Helen. This is Harmonix, and this is Rock Band. Thank you! Let's pump it up to 11. Okay. Sorry, that's me. Lefty flip. Good? There we go. Bring it back up. Got it!
Media coverage after the break. There's more live Microsoft media coverage after the break. Welcome back to to the live Microsoft media event where they just unveiled Mass Effect.
Looks great. Looks fabulous. This evening, I'm delighted to announce that Mass Effect will be on retail shelves this November. Led by titles like Mass Effect, Xbox 360 is driving growth across the entire ecosystem of interactive entertainment. Now, this growth is measured certainly by hardware sales, but more importantly, this growth is measured by total consumer spend across the entire video game category at retail. It's these economics that are lifting our industry towards a landmark achievement. This year, people will spend more money on games than they will on music. Now, what's driving this growth? Many people think of console sales. So let's take a look at the hardware numbers. According to industry tracker NPD, Xbox 360 has the largest install base of this generation, with 5.6 million units here in the US. Now let's take a look at the Xbox 360 momentum since the other two consoles launched. Well, you can see we're in a tight race with the Wii and outselling PlayStation 3 by nearly 2 to 1. But when we think about the health of the industry, we think about a lot more than just hardware. Of course, we think about games. And right now, Xbox 360 is selling more games than anyone else. In fact, since the launch of the Wii and the PS3 in November, Xbox 360 has sold more games at retail than both of these consoles combined. So how does this play for our third-party partners? Well, 2/3 of all next-generation third-party games are sold on the Xbox 360. Every month, our third-party partners check the game's bestseller list across all consoles. And since November, Xbox 360 third-party games have cracked the top 10 list 18 times. If you're wondering what the numbers look like on the next-gen platforms, here they are. 0 and 0 for those Brits in the audience, respectively. So what's this all add up to? Since November, consumers have spent $2.4 billion at retail on Xbox 360 hardware, software, and accessories. This is as much as our competitors combined. Said another way, half of all consumer spending in this generation is on Xbox 360. Now, as these numbers attest, together with our partners, Xbox 360 is driving the industry. And this holiday, we're shifting into a higher gear. So guess what games ranked as the top 5 bestsellers of the last generation? I'll give you a hint. These 5 games came from just 2 franchises, and I've got them both tattooed on my arms. They are, honest I do, they are the top 5 best-selling games of the last generation. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3, Halo 2, and of course, the original Halo. There's a fan. Somebody from Bungie in the house, clearly. Not only did these franchises define the generation, but they powered the greatest holiday on record. We went back through the history books, and one holiday stands tall above all others. And that, of course, was holiday 2004. And what were the top 3 selling games that year? Here they are. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Madden NFL 05, and of course, Halo 2. That perfect storm of gaming combined to sell more than 11 million units during the 4th quarter of 2004. Now, 3 years later, this same perfect storm will touch time just in time for holiday. But this time, the only platform on which you can play all 3 franchises, Grand Theft Auto, Madden, and Halo, is, of course, Xbox 360. As IGN Entertainment announced Monday, these 3 franchises have the potential to drive 1/3 of all new game sales in the second half of this year. These three franchises will drive our industry to record growth and form the foundation of the Xbox 360 holiday lineup. With these and all the other games coming this year, you'll understand why this holiday will be unlike anything that's come before it. Now let's take a look at some of the other games that will build upon this foundation and help to drive the industry forward.
Please welcome Microsoft Corporate Vice President for Global Marketing, Jeff Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Peter has shown you how Xbox 360 has what you want right here and right now. Tonight, I'm here to show you why Xbox 360 is the destination for every member of the family, with new content on Xbox Live and great games for all kinds of audiences. One of these games is a fun new title we're introducing tonight. It's based on the award-winning board game that sold over 10 million copies worldwide. It's Scene It, and it's making its console debut exclusively on Xbox 360. Our version of Scene It will be brand new, built from the ground up to be fully interactive. It also comes loaded with new trivia questions, puzzle challenges, and movie clips.
There's more live Microsoft Media event coming up right after the break.
This game will also come with a new controller. It's the first controller that we've designed for everyone, young and old, newcomer or veteran gamer. When you see the answer on the screen, all you've got to do is hit the big button.
Microsoft's media event.
We're bringing the best of entertainment world to the Xbox 360. From family games to TV shows to the wide world of sports. 3 years ago at E3, our partner Electronic Arts announced their commitment to Xbox Live. This historic announcement brought games like Madden, FIFA, and NASCAR to the Xbox Live for the very first time. Then, when we launched Xbox 360, EA brought sports games to life in high definition for the first time ever. Tonight, I'm proud to announce that this incredible 2008 lineup of EA Sports titles for Xbox 360 will run at twice the speed, twice as smooth as last season's game. That's right, twice as fast. And it all starts this next week with the launch of NCAA Football 08. And in sports, speed is everything. And who would know better than Heisman Trophy winner and NFL star running back from the New Orleans Saints, Reggie Bush.
There you go. All right, Jeff.
All right, man.
Finish where we started backstage. As you know, I'm very excited about Xbox 360, this year's version, in Madden 2008. So how about we give them a little preview of
Why don't we show them that this game's got game like we started backstage, huh?
All right now, Jeff.
Well, see, this thing has incredible visuals, incredible speed, man. Almost as fast as you, but I don't know.
Man, I do this for a living. That's all we do.
All right, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take the D, and maybe you should play O.
All right,
all right. Let's get it on. Okay, I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look at what play you're taking.
I'm picking up my controller now.
I'm not looking at what you're playing.
I know how you Microsoft guys do. You try to cheat.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. Okay. Okay, we'll see what you got. Here we go. I played you backstage, remember?
We're here to hope Bill Gates ain't here to watch this.
Bush gets the call.
Let's go. Oh, here we go.
All right.
We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back.
That's what I'm saying.
We're going to bring it back. Let's go. We're going to bring it back.
3rd and 4 now, though.
3rd and 4.
You might be passing that ball over to Drew Brees. What do you think? Maybe a passing play. I'm going to hold off on the D now. I'm holding off on the...
Let's go.
Don't look at what I'm doing. Pass or run. Pass or run. Pass or run. Pass or run. What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
I mean, you going to pick a play today or what?
All right, here we go.
4 to go.
Here we go.
This is the 8th play of the drive.
3rd and 4. 3rd and 4.
There we go.
Stop you once. I know you're going to pass. You're not going to run it to yourself again.
Let's go.
Again, the handoff.
Oh, we got that on side. Let's go.
First down. Here we go.
Ah, let's go. That's how we do it. That's realistic right there, Jeff. I'm not even watching, Jeff. I'm not even watching, Jeff. I'm not even watching, Jeff. I'm not even watching. That's how we do it.
And you schooled me on that one, brother.
All right, buddy.
You did it. You did it.
I'm going to have to call you out. You got to sleep on the bed tonight for that one, man. That was pretty.
I'm on the couch tonight, man.
House.
Oh,
man, let's go.
Well, everybody, that's in prime time. Xbox 360, Madden 08, is launching next month. Reggie, thank you for showing us how great it plays, even though you humiliated me. And have a great season this year, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Reggie Bush. Xbox 360 is leading in sports, and we're also leading an online world through Xbox Live. This is the largest community connected to the television. Last year at E3, we said that Xbox Live would grow to 6 million members by now. Today, I'm happy to announce that we've eclipsed the 7 million member mark. Yes. Only about half of them are here tonight. That means that in the last year, we've added a new member every 8 seconds. This community continues to grow. And before next year's E3, we're forecasting that we will cross the 10 million member mark. As many of you know, one of the community's favorite attractions is Xbox Live Arcade. This is also something that is going to continue to grow the community and attract new members. Xbox Live Arcade has fun, pick-up-and-play games like Geometry Wars or Pac-Man World Championship Edition. To date, we've had over 45 million game downloads, everything from arcade games from our youth to the best in new titles. By the end of this year, you're going to have more than 100 games to choose from, including some new additions that I'd like to show you tonight. You're going to get all of these games to play later this year, including 2 that are available to download tonight on Xbox Live Arcade. The original Sonic the Hedgehog and Golden Axe, both from our friends at Sega. I heard a big shout out for Golden Axe. While arcade is a huge success, the fastest growing area of content on Xbox Live is our video store. Xbox 360 is the only console to offer on-demand movies and TV shows in both standard and high definition. In just 9 months, we've added more than 2,000 hours of entertainment content from 28 networks and studios. With 500 hours of high-definition content, our HD library is more than twice the size of the nearest cable provider. Xbox 360 is leading the way in digital distribution. Xbox Live members have spent more than $125 million on downloadable content since our launch. And it continues to grow, with our largest announcement of new entertainment content to date. Tonight, we're excited to announce an agreement with Disney to bring their huge library of classic hits to Xbox Live. Let's watch.
Is the key to finding Atlantis. I'm an action figure.
Why did I risk my life for a selfish brat like you?
Now I feel really bad. Bad llama.
The United States government just asked us to save the world.
My parents are the greatest superheroes on the planet. That's what I call high-quality H2O.
Oh, man, you're James Bond. Shoot somebody.
It seems you are the only survivor of this train wreck.
You are some kind of freaky. You got me straight tripping, boo. This is the greatest party I've ever been to! You think you know what's coming? You don't have a clue.
We do things in this country quietly, with dignity.
You must be really famous.
I am.
Bring it on.
Two thumbs way up. Whoa, this is so much fun, it's freaky.
From Winnie the Pooh to Atlantis to Waterboy, we are offering the best in family entertainment. But here's the best part. Every single movie you just saw will be available to download tonight from Xbox Live, all in high definition. Yeah, but that's just the beginning. All the biggest hits in theaters today from Disney will be coming to the Xbox Live marketplace. This announcement adds to the many partnerships already on Xbox Live. And now we're ready to take this digital show on the road. Starting this fall, we're going to go global with the rollout of high-definition video downloads on Xbox Live. By the end of this year, we'll be lighting up homes in both Canada and Europe. We're committed to bringing Xbox 360 to the world and everything that it has to offer. That's why, on August the 24th, we will launch the wildly popular Xbox 360 Elite in Europe to give customers even more storage and more ways to enjoy their favorite digital content from Xbox Live. You've seen tonight that we're opening up the Xbox 360 experience to more people than ever before. And as always, it starts with great games. Now, I would like to introduce to you my good friend and colleague and the head of Microsoft Game Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President, Corporate Officer, Shane Kim.
Thanks, Jeff. Hello, everybody. As Jeff said, everything starts with the games, which is why that, with all due respect to Mr. Gates, I have the best job at Microsoft. Now, Microsoft Game Studios, our mission is simple. Partner with the world's greatest creators to deliver the world's greatest games. This holiday, we'll see new titles from master storytellers like Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy and Blue Dragon, and now Lost Odyssey. The team at BioWare will deliver Mass Effect this November. And beginning September 25th, the folks at Bungie will capture the world's imagination once again with the third chapter in a truly epic story, Halo 3. And when these masterpieces arrive on store shelves, they'll join what's already been a great run of first-party titles on the Xbox 360. In each of the last 2 years, games published by Microsoft Game Studios earned a higher average review score than any other publisher in the industry. The latest title in this great run is Forza Motorsport 2 from our own Turn 10 Studios. Right now, it's the best-selling game on any platform in Europe, and it will sell more than 1 million units worldwide by the end of this month. At Microsoft, we're excited to have a 1-2 punch that's turbocharging the racing genre. The second punch is the best-selling Project Gotham racing series. The last title in this series, PGR 3, was one of our most successful Xbox 360 launch titles. The amazing team at Bizarre Creations is following up this hit with PGR 4, which I'm happy to show you today. Please welcome Brian Woodhouse and Craig Howard to take us through Project Gotham Racing 4.
Hi, everybody. Craig and I are really excited to bring you the next evolution in our critically acclaimed Project Gotham Racing series. Project Gotham Racing 4 continues to revolutionize this leading franchise with many exciting changes to challenge players to race with speed and daring and style. And now, for the first time, bikes will be introduced to PGR 4. We've got all the top manufacturers like Honda, Suzuki, Ducati, and many more. This will be like nothing you've ever raced before. With bikes lining up alongside cars, we're in for some incredible racing. Bikes will also add cool ways to earn kudos, as Craig is now going to demo. So we slide them around the corner. Chasing those cars down in the wet, pulling a wheelie. He's looking behind and gesturing to some other players, and he's back into his slide. But as you all know, PGR is not just about bikes. PGR showcases over 120 of the world's most iconic vehicles from the past and present. From the classic Austin Mini Cooper to today's big hitters like the Dodge Viper and the Ferrari Enzo. And we're sure that everybody will find their favorite. Players will drive through gorgeous cities like St. Petersburg, Macau, and as you can see here,
there's
tonight,
more
Shanghai.
Live from Microsoft's media event after the break.
Each location will have...
Your mom must have Einstein. Meet Dave and Jerry, two video
Exclusive coverage of Microsoft's media event.
Around the world. The next Windows title I'd like to announce tonight is Gears of War. Now, surprise. Now, despite our best efforts, this is clearly news that we've had a hard time keeping secret. Now, Gears of War is headed to Windows this holiday with completely new content, a game editor, and a couple of other very big surprises. So as I leave you tonight, let's welcome to the stage the lead designer of Gears of War, Cliffy B.
How you guys doing? My name's Cliff Bleszinski, and last year on stage we showed you Gears of War on Xbox 360, and since then it's been an amazing year. Gears has gone on to become the #1 selling game on the platform, as well as the #1 game on Xbox Live. I'm here today to show you Gears on PC. Now, Gears was celebrated for its integrated co-op experience, and we're bringing that experience to Windows courtesy of Games for Windows Live. I got a little demo up here I'd like to invite my buddy Rod to show off with you. Just give me a second here, I'll fire it up. There's my controller. There we go. I can just call this up, find him online here. Hey, Rod's online. Hey, Rod, play a game with me. There we go. Now that'll take a quick second. Gears of War on PC features 5 new single-player chapters. It features a new multiplayer mode, new multiplayer arenas, as well as new achievements. And after we shipped Gears on PC, we got a lot of feedback from people that they wanted to fight against the Brumak, which was that giant creature that you guys recall from the trailers. Well, now you're going to be able to see that, and I'm going to give you a brief demonstration of that battle right here.
There it is. Now what? Now, we piss it all. What? How do we take out the big gun?
Unfortunately, I don't want to spoil how this battle ends, so if you guys want to see how it ends, you're going to have to check out Gears of War on Windows, XP, and Vista this holiday season. Thank you very much.
Great job as always from Cliffy. Gears of War is just one of the premier titles that sets into motion the vision laid out by Bill Gates at last year's E3. It's a vision that connects you to your friends wherever you are, with new fun ways to play games and share experiences, all from a simple, easy-to-use interface that will be consistent across platforms. Tonight, I'm proud to announce the first wave of partners who've signed on to support this vision by adopting games to Windows Live: Sega, Eidos, and THQ. With these new partners, we're on track to deliver more than a dozen live-enabled titles by the end of the year. But that's not all. Today with Epic Games, we're announcing that games to Windows Live support will be built in to Epic's Unreal Engine 3. Now with Epic's commitment, exactly, it's a big deal. We're making it easier for developers to create live titles, bringing the PC and the Xbox 360 even closer together. Now, last year at E3, I talked about the renaissance of PC gaming powered by three things: revitalized marketing, enhanced graphics technology, and the launch of our most game-friendly operating system ever, Windows Vista. Now we're seeing the results. We brought a
Stay with us. There's more live from Microsoft's media event after the break. Our exclusive live coverage of Microsoft's media event, where we're taking a look at Call of Duty 4.
We gotta man us down! We need to take him alive. Give me some cover and fire! Stay close! Let's go!
So if you think that was good, I'd like to invite to the stage Grant Collier and Jason West of Infinity Ward to give you a deeper look at Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Welcome, Grant. Go get him, thanks. Hey, Jason.
Thanks a lot.
All yours. Go ahead.
Gets me excited every time I see it. So, hot off the heels of Call of Duty 2, the Infinity Ward team has been developing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. We're making a more sophisticated, deeper Call of Duty experience. Variety is the next big thing for us. We're going deep and we're going hard. So the next thing that we're going to be showing you guys, is going to be by project lead of Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, Jason West. Take it away, Jason.
There's too much radiation. We'll have to go around. Follow me and keep low. Careful. There's pockets of radiation all over this area. If you absorb too much, you're a dead man. Stand by. Contact. Enemy patrol dead ahead. Stay low and move slowly. Will be impossible to spot in our ghillie suits. Take one out when the other's not looking. He's down. Good night. up. There's more cover if we go around. Fort Tango's inside. Don't even think about it. Wait there. Tango by the car. Take him out quietly, or just let him pass. Your call. Okay, go.
Где человек сражен?
Stay hidden. Move up. Move up. The coast is clear. You hear that? Enemy helicopter, get down! Stay in the shadows. Let's go. Now. Easy, lad. There's too many of them. Let them go. Keep a low profile and hold your fire. Try to anticipate their paths. If you have to maneuver, do it slow and steady. No quick movements.
All right. All right, if you guys thought that was good, we've got a really exciting announcement tonight. Exclusive to Xbox 360, we're going to be bringing out an online multiplayer beta. So we need everyone to go out and check charlieoscardelta.com for more details. Thank you very much.
Great stuff, guys. Jason, nice work. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Right, well done. Thanks, guys. Thank Carly and Jason Westman Infinity Award. Thank you. I'm more impressed they can get Sean Connery for voice talent in these games nowadays. It's incredible. Moving from one great franchise to another, let's talk about one that never fails to take full advantage of the power of our platform, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. This holiday, Ubisoft Montreal will deliver the next installment of this top franchise, Splinter Cell Conviction. Sam Fisher is back, but this time there's only one place he's going, and that is to Xbox 360. Now let's turn our attention to the next installment of one of the most popular, most groundbreaking franchises of all time. I'm referring, of course, to Grand Theft Auto 4. We've already caught a glimpse of this title through the second trailer released by Rockstar Games. Many of you have seen this before, but I bet you've never seen it on a screen this big, and I bet you didn't know that the real-time footage for each of the first two trailers were captured from an Xbox 360.
You're looking for some people. We're all looking for that special someone. I need to know what happened. Give me that. For 10 years, I've been searching. I need this for you. A guarantee that you will find this man.
Please, no more killing.
Don't do anything stupid, cousin. We have to find him.
Fine, you got it. You want my word? You got my word. Through the comet.
I'm the one who survive.
Get this done, and we'll talk.
Grand Theft Auto 4 hits the shelves on October the 16th in North America, on October the 19th across Europe. But where the GTA 4 experience stops on other platforms, it continues on Xbox 360. 2 new exclusive episodes will be released by the spring of 2008, providing hours of entirely new gameplay for Xbox 360 owners. This will make Xbox 360 the only console where you can get the complete Grand Theft Auto 4 experience. Now let's turn our attention away from Liberty City and towards Tokyo. In addition to having great Western support, we're also partnering with Japanese publishers to deliver great content to the world. This generation, all major publishers in Japan have announced support for Xbox 360, with some delivering exclusive experiences. Xbox 360 will be the only place where you can play Sega's Virtua Fighter 5 with your friends online this generation. And this year, Namco Bandai will deliver 2 exclusive titles for Xbox 360, Ace Combat 6 and Eternal Sonata. And in March, that we announced that Devil May Cry 4 is coming to Xbox for the very first time. This commitment from Japanese publishers is so powerful that we decided to make an exception to tonight's holiday-only rule to show you the next installment of yet another franchise that will be appearing on Xbox for the first time. What you're about to see is the only game that won't launch this year, but it is in-game footage from Xbox 360. Let's take a look. You'll be able to see more of Resident Evil 5 on July the 26th, when you can download the full version of this trailer on Xbox Live Marketplace. Thank you, Capcom. Our blockbusters continue with a title that was crowned the best action-adventure game at E3 last year, Assassin's Creed, from our partners at Ubisoft Montreal. Please welcome to the stage Jade Raymond and Patrice Dessier. Hi, Jade.
Hey, Peter.
Hi, go get him.
Hi, everyone. This is unbelievable. The team's been waiting a long time to show you what we've been working on, and tonight we get to play Assassin's Creed for you on this gigantic screen. For those of you who haven't heard of Assassin's Creed, it's the brand new franchise being developed at the Ubisoft Montreal studio. What you see here is a city that we haven't shown yet, that some of you may recognize. It's Jerusalem, based on the historic documents from the period where this game takes place, the Third Crusade. Now, everything that you see in the distance is interactive. Every building you see, you can actually pick your own path, climb anywhere, and make your way to it. Right now, our objective is to take out Talal, a slave trader, who's located right behind us. So we're gonna jump down. Okay, luckily no one saw that. We're gonna jump down and make our way through the crowd. And crowd, as some of you may know, is one of the big focuses for Assassin's Creed. What Patrice is doing here, bumping into people, carrying jars, is probably not a good idea. It's better to gently push them out of the way, especially if there are soldiers around. And you can see here there's this beggar who's also a different gameplay element. Well, Patrice decided to get rid of her rather quickly. But she gets in your way and will slow you down. So part of your objective as an assassin isn't only getting to know the city, but also getting to know the people, because all of the crowd can either help or hinder you in your mission.
To say? Hey, you know what you want. What is it?
So clearly these guys are protecting the path, so we're going to have to find another way into Talal's warehouse. Last year we showed you the monks over there. That's one way to get by protected areas, but we're going to show you a different trick tonight. That guard standing over there is going to be a good way to create a diversion and distract the guards below. If you can see, that dead body is drawing their attention, and we're going to use this time to swing by here. And now we're almost at Talal's warehouse. All right. The door closed. That's not a good sign.
Help me! Save me!
Okay, this is a trap. I was trying to tell him that.
Now I stand before you. What is it you desire?
Come down here. Let us settle this with honor.
Why must it always come to violence? It seems I cannot help you, Ashashin, for you do not wish to help yourself. And I cannot allow my work to be threatened. You leave me no choice. You must die.
So now, since we're cornered, it's a good time to show up and fight.
This will teach you not to trespass. No more delays. Be done with him.
That was a very skillfully landed counterattack. Our fight system is very realistic. It's based on well-timed combos, like that one, and counterattacks, where you use the enemy's attack animation to time your counter. You can also use the environment. And there's 4 different weapons to choose from. Patrice just changed to a short sword, which also comes with throwing knives, which are your long-range weapon. Awesome.
Won't get away from me!
Keep him away from me!
Okay, Talal finally decided it's time to get out of there. This is going to give us a good opportunity to show off our chase AI. We've made Talal have his own personality in the chase, and no 2 chases will be the same. Basically, he's a cocky guy, he's overconfident, he set this trap for you. If you get far behind, he's going to stop and wait for you and taunt you. If you get close up, he's going to throw objects in your way, he's going to change his path. He'll even throw some of the people in your path like that, anything to slow you down, so no 2 chases are the same. And now that you can see, the crowd becomes a dynamic obstacle. Okay, Patrice has gone up here to try and do something that Talal can't do, which is free running, to try and use that time away from the crowd to catch up with him. Okay, almost got him. Awesome. That's all we have time for tonight. But if you enjoyed that, then you'll be able to experience this very soon when Assassin's Creed hits store shelves this November 2007. Thank you.
Great work. Patrice, well done. Thank you. Great kill at the end. Jay, always pleasure. Thank you. Take care. Thanks, you guys. Great stuff. Thank you very much. Now, each generation brings with it a select few stories that are so captivating and so groundbreaking that they not only become instant classics, but they also revolutionize entertainment. For many of us, that story was Star Wars. This was a movie that in 1977 truly changed the game, with a mix of characters, conflicts, and special effects that's often mimicked, but never equaled. 30 years later, a new generation is claiming a new story and a new hero. At the beginning of the show, you saw on full display the passion and the community that surrounds Halo, and what happens when 5 talented musicians immerse themselves in this wonderful story. I've got a similar experience to share with you now, coming from some of the most creative minds in entertainment. So we're very pleased this evening to present a unique creative cooperation between Bungie Studios, Weta down in New Zealand, and director Neil Blomkamp. Halo is an epic work of gaming fiction, but this live-action short offers a brief glimpse into the world of Halo 3 and a chance to believe. Yeah. I talked earlier about the perfect storm of huge franchises coming to Xbox 360. Right now, the team at Bungie is hard at work on the 3rd chapter of the Halo trilogy that sold nearly 15 million units, and with gamers around the world logging almost 1 billion hours on Xbox Live. Beginning on September the 25th, Halo 3 will record the biggest launch in entertainment history. To celebrate this launch, we're announcing a new console for Halo Nation. Here it is. The Halo 3 Special Edition console launches worldwide in September, along with a lineup of Halo 3 themed accessories. By the end of the year, thank you. The fact that I could hold it with one hand was impressive enough. By the end of the year, Halo will be a billion-dollar franchise and become one of this generation's most timeless stories. So there you have it, the greatest holiday lineup in video game history. It's a holiday lineup from the console that's driving the video game industry, with the incredible support of our partners. It's a lineup that invites everyone to play. Tonight, we let the games talk. Look at our list of blockbuster holiday exclusives, like Halo 3, Mass Effect, PGR4, Ace Combat 6, Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, Splinter Cell Conviction, and BioShock. And this holiday will expand our reach and appeal with more family exclusives than we've offered before, like Viva Pinata Party Animals, Naruto, Rise of a Ninja, Eternal Sonata, and Seen It. We have some of the biggest titles from our partners, including Grand Theft Auto 4, Pro Evo Soccer, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty 4, Virtua Fighter 5, and the entire lineup of EA Sports games. And we're adding even more family and social blockbusters like Rock Band, Dance Dance Revolution Universe 2, The Simpsons, and Beautiful Katamari. Our cards are on the table. This is who we are and what we will deliver to you this holiday. Thank you all for coming. It's been a pleasure to kick off E3, and I wish you all a wonderful week. But before we go, let's make sure we finish the fight.
Cowering in the dirt, thinking what? That you might escape the coming fire? Your world will burn until its surface is but glass.
Enjoying this?
In 2017, mild-mannered reporters will don their spandex and face an army of celebrities and legions of fanatics in bed.
All right, guys, well, there you go. That was the Microsoft E3 2007 briefing.
That was amazing.
It was
yeah.
okay. I gotta say, I was very focused on 2007. That's part of the thing.
You know,
it's not a lot of the future.
They play Halo, and I'm a little bit of a sucker.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you, we're going to see the end of the Halo trailer now, but I was a little underwhelmed. I was expecting a live demo of Halo 3.
And a demo would be good. I think longer shots that focus more on gameplay, but I do feel that when I go back and look at that, I will definitely see the differences. But I have to say, next to Call of Duty 4 and Assassin's Creed,
yeah,
those two games look incredible.
So we'll see about it. I mean, obviously, I think we saw the Arbiter there. We saw a lot of interesting characters. I mean, some interesting maneuvers. But graphically, I didn't think it was that much better than what we saw in the multiplayer. It looks like a...
I definitely think it looked more, and also when you take into account the Horizon, I think the problem was that wasn't the best way to demonstrate it. But nonetheless...
Hopefully it'll be playable. Now, Morgan, what was the biggest surprise for you? Resident Evil? That was a pretty big surprise,
Resident Evil came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that. And at first I was like, no, it can't be. No, oh, they went there and the guy's bleeding out of his eyes. Now that's good video gaming right there.
It was a good team. Of course, I think the two of us were also thinking, oh, hold on, is it Metal Gear Solid time? Do we finally find out? No, that mystery is still yet to be resolved.
There was no Peter Moore tattoo. Resident Evil was cool, but otherwise it was very much what we expected. Not a lot of surprises.
I think, we got spoiled from all the years of new hardware and everything like that. And he's like, he pulls out the new console and I'm like, it's the same, but it's gray.
But it's important.
People saw that it was
it is important that they did succeed at what they're trying to say. There are a lot of games available for the Xbox 360. Some exclusive, some that aren't exclusive with an exclusive element to them, and some that are just going to look good on the
system. Do you think, did they make a strategic mistake by focusing just on holiday 2007 and not talking about this, the Alan Wakes, the Two Humans, all the stuff, down the road?
I think a shot of Fable 2, something that would give you a more in-depth look at something in the future would have actually helped them a little bit.
We've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of Fable 2. We know what that's coming. I think it makes sense for them to focus on the holiday season, especially since they're trying to reach a little bit more of a consumer market. People are watching this broadcast. They're going to remember the games. They're like, note to self, must purchase that for holiday season.
It's a worthwhile purchase.
Yeah.
But here's one thing, especially now that they've confirmed that Lost Odyssey is going to be this year.
Yeah, that's...
Are you guys planning to go to work in November? Because I'm not. You know, anyone out there could take my job in November. I have games to play.
I mean, lots of great games here. Also, no response to the Sony price drop. People were speculating that Microsoft dropped the price.
Microsoft, I think, basically came out of the box saying we don't have to respond to the price drop because of our sales numbers, because of our install base, because of the games we've got coming out.
And
Too
I
bad
think,
for you guys.
like Sony, price drops and warranty extensions don't look like a strong position at a press
So
conference.
what's the headline
or
out of
media
this briefing? I mean, like, what do you think the headline? Just, you know, they showed Halo, Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 to me was the big news, I think.
And we saw what, like 30 seconds of that? How much was that?
Yeah, it was
I think at the end of the day, and this is going to be true for the other two media briefings we're going to see, a reaffirmation that yes, there are some games coming this year. That's right. Hold on, it's on its way.
You know, there wasn't one CG trailer or anything like that. It was all real gameplay. That was very refreshing.
Yeah, that was a little refreshing. We saw a lot of hogwash.
No, I would say Call of Duty 4.
Yeah.
I mean, 2-3 years ago, you showed that to me. I wouldn't have believed that was actually possible.
That looks as good as the Killzone video did on PlayStation 3 a few years ago. I gotta say, the live demo they did, I thought was okay, but I've seen even better levels for Call of Duty 4, which hopefully we'll see at E3. There's one on a tanker with water coming out of me. It's phenomenal.
Well, we are having an exclusive demo of that in one of our shows. I believe that's actually going to happen tomorrow, if not Thursday. So
and we've also got Peter Moore. He's going to be coming up here a little later tomorrow in the live show at 6 o'clock. I'll be talking to him, asking him the tough questions. So what do you think we should ask Peter Moore about here? What do you think?
I think you should ask Peter Moore when his album's coming out. I want to see it. Someone do something that says Moore comes alive. Put his head on Frampton. I think it'd be awesome. Now,
You should ask him to see his tattoo.
Now, speaking of that, we're going to head back to Christian Holt to finally get our poll results.
Thanks, guys. The question we asked you earlier on the show was, how many times have you had your 360 repaired? Here's the results. 20% of you said 1 time, 10% of you said 2 times, 16.5% of you said 3 times or more, and 53% of you said never. And coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern, the spotlight is on Nintendo as we go live in an unprecedented event from the Nintendo press conference. You'll be the first to see all of Nintendo's hottest unveilings. Then right after that, we will hit the Sony Live press conference at 2 p.m. And make sure to stick around for the rest of the week's E3 coverage as we hit the E3 floor with live updates of all the gaming news and unexpected releases tomorrow night at 6 p.m. And don't miss Thursday and Friday at 6 p.m. as well, because we're going to continue to bring you up-to-the-minute news on everything in the gaming universe. Be sure to check out g4tv.com/E3 for additional exclusive E3 coverage, behind-the-scenes photo galleries, and interviews with our E307 live hosts. Plug in and watch. That's all from here. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kristen. Now,
Kristen.
this was just the first press conference. We have so much more press conference coverage.
Yes.
Media briefings.
We got to head to there's a Killzone event, so he's going to start Killzone for the PS3. I'll see that tonight. And then bright and early tomorrow, it starts with the Nintendo briefing at noon Eastern.
Yes, and then we're going to head on to Sony. So, yes, get ready. There's even more coming tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. I think we're going to part from you guys now.
Yes.
That's right.
Here's our E3 preview coverage already in progress.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Good morning, everybody. This is day 2 of our E3 coverage. I'm still here with my good friend, Jeff Keighley.
Good to be back out.
The Nintendo media briefing is about to begin, but before they actually tell us to turn the lights off, Jeff, what do you think we can expect from this?
Well, we're going to see, obviously, Super Mario Galaxy, Metroid Prime, which is coming out in August, and, of course, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which will not be playable at the show. Hopefully, we'll see something. The big question is, what mainstream titles are we going to see from Nintendo for the mainstream audience? Something like Wii Health? Did we hear about that today? We'll have to see. I mean, Reggie's going to be on stage momentarily.
And of course, I think we're going to see a lot of that, but I think the big question for some other gamers is, are we going to see more of the hardcore games? We know of the big 3. Is there anything else in development? People begin to wonder, hold on, is the Wii really just for kind of these more gimmicky games? Or are we still going to get our nourishing, good Nintendo content?
Nintendo is known for sort of a software drought, the idea that, you know, they have a lot of great games that launch their systems that happen with the Nintendo 64 and the Nintendo GameCube. Will Reggie be able to prove that the Wii is not just a fad? I mean, it's selling phenomenal. that's the great news is that Nintendo, you know, they don't have to change their story very much because everyone's talking about how successful the Wii is versus the PS3 and the Xbox 360.
And I think an interesting contrast is last year, the press conference that Nintendo had, it was like the Cinderella story of Cinderella stories. They came out of the gate incredible, but what are they going to do it this year? I think we're going to find out momentarily.
We're getting ready. This is the Nintendo Media Briefing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Yes. All right, here.
These video gamers are all alike. First they're telling you how much they love you, and then boom! Another system comes out, and the next thing you know, you're up on the shelf with all the other collectibles.
More and more like it is the new king of all video.
I'm waiting for the new Nintendo Wii to come out.
Just one. The Wii is getting gaming a makeover. More social, more intuitive, and more physical.
Thanks, Wii Gaming. Witnesses report seeing a young man methodically destroying every one of their pots and vases.
This is Nintendo DS Lite. This is the hottest portable gaming system out there.
Kids can't put it down, and who can blame them?
It's extremely fun.
All of this stuff is really great. Pick it up and play.
It kind of started out as just a DJing kind of a tool.
This is our Weebot.
It's a new kind of bowling league.
The difference here is that this is really exercise for your brain.
A video game is proving a great way to keep you feeling young.
Nintendo sales are red hot right now. Sales for the popular Wii and the handheld DS game machines are just taking off.
And the Wii is outselling the Microsoft Xbox 360 and the Sony PlayStation.
The amazing, sensational fabulousness.
My name is Reggie, and I am happy. To us, today is more than a press conference or a business meeting. We see today as a celebration. And by that, I don't mean just a celebration for Nintendo, but for all of us. Because we think this E3 marks a conclusive turning point for the video game market, welcoming more players and more opportunity to our form of entertainment. Looking back, E3 here in 2007 may well be seen as a coming out party for an entire industry. The moment when it became finally clear that video games would take their place alongside TV, movies, and music as a staple of leisure entertainment. Why? Because everyone's a gamer. Let me take a minute or two to submit some evidence. Here in America, the world's largest and most competitive market, the video business during the first 5 months of this year is up nearly 50% over the same period in 2006. In the UK, growth is at 42% through the first half of this year. And in some markets on the continent, it's up even more than that. And in Japan, where many of the current industry drivers appeared first, yearly growth is up 114%. That's right, 114%. This kind of explosion simply is not possible by exciting only the existing market. It reveals an expanded market. You know, I've seen audience expansion happen in my own home, and I bet you have too. I offer the DS or a Wii controller to someone who at first says, no, I don't play those
Nintendo
things.
E3 media briefing. We're going to take a brief break.
And
Rest assured,
45
if
minutes
happens
later,
during that time,
I
you're
can't
going to
get
see
my
it
game
when
back.
we return.
These are the moments that really matter.
Welcome
From
back,
4 to
everybody,
1
to the exclusive
just
coverage of
2
Nintendo's
to 1.
E307 media briefing.
A third of all of our systems are being bought by women. This too is driving Nintendo's business. In fact, the Nintendo DS may be the beacon that's lighting the way to the future of the entire game industry. And it's not just America. In Japan, where the gaming audience first started to explode, the expansion of older and female audiences is even more pronounced. Now, obviously, Wii hasn't been around long enough to track sales changes to the same degree. But we are analyzing people in households which already own a Wii. Who's playing there? Well, not surprisingly, 95% of all males between the ages of 6 and 24. The core of the games market is still the core of the Wii market. But they're not alone. 2/3 of men between the ages of 25 and 49 in Wii households report playing regularly. And for women in that same age group, 3/4 say they've at least tried it, and 1/3 are regular users. That's a lot of soccer moms. But my favorite is the category for those over 50. For men here, well over half have tried it, and 1 in 8 say they play it regularly. And for their female counterparts, more than 10% are playing regularly. Again, this is another statistic that is almost certainly a first in video game history. Finally, let me describe this conceptually. Industry appeal has always worked the same way. Pitch a game to the core players, and then push appeal as fast and as far as you can. But to Nintendo, there is another way. Software like Nintendogs and the Brain Games and Wii Sports act as satellites in the game universe. They act to pull the total market outward, to include them enlisting brand new players in the process. Demand moves from simple push to push-pull, and the market grows. Now, I don't live in a cave. I know what some people are saying. Sure, that's all happening now, but it's just a fad. And you know what? If I were in their shoes, I'd be saying exactly the same thing. But here's the reality. The Nintendo DS worldwide flew by the 40 million sales mark months ago and remains unquestionably the best-selling game system on the planet. And Wii launched 33 weeks ago and has been effectively sold out around the world for all 33 weeks. In fact, considering that current level of demand, Wii is poised to become the #1 worldwide in this generation very soon. The reality is this: Nintendo is not a fad. Nintendo is the future. And it's little surprise that the development community is responding accordingly. In America alone, there are already 60 games in the Wii catalog, and almost 300 for the DS. Between now and the holidays, North American players can expect another 140 titles for the DS, and another additional 100 games for Wii. The development community realizes the opportunity. To date, 14 of the top 20 bestsellers for Wii in America have been from third-party publishers. And third-party sales represent more than half of all unit volume. We are now facing a wonderful new reality. Everyone's a gamer. People who never played games before are playing now. And the very core of the traditional game market is saying, you know what? Wii is for me, too.
Mario, how are we going to get after this one?
Oh, my baby.
Round 1 goes to the Nintendo DS.
You don't swallow these.
Her Highness does nothing but advocate the genocide of our people and our way of life.
Hey, I hear you're gonna go save the princess.
Get ready for the next installment in Nintendo's Super Paper Mario.
Yeah, Super Paper Mario.
We love the Wii. We love the Wii. We love the Wii.
User said pretty belt as a twirly loopy-loop, pretty as a little puppy.
Thanks to the Wii Virtual Console, those formative gaming experiences can be relived.
I'm awesome!
Now you're playing with power.
Now, I welcome to the world the first offspring of the Wii Remote and the Nunchuck, the Wii Zapper. On one hand, it's a new housing for both the Wii Remote and the Nunchuck. But the real news is what it represents for gameplay. For some, the Wii Zapper holds the same potential to change the dynamics of first-person shooters as the Wii Remote altered the nature of sports games. And we're not just talking potential here. This week, you'll be able to test Zap a new Resident Evil from Capcom. Resident Evil: The Umbrella Chronicles. It includes the zombies you've come to love and an Umbrella Corporation stronghold you've never seen before. The Wii Zapper provides a wide variety of weapons, making this Resident Evil both evolutionary and revolutionary. What's even more fun than whack-a-mole? Well, try Zap-a-Zombie. And Capcom is not alone. Sega is bringing the full light gun arcade action of Ghost Squad to Wii. As members of a secret UN anti-terrorism squad, you're going to give those kidnapping and bombing terrorists exactly what they deserve: a good, healthy zap. And EA's Medal of Honor for Wii is built specifically to take advantage of the Wii Zapper. More than 10 different Wii Zapper moves and weapons help you infiltrate Normandy from behind enemy lines. And up to 32 soldiers can combine in multiplayer mode. Other third-party partners will also be talking about their Wii Zapper plans this week. Meanwhile, inside Nintendo, a Wii Zapper project is well along in development. To maximize penetration of this device, we will package the Wii Zapper this year along with our software. And we'll make it available at a manufacturer-suggested retail price of $19.99. Now, what if your weapon of choice is a sword? Well, then you'd probably be looking for the one-of-a-kind Soul Calibur Legends for Wii. From Bandai Namco, it is, in the words of its developers, an immersive experience that presents a unique look in the franchise. Or maybe you prefer to square off with no weapon at all in the ring of World Wrestling Entertainment. It's no holds barred when THQ's WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 body slams to both the DS and Wii. Nintendo DS is also the staging area for one of our industry's legendary franchises. For the first time with Ninja Gaiden Dragon Sword, Team Ninja is taking an original action title to the DS. And the experience is brand new with stylus in hand. Now, but we know not all core gamers are fighters. Maybe you're deep. For decades, no one has developed deeper storylines than Square Enix. But with Wii, they're marrying that tradition to the unique attributes of the Wii Remote, traversing the lush worlds that Square Enix is known for. You'll be playing this new Dragon Quest early next year. And whether you're old friends with Mario and Sonic or new acquaintances, you've never put them through their paces as you will with Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Up to 4 players go for the gold, racing from the Olympic track to the Olympic pool. All this should have core gamers fighting each other to get their hands on the controllers. There's one more title I guess I should mention that will turn that fight into an absolute brawl. If you've been following the updates on the Smash Brothers Dojo website, it's a pretty good bet that you can't wait to battle with Giga Bowser. And late last week, you got your first tutorial on how to power up your attack using any of 4 different controller options. Yes, the Smash community is stoked, but when? Well, not next year, not next spring. I can announce today that Smash Brothers Brawl will launch in the Americas on December 3rd. What you'll see and what you'll hear this week is only a beginning. There's a lot more news to come. And trust me, it's the best Smash Brothers ever by far. What this lineup begins to demonstrate is that no matter how active the gamer, there's more than enough action coming to both Nintendo DS and the Wii.
My name is Mike Damiani. I'm currently the webmaster of a Nintendo news site called The Hylia.
My name is Jackie Gowner, and I'm a Wii editor on thehylia.com.
I would like to say we have a more hardcore view of video games. We kind of expect them to be more about gameplay. We expect them to be a little bit more difficult and very rewarding once we complete them.
In terms of the DS, it's like having a cell phone to me. Like, you know, it's one of those things where you have to have it with you.
Well, my impressions of the Wii gaming experience so far, I was like many that were pretty skeptical about it at first. And it was with Wii Sports, basically. That was the game that made me understand what was different about the Wii from other consoles that were on the market at the time.
I think the reason why I'm so connected with Metroid is because Samus is not some damsel in distress, and she's an active person in the game.
It's a really personal experience with the Zelda games because each one of them has its own unique style, yet they all share the same types of gameplay elements that make them so special to everybody. Out of any other game, I get a little bit fanboyish with it.
We've invited the two people you just met in that video to join us up here on stage and put a couple upcoming games through their paces. Please join me in welcoming Mike along with Bill Trinan from our Treehouse Group.
Thank you, Reggie. Good morning, everybody. Having such a prolific Zelda player on stage here to play Phantom Hourglass for me makes my job a little bit easier, so I'm glad you're here, Mike. I'm sure a lot of you out there think that a all-touch control Zelda game probably means a simpler, trimmed-down experience. Well, think again. The touch-sensitive interface not only revolutionizes the control, it revolutionizes the gameplay itself. You've probably seen Link moving and fighting, and even making a few memos, notes on his map to help him solve a puzzle, as Mike's going to show us here in just a second. And all of this is handled intuitively through the touchscreen. Now, not only is this inviting to the non-gamer, but it provides the hardcore Zelda fan the most tactile Zelda experience to date. When you want Link to move, say, a block, pull a lever, you're moving that block and pulling that lever together with him. And touch control also revolutionizes Link's arsenal of items, like his grappling hook. So Mike's going to be rushing downstairs here really quickly to show us how that works. You may remember the item from The Legend of Zelda, Phantom Hourglass. You use it to swing around, stun enemies. I'm sorry, it was in the Wind Waker. This is Phantom Hourglass. In Wind Waker, you use it to swing around and stun enemies. Here, you're going to use it for grabbing objects, pulling you towards them, actually defeating enemies. You can pull two objects together from a distance, and you can even use it to solve puzzles here, and as you're about to see, you'll use it to walk tight ropes to reach new areas of the game. Just a very quick demonstration there. Boom, boom, boom. So this is how Eiji Aonuma and his team in Japan was able to take advantage of the touch interface to really make the game feel fresh for new and experienced gamers at the same time. This is just one small example of how they've done that. Of course, the game also features everything you could ask for in a Zelda game. A deep storyline, endearing characters, numerous side quests, and much, much more. Now, I've been a Zelda fan for a long time myself, and Phantom Hourglass has fast become my favorite Zelda game ever. And that's not just a bunch of on-stage E3 hyperbole. That is the truth. And Japan agrees, because there, it's one of the fastest-selling Zelda games they've ever had. Between the near-perfect score in Famitsu and the feedback that we've been getting from the 300,000-plus consumers who bought this game during launch week, we're finding that not only are new audiences picking up Zelda for the first time, including, with this game, a very large number of female gamers, but we're also finding that the hardcore are absolutely loving it. Thank you, Mike. Some fantastic gameplay. Next, what I'd like to do is invite Jackie Goner on stage, because I think she makes a much better Samus than I do. So we're going to have Jackie come on and play some Metroid Prime 3 for us. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the gameplay from the Metroid Prime series by now, but with the Wii Remote, Metroid now offers the best first-person control on any console, period. Now, the team at Retro has done a fantastic job of implementing gesture-based controls using the Wii Remote, for everything from flipping switches to using Samus's grapple beam. They've also applied it to Metroid's unique visor system, as Jackie's about to show us. With it, you can switch visors on the fly by simply holding down the minus button and gesturing to a different part of the screen. And just as easily, you can drop back and naturally come back into fighting. It's very simple. As you can see, the morph ball is making a return in the game. The area where the control really comes together, though, is in battle. I think Jackie's got a few friends waiting for her just beyond this door. With the Wii Remote, it could not be easier to simply aim and fire at the enemies you encounter. But Metroid Prime 3 takes it one step further, because what the team has done is they've implemented lock-on free aiming. And what that allows you to do is you lock onto a target with the Z button, and that becomes your orbit point. You can strafe around it easily. But unlike past Metroid games, while you're locked on, you still have the ability to aim anywhere on screen that you want. They've also included 3 sensitivity settings. So control is going to feel natural for everyone from a first-time first-person shooter player to the PC shooter vets. And since the controls are so good, they lend themselves to intense battles like these. But as you can see, Samus is going to need her hyper mode here in order to handle all of these enemies. What you can do is enter this new state, hyper mode, by injecting an energy tank into her new PED suit. Her weapons become absolutely devastating, but it comes at a price. Staying in hyper mode too long, and she'll become corrupted, entirely corrupted. So players are going to have to balance and juggle ultimate power with the ultimate price. So with revolutionary first-person control and incredibly intense combat, along with everything you've ever loved about Samus, I think you're going to find that Metroid Prime 3 is not just the biggest, first blockbuster first-person game you're going to be playing this fall, it's the best. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, everyone. Give it back to Reggie.
Thank you, Mike, Jackie, and Bill. Recently, I had a conversation with one of you out there in the audience today. And he said, you know, Reggie, you guys have been talking about this audience expansion thing for a long time. But to be honest, I never really saw it, I never saw it coming. I think about this when we still hear questions about Nintendo getting serious about online. Well, I guess I'd answer, what if we already did and you just didn't notice?
There's probably nothing more fun in this world than playing Mario Kart against a bunch of other people. So it's great you can do it with Wi-Fi and play games with other people in the area. And it's just a lot of fun to have, and people enjoy that product a lot. Nintendo's great for everyone.
You can chat with your friends. You can talk to other people from long distance.
Nintendo's Wii console isn't just for games anymore. It'll have its own news service.
Consoles with a broadband internet connection and the Opera web browser will be able to connect to news and photos.
Just like me, I'm so happy.
Today, 5.5 million DS owners have fired up their Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, representing 230 million different gameplay sessions. And combined, those more than 5 million players have yet to spend their first dollar to connect wirelessly. One reporter talking about the DS put it this way: it still amazes me every time I connect with a player halfway around the world. I'm not sure I'm ready to have the planet in the palm of my hand. I couldn't say it better myself. Beyond DS Wi-Fi play, the Virtual Console feature of the Wii channel menu has already delivered more than 5.6 million game downloads. The catalog of those classic titles already stands at 112. Wii has put a distinctive stamp on online connections using a home console. We've also announced to our development partners what we're calling WiiWare. This is the overarching term for creating unique, standalone content to be downloaded to the Wii via the Wii Shop channel, beginning next year. And today, I can announce a new channel, one devoted specifically to the phenomenon known as Miis, called Check Me Out. You can enter Miis you've created and have them voted on by fellow creators. You can find ones designed by your friends or search through the most popular. Even take home the ones you like best. Additionally, there'll be contests and promotions. For example, creating Miis based on certain real-life celebrities. Despite all of this, I can just sense what some of you are thinking. Sure, but will Nintendo ever get serious about real online gaming? Well, the complete Wii gamer is already using Nintendo Wi-Fi connection to battle their Pokemon online, and using their DS portables as a controller and as a source of exportable creatures to Pokemon Battle Revolution. Players in America will also soon be competing online with the world's most hyperactive soccer title, Mario Strikers Charged, on a pitch that stretches from coast to coast. But I know you want more, so let's go. No matter which form of football you prefer, EA Sports will have you going at it online this fall. Madden NFL 08 is the first realistic sports game taking advantage of Wii Online, letting you square off live across the line of scrimmage against friends, even if they're snowbound in Green Bay. FIFA Soccer 08 features EA Sports award-winning online interactive leagues, as well as adding a new party mode, which will have you using your own Mii to compete against Ronaldinho in a series of skill tests. From Square, Dragon Quest Monsters Joker for DS is a breakout title that combines the depth of a Dragon Quest RPG and the immersion of a monster-catching adventure. You'll be battling online via the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. And the introduction of Activision's Guitar Hero 3 Legends for Wii means that you can now rock into the Wii hours, conducting an online Battle of the Bands with an exclusive wireless Les Paul guitar controller. All of this should at least suggest that we're serious about letting you show your stuff online. But I have one more announcement that should prove our case. Gentlemen and ladies, start your engines, because Mario Kart for Wii starts burning rubber around the world online in the first quarter of next year. This is not your father's Mario Kart, because now you'll be racing against rivals around the world in real time. And for the first time, that includes online multiplayer battle mode. We also think that more racers means more fun. How many more? Well, stay tuned. And this is also the Mario Kart where a first-timer can immediately stay bumper to bumper with a kart veteran. That's because of a variety of control choices, including a franchise first, a custom Wii wheel that makes its debut with Mario Kart for Wii. Like the Wii Zapper, this custom steering wheel has the potential to level the track for beginners while offering a new feel even if you first started racing with Mario Kart 15 years ago. And like the Wii Zapper, the Wii Wheel will come packaged with Mario Kart software. So, to recap, the purpose of the Wii Zapper and the groundbreaking control of Metroid and the introduction of WiiWare and the online option from Madden to Kart, all this makes games feel fresh again, no matter how long you've been playing. However, it's obvious the key to industry expansion is making games irresistible, even to those who've never played before.
The big favorite among this group, virtual bowling on the hottest new game gadget, the Nintendo Wii.
Think video games are just for kids? Think again how the Wii is getting a Dallas retirement home moving.
The most surprising thing about this new technology is this video game appeals to all ages.
I hadn't ever done anything with, video games, and didn't think I was interested in it. This is definitely okay.
The Nintendo DS Lite's a pretty good placeholder. The dual screen that it's known for, they slimmed it down from the original DS.
Just here doing some Japanese homework with a little help from my DS Lite and its kanji dictionary.
We have a toddler who plays tennis on the Nintendo Wii game. He's very good at it. Take a look. 22 months old.
Almost 18 years now, nobody can seem to beat Nintendo. What's the deal?
They know how to build handhelds ever since the first Game Boy.
Nintendo courted alpha moms before launching its Wii gaming system for kids.
They were very, very smart about putting the Wii, at these mom nights at hotels around the country.
What we've talked about so far today are products aimed squarely at the bullseye of the game market. So let's widen the focus and look at what comes next for the mass market. To do that, please join me in welcoming Nintendo's worldwide president, Mr. Satoru Iwata.
Good morning. Thank you for spending time with us today. I played my first video game 30 years ago. In those days, there were not many gamers. So, from the start,
We're going to take a brief break from the Nintendo E3 media briefing. Stay tuned. Mr. Miyamoto is coming up next.
same enjoyment.
For exclusive coverage of the Nintendo media briefing for E307.
Make new proposals so that our products will not be narrowly classified, causing remarks like, this game is for beginners or that one is for co-players. To say it simply, we must accept that games are for everyone. Yes, people will always have different tastes, but everyone can develop a taste for video games. You may think this sounds impossible, but think about the Wii Zapper. It erases the kind of complexity that has always created a high barriers for even casual players to overcome. Now, FPS games don't need to be ruled out anymore, even for the expanded audience. In order to break down the wall of separation, we continue to challenge ourselves to find new themes for video games. We seek titles that are of immediate interests and easily playable by everyone. But at the same time, the contents of these games should be scalable with enough eventual sophistication and challenge for even veteran players. The best game design lets users of all skill levels play together. In a few minutes, Mr. Miyamoto will be out here with a new title that meets that goal. For now, I hope you will join me in one wish for our entire industry. Not only new games forever, but new gamers forever. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Robin. This is my husband Rigo. We're the Rigo Haas family. We live here in Austin, Texas. For us, a small family gatherings, 30, 40 people.
When we got the Wii, we were able to involve everybody. It wasn't just me sitting there on the gaming console involved in a game, and now we're all getting to do it together. So it makes it a lot of fun.
Okay, now go there, go there.
Super Mario Galaxy, when we first turned it on, first thing you think is like, wow, the graphics, the interface, how you move around, everything about it was a new experience.
Catch the rabbit.
Catch the rabbit.
Hurry.
I can't
run. Go run!
Because you're using both hands and you're steering him with your left hand and then you're shooting
I was
with
second
your
player,
right.
and it was cool because I got to help him, and I got to be kind of like the supporting role.
Andrew, go! Andrew, move! Andrew, you gotta move! You gotta move! I can't hold it! I can't hold it!
She did an all right job.
I did good. I got all the crystals, and I got to stop boulders.
Just the gravity element of it itself gave it a new feeling than anything I've seen before in any of these games.
It was kind of exciting to see to jump into the star and kind of twirl around, and it was like, what's gonna happen? We sort of had that feeling when we were playing, so it was a good time. Brain Age 2 was really fun to check out. I'm so impressed by how many games there are. It's always a challenge every time you turn it on.
I see my mom and even my grandmother picking it up and playing it and getting, challenging each other. So I realized this thing's really for everybody.
Yeah, before Brain Age, the last game I played was Pac-Man. We get really competitive, trying to beat each other. And if he doesn't like his score, he'll erase it before I see it.
Some of the ones that I really have been enjoying are Changemaker and Word Blend, and also Virus Buster. It's supposed to be the relaxing one, but I enjoyed it. Being one of the first families to try out these new games has been really exciting. Everybody in every age range has really enjoyed them.
In Japan, Brain Age 2 is already more popular than the original. That's because it adds to the original with new games and challenges. And let me tell you, until you play this game, you have no idea how hard it is to purposely lose at rock, paper, scissors. It'll be available here August 20th. And your experience with Super Mario Galaxy, I don't know how else to put it. It's over the top. While every Mario game is a classic, in one sense, this is the first worthy successor to Super Mario 64. With varying degrees of gravity and the odd sensation of running upside down across a planet, we believe this game sets a new gold standard for player interface, not just for platformers, but for any game. It will take skill and luck to persevere and to finish. But at the same time, it's instantly accessible even to people who've never played video games. You'll start exploring the galaxy here in the Americas on November 12th. November 12th this year. Still, we know that some of you still wonder about further expanding the game audience. Nintendogs, yes, that was a breakthrough. The brain games, yeah, they work too. And sure, Wii Sports is the perfect way to introduce everyone to the new system. But how much more can there be? Here's our answer. We're just getting started. Some games, particularly puzzle games, have always bridged boundaries. Picross for DS offers not just hundreds of new picture puzzles to be solved, but also the ability to create your own and share them wirelessly with friends, and then download new ones. EA is also lending a unique Nintendo spin to its classic Sims formula with MySims. The appeal is immediately approachable with fully customized characters, clothing, and environments. And it's coming for both Wii and DS. Likewise, anyone who loves singing and dancing is going to enjoy High School Musical from Disney Interactive Studios for both Wii and DS. It's inspired by the two feature films of the same name. And back for a return engagement is the breakthrough third-party hit of the Wii launch period, Ubisoft's Rayman Raving Rabbids 2. It's even nuttier. To date, the software which has probably most baffled game traditionalists are the improvement games. Mr. Iwata admitted that when he first started talking about the brain games inside Nintendo, even some of the software engineers believed he had lost part of his brain. But with sales of 15 million units around the world, he's looking a little smarter. But can this thing grow? Well, we and other people think so. Our vision training game, to be called Flash Focus here in the Americas, is already available in Japan. Its exercises range from simple visual tests all the way up through baseball batting practice and basketball passing drills to give your eyes a workout. Ubisoft is introducing an inventive range of software beginning with My Word Coach. It combines spelling, word jumbles, definitions, and other vocabulary building exercises. This is one game where your mom may end up schooling you. And this is just stage one in a series. Among titles also in development is My Life Coach, which promises to make not just your vocabulary, but everything better. I mean, how much more can a video game do? Of course, all this stems from the popularity of Wii Sports, with appeal that quickly vaulted from just pure fun to being seen as something far more beneficial.
Video games improve your health?
A video game is proving a great way to keep you feeling young.
You can swing it like a tennis racket, a baseball bat, a golf club, a bowling ball.
The Wii by Nintendo is getting older fans off the couch and onto the tennis court into the boxing ring.
And how the Wii is getting a Dallas retirement home moving.
Fundamentally, I'm a very good tennis player. I have a strong serve, somewhere in the 60s. And I'm very good singles player. I don't especially like doubles. People get in my way. I'm usually a one-on-one dominant player with the computer.
They're really being marketed for baby boomers and older adults who want to protect their memories.
You know, whenever our guys are playing Nintendo Wii in our Best Buy Blue Room, they are dressed for success.
We turn to the Wimbledon tournament, played this weekend in a Brooklyn bar.
I was wondering if you would play me on the Nintendo Wii.
They say you play as well as your competition. Play well enough to beat them. So I just for fun, man. I crushed you.
game offers short mental challenges which exercise the mind.
The last game we're featuring today takes our big lead in audience expansion and effectively laps the field. We Fit is it.
Please welcome Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. 皆さん、日頃からいい汗かいてますか?
Have you all been getting your sweat on lately?
今年ね、僕がこの E3 で皆さんに説明したいのはマリオギャラクシーでもなくて、ファントムアーグラスでもなくて、マリオカートでもない。この Wii Fit なんですね。
The one game that I wanted to introduce to all of you at E3 this year was not Super Mario Galaxy, not Zelda for the Nintendo DS, and not Mario Kart. It's this game, Wii Fit.
で、我々がその Wii のコンセプトを考えたときに次のように考えたんですね。
When we first were thinking up the concept for the Wii, this is what we thought.
で Wii はリビングの中心にあり、で一人でも多くの家族がそれに関わる。そこからね、家族の間のコミュニケーションが生まれる。そしてビデオゲームが家族みんなに関係のあるものになるということですね。
We thought that the Wii would be a device that would be placed in the living room, and as such, it needed to be relevant to everyone in the household. It would also provide new communication opportunities for all members of the family to interact with one another, and it would become a device that would make video games relevant to everyone in the home.
で、このコンセプトにどうしても欠かせないのが健康というテーマです。
And the one subject we felt we had to have in order to achieve this was health.
で今日は3人のトレーナーの皆さんにね手伝ってもらってちょっと一部を説明したいと思います。
As you can see, we have 3 fitness trainers with us today, and we're going to have them demonstrate the activities for us.
左から片足ストレッチですね。
Starting with Sharon on the left, doing a one-legged stretch.
お ちょっとねマシンのセッティングがおかしいみたいで、本当はこの赤い点が黄色いエリアの中にね綺麗にこう上手なんで入ってるはずなんですけどね。
So it looks like the calibration is slightly off. You should have the red dot here in the yellow area. You're trying to maintain balance while doing the stretch.
でここのバランスを取りながらこの運動をすることで両足の両側の筋肉がすごくバランスよくつくんですね。
So by doing this stretch while maintaining your balance, it will help to build the muscles in your legs that provide balance and stability.
じゃあそのまま続けてってください。
So please continue on, Sharon.
じゃあ次真ん中をやりましょうか。
Next we'll go to John in the middle.
これはねステップっていう運動ですね。有酸素の運動なんですね。
John's going to be demonstrating an aerobics exercise called step aerobics.
でこれは楽しみながらねゲーム感覚でやれる。
The idea is for this one to have more of a game-like feel to it so that you can actually enjoy doing some of your exercises.
マークに合わせてこう乗ったり降りたりするんですね。
The idea is to match the timing of the icons and the music.
でそのうちね水色のが出てきますから、水色が出ると横に降りる。
And you'll see in a little bit, you'll see some blue icons appear on screen indicating when you need to step not to the front or the back but to the side, increasing the difficulty.
この周りのミーを見ながら一緒にやってみてください。
So the idea is to watch the Miis around you on screen and match their rhythm.
じゃあその次に行きましょうか。
Finally, we have Josephine.
これはね、体こう左右に
Josephine's demonstrating a sideways twist.
ツイストしますね。
You start by simply twisting your body to the left and right.
この運動もやっぱりマークが出ててね。でちゃんとその運動をしてるかどうかっていう確認をWiiの機械がし
Now
ま
you'll
す。
see here that this also includes an on-screen display, and this is again indicating your balance. And what this does is it allows the game to make sure that you're performing the activity correctly.
ごめんなさい、ちょっとなんかマシンの調子が良くないみたいで、さっきまで綺麗に動いてたんですけどね。
It's although it's not moving as smoothly as it should right now.
ぜひとも今日展示の会場で試してみてください。
I hope you'll take a look at it on the show floor today, so that you can get a good idea for how it works.
で、こういう感じでね、有酸素運動とか、それからストレッチングとか、それからシェイプアップとか、それからゲームですね。こういう4つの種類のゲームが40種類以上入ってます。
And WeFit features 4 genres of activities: aerobics exercises, muscle conditioning, yoga poses, and some balance games, more fun game-like activities. In all, there's over 40 activities in the game.
じゃあ、ありがとうございました。
Let's give a big round of applause to our fitness trainers today. Thank you.
今彼らが使ってたのがこれですね。
The device that they were using is this.
Wii のバランスボード、Wii バランスボードと言います。
We're calling it the Wii Balance Board.
こう薄いでしょ。
It's very thin.
で、このボードに乗ることでね、あなたのまず体重がこう測れます。
So by standing on this board, it can measure your weight.
で、その体重がどんな風に傾いてるかってことが測れるんですね。
And it also measures how your balance shifts while standing on the Wii Balance Board.
それでこれを使うとこう体全体を使ったゲームのインターフェースにもなります。
And so we can also use this as a new interface for games that allows you to use your full body movement as control input.
でこれねワイヤレスなんでね部屋のどこに置いても大丈夫です。
And of course it's wireless, so you can use it from anywhere in the room.
じゃあ、よいしょ。このソフトにはねもう一つ大事な要素があるんですね。こうして今の測るっていう要素ですね。
But there is one more very important element to this software that I'd like to explain to you. And that's the idea of measurement.
体を測ってみましょう。で今日はねレジさんがいるのでレジさんを測ってみたいと思います。
So what we want to do is do a what we call a body check on somebody. So today I think we'll do it with Reggie.
My body is ready.
はい。じゃあ乗ってください。
Okay, Reggie, please stand on the Wii Balance Board.
今こう青いのが動いてますね。これがレジさんの体の動きなんですね。
And you can see the blue mark here moving around. That's That's actually how Reggie is shifting his weight while standing on the balance board.
じゃあ今日の服装を聞いてきてます。
So are you wearing just light layer
Heavy
clothing?
Heavy clothing.
じゃあヘビークローズはいセットしました。じゃあリラックスして。
Okay, so just relax.
で自分がこう真ん中だと思う場所に立ってくださいね。
And stand in a position that feels natural to you and centered and balanced.
Bill, should I give you my wallet?
You can give me your wallet anytime, Reggie. Be happy to take that.
はい、じゃあ静かに立っててください。
So stand still.
測ってます。
You can see it's measuring right now.
This is high pressure.
はい、終わりましたね。
There we go. We finished with the
こういう
measurement.
感じでね、1日1回少し測るだけで大丈夫なんです。
So the idea is that you would do this just, once a day, just a few minutes a day.
ちょっと右に傾いてますね。今これが結果ですね。
Now what you can see here is that Reggie's balance is shifted slightly to the right.
お腹はあまり出てないみたいですね。お腹が出るとこうなるんですね。
But looks like he doesn't have too big of a belly, because when you have that problem, then you tend to shift back on your heels.
でこれにねもう一つ大事な要素なんですね。こちらの画面をちょっと見ていただきたいんですけども。
So there is one more important element to this that we'd like to show you. So please take a look over here at the graph.
こうして家族みんなのこうしてグラフが溜まっていきます。
As you play the game over time, you can actually build up your data and create your own personal graphs, as well as graphs for everyone in your family who's playing the game.
でこうしてこれ何ヶ月も溜まっていくんですけども、これを家族で見比べるっていうのは結構楽しいんですね。
And you can track it for several months, and so it becomes very fun to not only track your own progress, but to compare how you're doing in comparison to everyone else in your family.
これ僕ですけど最近ちょっと上がってましたね。
That was my own graph, but as you can see, it was going up a little bit.
でこれが
recently.
今スタッフの間ですごい流行っててですね、スタッフは毎日これで見比べながら開発をしてます。だからだいぶこうシェイプアップしてきましたみんな。
Now this has gotten to be very popular with the development team that's working on the project, as they've been tracking their own data over time, and they've actually gotten into a contest to see who can be fittest the fastest, and they're all actually getting quite slim. It's nice.
レジさんの方に戻りますけどね。
So we'll come back to you now, Reggie.
これでほら体重を表示されたら嫌だっていう人ありますよね。
Now I'm sure some of you are probably thinking, I don't want to play a game that's going to put my body weight up on screen.
これはね安心してください。表示するのは BMI っていう指数なんです、ね。
But you don't have to worry about that, because the number that's going to be displayed is not your body weight, but your body mass index, your BMI.
さあいくつでしょう。22っていうのがね、大体理想の体型とされてます。
So yeah, Reggie, I think what's considered to be ideal for an adult male is somewhere in the range of 22.
Just remember, muscle is heavier than fat.
I will keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind.
Good excuse ですね。じゃあ今日はね、一緒にちょっとシェイプアップしましょう。ね。
Well, let's see if we can't do a little exercise together here, Reggie.
Sure.
Now, I think for the sake of making this exercise interesting, it's only fair to turn this into a bit of a competition. And so I think I can safely say that this will be E3's very first head-to-head soccer heading competition ever. First one to 20 points wins.
さっき心配なんですけどね、こうバランスがちょっとおかしかった。
Let's go ahead and stand on the balance boards.
大丈夫かな。よし。
What are we going to play, Bill?
It's going to be soccer. You'll see some soccer balls coming at you. You'll lean left to right. Try to hit the balls as they come flying in. Keep your eye out for other things that may come flying in that you might not want to hit.
さあ、これで20点取りますね。
Yep.
先に。
First one to 20 points. Uh-oh. This is close. Oh, Reggie's taking a quick lead. 15. 21. Oh my gosh, Reggie.
靴が飛んでくるんですよね、たまに。
Watch out for the cleats.
靴は避けないとダメなんです。
Yes, you got to dodge the cleats or you're going to be in trouble. I think Reggie may have practiced. Oh, panda heads too.
パンダも飛んできますよね。
Oh. Well, it looks like Reggie is completely dominating Mr. Miyamoto here. He's already up at at 35. Reggie, did you practice?
レジさんの勝ちですね、これは。
That win yet?
Reggie, the winner.
すごい。すごい。頑張って試合がパスですね。
Thank you, Mr. Miyamoto. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
We're taking a quick break, and we'll continue with the E307 Nintendo media coverage.
Everything is go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment America, Mr. Jack Tretton.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to E3. E3 is a little bit different this year, so we thought we'd handle our press conference a little bit differently. We're extremely excited to unveil all our plans for the PlayStation brand this year, but first I thought I'd give you a look around at home, our 3D community for PlayStation 3. Many of you saw it at its public unveiling in March, but we've had some tremendous improvements to it. We've already had our public beta going on for several months, and this is the new home square, which reflects a lot of the feedback we received from the public beta. And as you can see, we've already got many consumers populating the square. Good morning, ladies, looking good. Given how nervous I am, I was tempted to do the entire press conference in the virtual world, but it's been several years since I've had the opportunity to participate in the press conference because it's been Kaz Hirai's home away from home for the last several years. So I really feel like I've got to get a good look at the crowd. So I think I'll jump out and say hello. Here we go. Wow, incredible crowd. As you can see, my avatar needs a little bit of work. I'm planning on broadening the shoulders and reducing the waistline when I have a little bit more time, but it's pretty good likeness right now. It's incredible to see such a great turnout. I'm really pleased to see that we're joined by journalists and analysts from around the world, as well as our valued partners. I think any of you have seen me present before. You realize that I'm more of a podium PowerPoint guy. I like to have that death grip on the podium and hide behind it. And this is more Kaz's style, to have the wide open stage, no net. I've checked my fly like 3 different times. I think I'm good to go. And I'm hoping if we get to some exciting news, I'll be able to moonwalk back and forth across the stage. And if you guys get excited, feel free to rush the stage, and I'll do the high fives and everything if I can get comfortable. But I'm a little bit nervous right now. Hopefully I get to shake that off. But as you can probably guess, everyone here at Sony Computer Entertainment is extremely proud of PlayStation Home. And it's why we opened the press conference with it today. This is the kind of innovation that Sony is known for. But it's more than just that. Over the past 13 years, through 4 hardware platforms and countless games, Sony Computer Entertainment has strived to deliver not only great innovation, but great entertainment as well, because one simply can't live without the other. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to show you games, and more games. Great games and great services that truly take advantage of the innovation and advanced technology found in the PlayStation systems, along with a few other surprises. Today, we'll be demonstrating what we'll do over the next several months to continue our legacy of leadership. And to this end, on Monday, we announced news that demonstrates our commitment to the consumer and to you, the gamer. We announced the new 80-gigabyte PlayStation 3 for $599, designed for the fan of downloadable content. With the million-selling online-enabled game MotorStorm packed right in the box. And we unveiled a new price on the current 60-gigabyte PlayStation 3 at $499, both of which we'll talk more about in a few minutes. But beyond that news and a few other tricks we have up our sleeves for the press conference, you'll be seeing, as I said, games, and more games. We're squeezing almost 50 titles for all platforms into this presentation, including PS3, PS2, PSP, and the PlayStation Network. And that's just the beginning. Following the presentation, we'll ask you to join us next door in our arcade area to actually play many of those games. And we feel once you've seen the scope of our games and services lineup, coupled with our new price on the current PS3 models and other hardware news, you'll understand why we feel that we're in a very strong position heading into the holidays and why we're confident we'll continue our...
We'll be back with more Sony Media event right after the break.
To set the stage, let's kick things off by discussing PlayStation 2.
G4 is like an under-the-bed dwelling troll who keeps you up to speed on all the video game and tech sort of stuff you're into. More or less.
Coverage of the Sony E3 Media event.
Silent Hill, Origins. Patapon. Tiger Woods PGA Tour 08.
No problem here.
Sonic Rivals 2. The Sims 2, Castaway. SWAT, Target Liberty.
Position over there. Copy that. Hands in the air! Get down! Hey, not so tight. Stay close. I'll take point. With you, sir. Zero's under the door. Down! Suspect is secured and ready for transport.
Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions. Castlevania, The Dracula X Chronicles.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that look at some of the great games we have coming out for PSP. I thought I'd take the opportunity to pop back into home and show you my new tricked-out apartment. I left the door open, so hopefully a few of those hot chicks from the square will come by and join us. Check out the view from my beautiful balcony. Hey, Kaz, what the heck are you doing here? Are you playing Ridge Racer?
You know, Jack, I knew somebody was going to dig me for this E3, but I didn't expect it to come from you. So I got some burgers and some hot dogs on the grill, so what can I do you for?
Well, as you can see from my avatar, I've been working out a little bit, so turkey burger's more in line for me, please.
Absolutely. We'll put those on the grill right now. So in the meantime, you know, I have a new role with the company, and that means a lot of traveling for me, so it actually means less time in the office with my PS3 and actually more time on the road with my PlayStation Portable, which is exactly what I wanted to talk to everybody about today. But you know what, Jack? I think I'm going to do that in person. So if you don't mind looking after the burgers, can you give me a couple minutes on stage?
No worries. I'll chill here on the deck.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and Group CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment, Mr. Kaz Hirai.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's great to be back at E3 again this year and to see so many great and familiar faces as well. And today, I'm actually here to share some very exciting news about PSP or PlayStation Portable. And today, I'm extremely proud to make a global announcement during this presentation to introduce the world to the evolution of the PlayStation Portable. And what I'm holding in my hand is the latest version of PSP, which will become available worldwide this year in September. Now, from a distance, this PSP might not look very much different from the current model. It still has a brilliant 4.3-inch LCD screen. It still has, obviously, the convenience of UMD. But when you have it in your hand, the difference becomes quite clear. It's actually 33% lighter than the current PSP, and it's also 19% slimmer. And the battery is more efficient as well. And we've also made improvements to the new PSP to allow for faster loading of the games. But I think the coolest feature of this new system is the ability to output high-quality video. So what this effectively does is it creates a complete home and outside portable video gaming system that can not only be used on the road, obviously, but also can be hooked up to your Bravia flat screen television so everyone can enjoy the content on your PSP. So let me show you how that works. So right now, I have the screen showing, obviously, with the XMB, and I'm going to have Mr. Cable Guy give me the video out cable, which I'm going to plug right in. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, why don't we do this one here? Okay, so you see that right now, this is actually a trailer for Spider-Man 2, which is currently available. This is my plug for Blu-ray, as well as DVD, and of course UMD from Sony Pictures Home Entertainment. And you can see that it's playing on the PSP right now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press the display button.
Grades have been declining. You always appear exhausted.
And then you can see that now what was playing on my PSP is now playing on my flat screen right behind me here.
Pictures of your friend. Spider-Man killed my father.
Now you can obviously control what you're seeing
Do you love me or not?
using your PSP, which I'm doing now. For example, I can pause.
The ones I love.
Play it back again. Let me get rid of the menu here.
I can't keep thinking about
Okay.
it. I'm getting married.
And then if you wanted to play back onto your PSP again, all you need to do is press the display button once more, and voila, it's back onto your PSP. And you know what? The good thing is you can do the same with all the entertainment content that you have on your PSP. So that means obviously playing games, the video content that I showed you. I'm sure a lot of you have photos that you want to share with friends and family on your PSP. All of that you can do on a TV screen as well as obviously on your PSP as well. Also, the great thing about the PS3 is, of course, the interconnectivity between the PS3 and the PSP with the remote play capability, and also the ability to allow you to access your PS3 hard drive through your PSP from anywhere in the world through any internet hotspot. And you can even access the media files on your PC while you're on the road by combining the PSP Remote Play and PlayStation 3's recently added capability, DLNA. So when Jack was talking about Sony's dedication to innovation, this is exactly what he was talking about. The ability to do things on our platforms that you simply cannot do on any other. And this is actually what sparks the imagination and really encourages the consumers and developers alike to really think beyond the norm. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what the PlayStation brand is all about. So you can see that the updated PSP comes in piano black that I just showed you. And while Sony Computer Entertainment Japan and Europe will soon be announcing specifics for their new PSP models in their respective markets, I think Jack wants to show you some additional colors that are coming right here to North America. So I'm going to turn things back to Jack, but before I do, I also wanted to sincerely thank everybody here for all your support of our products. And I also look forward to seeing a lot of you at the Tokyo Game Show in a few months as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Wow, there really is no place like home. The technical guys backstage wanted me to inform you that if there is vibration in the screen, it is not a glitch, it's my leg shaking. So please don't blame them for that. There's nothing like being able to look at your nose hairs magnified 50 times in 1080p HD, so I'm really excited about that. Great demonstration of some exciting features coming to the PSP, and as Kaz noted, the PSP comes in piano black, but it also comes in ice silver. This is the new ice silver model of the PlayStation PSP, and we intend to roll it out in style by offering a PSP Entertainment Pack here in North America. The PSP Entertainment Pack comes not only with Ice Silver PSP, but also with the hit game Daxter and a 1 GB memory stick duo, a real crowd pleaser, as well as the UMD movie collection, the Family Guy Frickin' Sweet collection. This pack will retail for $199.99 in September as part of our ongoing focus to provide entertainment packs for PSP users custom tailored for a specific PSP audience. And there is one other color I'd like to announce, and I've invited somebody very special to bring it out and introduce it to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend Chewbacca. Thank you for joining us here today, Chewie. I know you've come a long way, and I see you have the new Star Wars Battlefront PSP Entertainment Pack, which comes bundled with the PSP exclusive game from LucasArts, Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron. Yes, Chewbacca, it's a huge franchise. That's right, Chewie, just for PSP. The new limited edition Star Wars Battlefront pack includes a white PSP with Darth Vader's image on the back. No, I'm sorry, Chewie, you can't have one for free, but they will be available at retail in October for only $199.99. Okay, I'll see what I can do to see if you can keep that one. Chewie, let's take a look at the game in action.
The biggest game franchise in Star Wars history continues with an all-new mission. Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron, only on the PSP system. For the first time ever in Star Wars Battlefront, customize your character, your weapons, and your abilities. Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron. This fall, only on the PSP system.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Chewbacca. Nice of you to stop by, Chewie. I've had a lot of incredible experiences in this industry, and now I can add being hugged by a Wookiee. So that's what's new with PSP. We have a lower price point of $169 on the original core model on sale right now. We have a new enhanced model coming out in September, supported by more than 140 games in the US, and we have new colors in the new Entertainment Pack and Star Wars Pack. Truly a great deal to be excited about with PSP. Now let me give you an update with where we are on the PlayStation Network. The PlayStation Network invites our users to discover innovative gaming and entertainment content that has been selected and created specifically for them. The PlayStation Network consists of several different yet connected services, including the PlayStation Store and PlayStation Home. It also supports free online gameplay, communications tools, web browsing, and PSP to PS3 connectivity. Since we launched PlayStation Network in November of last year, it has continued to evolve and grow. In fact, just after 7 months, we've registered over 2 million users to the PlayStation Network worldwide. 950,000 of those right here in North America. And those users are hungry for content, as evidenced by more than 20 million downloads on the service since we launched it globally. Naturally, the key to success of the PlayStation Network is that content. And this is where I think we genuinely differentiate ourselves. Our own worldwide studios have already introduced a number of standout titles like Super Stardust HD and Calling All Cars, as well as Flow. And to help me show the other games we have coming to the PlayStation Network, please welcome the president of our worldwide studios, Mr. Phil Harrison.
Thanks very much, Jack. I think you got a little bit of Wookiee hair just left there, so...
Actually, I think that's mine. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. As Jack was pointing out, one of the key differentiators of the PlayStation Network is the ability we have to develop downloadable games that push the limit of what a system can really do. This is due largely because of the technology we are downloading those games onto. For example, every PlayStation 3 has a huge hard drive, so we can utilize that fully when developing a downloadable game, not forcing our teams to constrict their visions because of a predetermined file size. This allows us to create the highest quality game experiences, just like you would expect to find on a disc-based retail product. In fact, 2 of the games I'm about to show you will indeed be available on both Blu-ray and as a download directly from the PlayStation Store. But our internal game developers don't always have to think big. They can think creatively and in many cases bizarrely as well. We have more than 80 games and game packs in development around the world for download for the PlayStation Network through the end of March next year. Today, I would like to show you just 5 of them that best demonstrate our strategy. First up is a brand new title from our Japan studio for both PlayStation 3 via the PlayStation Network and PlayStation Portable on UMD. Now, every generation has a defining puzzle game experience that entertains and baffles in equal measures. Inspired by classic puzzles like the Rubik's Cube and wooden logic puzzles, we've designed a game that has possibly the least graphics and most gameplay of any title you are going to see this week. It's my pleasure to introduce to you, for the first time anywhere in the world, Echo Chrome. How cool is that? And that's the easy level. I have 4 more games that I would like to share with you for PlayStation Network. The first is a top-selling franchise that goes right back to the beginning of PlayStation 1, but now blazing its way onto PlayStation 3 in eye-blistering 1080p 60 frames per second visual clarity with full online multiplayer functionality. The game is Wipeout HD. The second is called Pain, a truly unique experience proving that sometimes people's own misfortunes can be the source of great amusement for us, the player. And finally, the last 2 games are massive game experiences, world-famous franchises you will find for both the PlayStation Network and Blu-ray disc on retail store shelves. I am, of course, talking about the online combat games par excellence, Warhawk and SOCOM US Navy SEALs Confrontation. Let's take a look.
Wipeout HD.
Warhawk is an incredibly fast-paced multiplayer game. You can play online, you can play 4-way split screen just with your buddies on the couch. We wanted the game to be visually as spectacular on the ground when you're running around through the little alleyways, just as much as it was when you're flying around through the sky. It's incredibly immersive, and yet at the same time, not only is it immersive right around you, this huge war occurring all over the place, all around you.
Warhawk. David Seymour.
SOCOM Confrontation is SOCOM's first appearance on Next Generation. So this is SOCOM jumping onto the PS3 for the first time. SOCOM Confrontation is purchased directly from the PlayStation Store and downloaded to your PS3. And as such, the game runs completely off your PlayStation 3's hard drive. When Confrontation was first unveiled, keen-eyed fans spotted that the first map we showed little bits of is actually Crossroads. Probably the most striking contrast for us in building Confrontation for the PlayStation 3 was to see the comparison between Crossroads on the PlayStation 2 and then what is possible on the PlayStation 3. SOCOM Confrontation will be on the PlayStation Store and on Blu-ray this holiday season.
SOCOM, US Navy SEALs Confrontation.
We'll be back with more from the live Sony Media event in just a moment.
I think just those...
Agree. Attack of the Show is the source for everything you care about.
We really do know what you want.
Kevin is my role model.
$600 for a console and Sony can't kick me a $15 table?
Olivia equals hot.
Get ready to bend over and let me in your pants.
When it comes to tech and gaming, they're definitely not noobs.
97% of the internet is porn, right? So let's take a look at the other 3%, shall we?
All right.
Attack of the Show, weeknights at 7 and 11 on G4.
Welcome back to Sony's live media event.
PlayStation Network the SingStore, and My SingStar Online. Let's take a look.
Paulina Bozek.
SingStar is a competitive singing game that's all about music, fun, and battling it out on the mic with your friends. It also has the SingStore, which is an online shop with hundreds of songs that allows you to download the songs that you want to play and customize your playlist. And we've also got My SingStar Online. So using the PlayStation Eye camera, you can capture your SingStar videos and your photos and upload them to share with friends. SingStar for PlayStation 3 has been a really exciting project. I mean, if you think about it, it really is like iTunes meets MySpace. And we were able to accomplish that in one single product on PlayStation 3.
SingStar.
So let's get back to home, and as you can see, these fully functioning spaces are really becoming very rich entertainment spaces. And wait a second, that photo I just took on my phone is now directly on the wall inside my private apartment. You now have the ability to send images directly from your phone and have them appear automatically in your personal space. This live media blogging from the real world into the virtual world of home is a key feature of the social networking functions of the service. Another dynamic feature is the ability to take some of the engaging community and social elements out of the home experience sideways to the web. Here you can see us taking a digital photograph inside home using the photo mode, and I'm going to push this automatically out to a PC website running on a web browser, regular vanilla web browser here, and this is our social networking site for home, shown for the very first time. And here's that photo that I just took, output to our social networking site, which will have news and live automatic blogging of your experience inside home being pushed out to the social networking site, allowing you to meet with friends, engage with communities, and all of the features that you would expect, fully integrated across the PlayStation Network experience. One of our key goals with PlayStation Home is to provide an integrated and cohesive space for gamers to meet, to socialize, to talk about games, but most importantly, to be able to play them. So the final thing I want to show you in PlayStation Home today is a function that you have all been asking for, and one that will be available when we launch this fall, and that is the ability to launch any game from your PlayStation 3 directly within Home. Whether it's on your hard disk drive or on disk, whether it's a single player or multiplayer game, you can launch it from inside the service. So, since I'm appropriately attired for a game of MotorStorm, let's meet up with my friends and go for some brutal off-road racing. Now, I'm hoping that somebody's going to hand me a controller and I can help join in the fun. So what we've done here is we have networked to 11 people around the world. One of them, who is rubbish at the game, is going to have a go at seeing if we can play. Now, this is just loaded up automatically. It's taken us straight into the multiplayer lobby of MotorStorm, and all of the players are joining us from San Diego and from around the world. And it's a brand new track, Eagle's Nest, which is available for download from the PlayStation Network for MotorStorm, coming just next month. So I'm going to have to turn this way, and hopefully, when this has loaded us in, you will see my driving prowess. Am I in first place? I believe I am. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. I think that's probably enough MotorStorm for one day. So anyway, full MotorStorm Online coming to a PlayStation 3 near you very shortly, directly from home. So as I said, it's not just the multiplayer games that can be launched directly from home, but any game that you have on disk or indeed on your hard drive allows you to go straight into it. And when you have finished your game, you simply quit from the game and it will take you straight back into home where you left off, delivering on our promise of a fully integrated service. With the open platform that is PlayStation Home and the PlayStation Network, you can imagine the creative possibilities of this feature, with publishers creating their own unique lounges to their games so people who are fans of a specific title can meet, talk, and jump right into the action wherever they are within the home service. It's not just limited to your personal apartment. So there you have it, a quick update on PlayStation Home that demonstrates the direction we're heading as we continually evolve this service for an open beta for consumers coming this fall. And I'll toss things back to Jack to take us on into PlayStation 3.
Thanks, Phil. So let me give you an update on PS3. We have two basic goals for PlayStation 3 here this year in North America. The first is to broaden the install base. And the second is to deliver a very wide selection of game services to consumers that offers something for everyone, and to make sure that content takes full advantage of the advanced features found in the box, such as cell, Blu-ray disc, the internal hard drive, online capabilities, and the 6-axis. We took a big step towards meeting that first goal on Monday when we unveiled some new hardware news. We announced we'll be launching the new PS3 model this August, designed specifically for the online gaming and entertainment enthusiasts, and it will feature an 80-gigabyte hard drive for storing a ton of downloadable content, and it also comes packed in with that great online-enabled game you just saw Phil playing, MotorStorm. The new 80-gigabyte model will be priced at $599, available here in North America in August. With this news, we also announced on Monday that the current PS3, the 60-gigabyte, is now priced at $499. And we're very pleased to offer this fully functioning PS3 for $100 below the original launch price. This new price went into effect on Monday, and since then, sales of the 60-gigabyte PS3 have doubled at our top 5 retailers. In fact, as you know, one retailer was so excited they might have slipped their ad a little bit before our announcement. We feel strongly that the new 80-gigabyte model and the new price on the 60-gigabyte model will draw new consumers to PlayStation and will help migrate those millions of PS2 users into the next generation of gaming. And this is the kind of momentum that will lead us up to shipments of 11 million units on the PS3 this year worldwide. These new PS3 owners will be experiencing the very best in high-definition next-generation gaming technologies, including Blu-ray disc. You know, there was a lot of speculation on our decision to include Blu-ray in the PS3, and we never wavered in our belief that Blu-ray was absolutely the way to go when we were talking about the benefits of Blu-ray for some time now, including the massive capability or capacity that allows games like Lair to come in at 25 gigs of data, dwarfing the standard 9 gigs found on DVD. And today, the message is more than getting through to consumers. PlayStation 3's success has contributed greatly to Blu-ray success, to the tune of 2-to-1 sales margin over HD DVD. Recent announcements from major retailers like Blockbuster, who announced that they were dropping the HD DVD format in favor of Blu-ray in the great majority of their stores, reaffirms what we already knew, that Blu-ray was the gaming storage vehicle of the future, and including it in the PlayStation 3 will help make this system future-proof. So I've demonstrated a few ways we're tackling our first goal of growing the install base. Our second goal is to provide those new machines with some exceptional games. You've probably already heard Kaz quoted as saying that you can expect over 200 Blu-ray disc-based games this year worldwide for PlayStation 3, coupled with over 180 games for the PlayStation Network. And of those, for North America, we're looking at more than 120 Blu-ray disc games, 15 of those being exclusives coming from our own worldwide studios alone. That's an amazing number for a first-party studio and clearly defines our role in providing unique gaming experiences which showcase the power of the PlayStation 3 and are only available on our platform. But let's start with our partners' games first. Support from game publishers is nothing short of outstanding. We're working very hard to provide developers with the tools they need to really take advantage of the technology found in PS3, and we're offering one-on-one attention to those publishers to make sure they're getting the most out of their game development. Today, we want to demonstrate the fruits of our labor. We'll also discuss how we're growing our publisher family, which takes me into a very exciting announcement. We're very pleased to announce that pioneering online game developer NCSoft will be joining the PlayStation camp. You probably know NCSoft best for their work on the hugely successful Lineage, City of Heroes, and Guild Wars, all massively multiplayer online games with broad consumer appeal. Very soon, they'll be bringing that expertise to the PlayStation brand exclusively. Under the agreement, NCSoft's talented developers will be creating online games for our platforms accessible through the PlayStation Network that will be found nowhere else. Only the PlayStation Network can support the type of gameplay NCSoft has become famous for, and we look forward to seeing what kind of exclusive content based on current intellectual properties and new IPs they can come up with. I think this is great news for PlayStation fans, and it really demonstrates the kind of very high-level support we're seeing from our platforms, From a new addition to the family to a lifelong member, I'd like to now discuss Ubisoft, a very early supporter of the PS3 with its Tom Clancy series. This fall, they'll be bringing a new game franchise to the system, which is already receiving an incredible amount of buzz in the industry. The game is called Haze. And if you want to play it this holiday, you'll only be able to do that exclusively on PlayStation 3. We're very pleased to give our valued consumers the chance to experience it first in all its high-definition glory. Let's take a look.
The name is Shane Carpenter. As one of Mantle's most elite soldiers, I was trained to handle anything, built to fight the good fight.
Administering.
That's what I thought until the day I broke away from Mantle. Their lies, their nectar. That day, I changed sides. Today I am reborn. Now it's time to set things right.
That looks great, and it's very exciting to have Haze as a PS3 exclusive. Thank you, Ubisoft. Next up is something for real veterans of the gaming industry. When they first launched this franchise several years ago, it took the industry by storm. So much so that the engine for this game became the de facto standard in delivering rich 3D gameplay at lightning speeds. The company we're talking about is Epic, and the game is unreal in every sense of the word. We're excited to announce today that Sony Computer Entertainment has signed a multi-stage deal with Midway and Epic. The first part of this agreement is already underway and involves the full optimization of the Unreal Engine for PS3 development. We're working very closely with Epic to optimize the Unreal Engine to take full advantage of the PS3 technology to assist developers in using this engine to speed game creation and maximize performance. This immediately affects scores of developers using the Unreal Engine to create nearly 100 games currently in the works, with many more to come. Naturally, Epic is one of those developers, and we're very pleased to announce Epic's Unreal Tournament 3 is confirmed as a PlayStation 3 exclusive this year. Along with the fast-paced action, this game introduces an industry first, the ability for gamers to bring user-created content or mods from the PC version to the PS3 thanks to the PlayStation Network. This expands the experience for consumers by allowing them to truly become part of the game, thus delivering the gameplay and community aspects that are the hallmark of the Unreal Tournament franchise. Let's take a look. So those are just 3 companies making news and really pushing the boundaries of game creation, but there are certainly more. Take a look at these other exclusive hardware-driving games coming soon for third parties to PS3.
Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare.
Somebody's tank is stuck half a click north of here. We gotta hustle, let's go!
Assassin's Creed.
God knows your lonely souls.
Kane and Lynch, Dead Men.
Just keep it cool.
Okay, listen. I rappel down first. Plant the bomb on the window. When it blows, you hit that room with everything you got.
See us before he's dead.
Resident Evil 5. Burnout, Paradise. Madden NFL 08. Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. The Simpsons Game. Guitar Hero 3, Legends of Rock. Medal of Honor, Airborne. Rock Band.
So those are some great platform drivers to complement the list of exclusives that I mentioned to you earlier. But there is one last third-party exclusive I wanted to share with you before turning things back over to Phil to take a look at our first-party games for PlayStation 3. And this franchise has been a fixture on our platform since the beginning. It's celebrating its 20th anniversary this year and exemplifies brilliant creativity, storytelling, and immersive gameplay. And we couldn't be more excited that it's only on PlayStation 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Metal Gear Solid 4 from Konami Digital Entertainment, please join me in welcoming legendary game creator Hideo Kojima. Thank you very much for joining us here today, Kojima-san. We're extremely excited to have you show our guests the latest chapter of the hugely successful Metal Gear Solid franchise.
皆さん、こんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
この E3 に今年も無事に、来ることができて非常に嬉しく思います。
I safely made it again to this E3.
ステルスゲームで知られてますメタルギアというのがですね、実は最初のメタルギアが出たのが1987年で、今年の7月で20周年を迎えます。
Well, the game Metal Gear, known as a stealth game, is celebrating its 20th anniversary coming July.
20年の間いろんな時代でいろんなメタルギアを作ってきましたが、このメタルギアソリッド4で、が最新のそして最後の、最終の作品となります。
Well, I've been creating this Metal Gear franchise for 20 years with over the many platforms and eras. But this Metal Gear Solid 4 will be the grand finale and the final to the series.
そしてスネークの物語も最後ですし、 小島秀夫が、ゲームデザインをするメタルギアも、最後の作品となります。
The story about Snake will end in this one, and also for me, as a game creator, this will be my last to participate in this series.
そういうわけで、メタルギアサーガのですね、これまでのすべての謎、すべての伏線、すべての物語、キャラクターが、ここで結実するということになります。
So all the story plot, the lines, the characters, all the mysteries of the Metal Gear Saga will be revealed.
で、ゲームの方も、ステルスアクションを踏襲しつつですね、戦場に潜入するという全く新しい先入観を実現しております。
And the game itself will be a stealth game. However, new elements of being in the battlefield, so the stealth in the battlefield.
これまでの20年のですね、持ち得る、スキル、センス、経験をすべてこの MGS4 につぎ込んで今鋭意開発をしているところです。
I promise you, I'm putting all my effort, all my skills, all my experience from the past 20 years to put into this MGS4.
今日はですね、最新のトレーラーを持ってきました。
Today, I brought with me the newest trailer.
ムービーではなくて、プレイステーション3のですね、リアルタイムの映像になります。
It's not a movie, it's the real-time footage from the PlayStation 3.
それでは世界初の公開になります。どうぞ、トレーラーを楽しんでください。
So it'll be the first to show, the premiere to show this new trailer. Hope you enjoy it.
This mission isn't an order from Washington, not like the old days. And it's not something the UN can officially sanction either.
Why me?
Because of the military might of the PMCs and the effect they have on the economy. War is to the 21st century what oil was to the 20th, the pillar that supports the global economy. The global community is concerned, but they're all too afraid of the war economy collapsing to do anything about it.
Sounds pretty self-serving to me.
But I, for one, don't intend to simply stand by and watch it happen. This isn't justice. It's a covert assignment. A hired hit. Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid? Activate it.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP. To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are third generation. But their design is derived from that of the first generation.
First generation?
A nanomachine colony, part of which was Foxdie. 9 years ago at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body, Snake.
The system makes it possible to integrate not only micro-level information on individual soldiers and units, but also macro-level information about field conditions and order of battle.
So they finally achieved total real-time battlefield control.
He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
You want Liquid dead?
He must be stopped before it's too late.
Listen to me, Snake. We're ready to strike Liquid at any time.
You're planning to take him by force. It's crazy. Look, things aren't that simple.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
You too, immortal.
No, I just don't fear death.
Could you be the one to finally finish me?
Simply amazing. We look forward to seeing Metal Gear Solid 4 exclusively on PlayStation 3 very soon. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Kojima-san.
いかがでしたでしょうか。
How was it?
この映像はですね、リアルタイムです。で、ゲームもこのクオリティで、遊べます。
This, again, is real-time footage, and you'll be able to play in this quality.
で残念ながら今日は時間がなかったのでトレーラーですけども、来週東京で行われます、7月17日の、プレイステーションプレミアではゲームの実機プレゼンをします。
Sorry, this time, because of time, we only have the trailer. But next week, on the 17th in Tokyo, in the PlayStation premiere, we'll have a demo. I will play a demo to demonstrate.
戦場に潜入するとどうなるのかとか、戦場で潜入感というのはどういうことかっていうのを、実機のゲームプレイをしながら皆さんに、お伝えしたいと思います。
There, I could probably teach you a little bit more on the details of how is it like to have a stealth game on the battlefield, to participate in the battlefield as well.
とんでもないことになってますので、ぜひ、皆さんご期待していただきたいと思います。お待ちしております。
It will look a little crazy, and I think you'll like it, and I hope that everyone could come to Tokyo next week.
See you in Tokyo. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. Well, I think it's time to move on to the games from our own worldwide studios. So to take you through those, let's pass things back to Phil Harrison. Phil?
So, how on earth do you follow the genius of Kojima-san and Metal Gear Solid? So I thought I'd dress in a rubber Ratchet and Clank suit and do a flamenco dance for you. But we're here in the home theater to show you a great way of showing off some of our key exclusive games coming this financial year for PlayStation 3. So let's jump right into it with a franchise that has sold 13 million copies on PlayStation platforms. The latest edition is Ratchet & Clank Future, Tools of Destruction from Insomniac Games. So let's see what we've got for this very cool game that features not only addictive action gameplay, but some of the most vibrant imagery I have ever seen in a video game. Let's take a look.
Brian Algier.
Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction is the beginning of a new saga. What happens is at the very start of the game, Ratchet witnesses the destruction of Metropolis, one of the signature cities of the series. There he will encounter a villain named Emperor Tachyon, who is bent on destroying Ratchet and his entire race. And this is where some questions about Ratchet's history begins to come up, something we've never explored in the Ratchet & Clank series. Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction is only possible on PlayStation 3. The level of sophistication, the vivid details, can only be done on that system.
Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction.
Very nicely done, and also nice to be out of that rubber Ratchet suit. So now let's take a sneak peek at a new game from Japan Studios in Game Republic. This game, Folklore, combines role-playing game and action-adventure elements with a very innovative battle style to create a stunning work of art. Let's take a look at Folklore.
Eric Fong.
Folklore is sort of this dark fairy tale. There's a lot of mystery involved, a lot of travel throughout the Netherworld. I've never been on a project that received so much praise. It's got a good mix of a lot of different genres, whether it's action, fantasy, RPG. It's really kind of this very unique experience. Users aren't just pushing buttons to capture a creature in Folklore. They are wrestling them to the ground. They're yanking their souls out. It really changes up the gameplay. It involves the user. Folklore really is the game for anybody. It's got great story, great character, beautiful art, fantastic gameplay. I can't say enough good things about it.
Folklore.
So looking at the special theatre that we've built for our next game, Heavenly Sword from developer
More from the
Ninja
live
Theory.
Sony Media event in just a
This is a
moment.
beautifully rendered action-adventure title that takes full advantage of...
G4 is live.
We're live from the Tokyo Game Show.
G4 is live from CES in Las Vegas.
Live from Comic-Con.
G4 is live.
Coverage of Sony's live media event.
Releases that we put out, we're going to really make use of PlayStation Network to allow the game to evolve with the community. So we don't really think of Little Big Planet as being out when you first get it in your hands. Little Big Planet is going to evolve over time. And so the three things that we call it, play, create, and share. And so playing is one thing, creating is another, and then sharing is showing off to your friends online using the PlayStation Network.
Little Big Planet.
Our final game I would like to show you is a title from a studio that has always strived to push the PlayStation game systems to the utmost, garnering amazing results. The studio is, of course, Naughty Dog, the brilliant minds behind Jak and Daxter and Crash Bandicoot. And this game is Uncharted: Drake's Fortune. Let's take a look.
Evan Wells.
Uncharted Drake's Fortune is Naughty Dog's brand new PlayStation 3 franchise. The cell processor is allowing us to do things with animation that we were never able to do before on the PS2. Our characters are much more detailed. You can see the emotion in their face. In our past games, our main hero had about 300 frames of animation. Everybody was very excited about the fluidity of his movement. Well, in Uncharted, our hero Nathan Drake has over 3,000 animations, and they're constantly being blended together to create almost an infinite variety. Right now, we've got the most talented group of developers we've ever assembled here at Naughty Dog, working on the most powerful hardware out there. Uncharted is going to be the best game Naughty Dog's ever made.
Uncharted, Drake's Fortune.
So there you have it, just 6 of the 15 exclusive games that Sony Computer Entertainment alone is bringing to PlayStation 3 this financial year, all of which will be playable in the arcade area immediately after this presentation. But there are more. I'm pleased to announce here today, for the very first time, a game from Sucker Punch, the team that brought you the hit Sly Cooper franchise. With this game, we make our debut in the emergent gameplay sandbox genre. Players will discover and grow extraordinary powers, fighting villains in an organic and open city as they choose a path between superhero and anti-hero. Are you ready to become infamous?
Some would call him an anomaly. The tragedy he unleashed created powers within him. Torn between the ruins he created and everything he has become. Only one decision remains. Save what is left. Or destroy it all.
It certainly wouldn't be a PlayStation platform without including the best-selling racing game series of all time. Some of you, in fact all of you, well know that Gran Turismo from Polyphony Digital is a billion-dollar franchise for us, and we're about to open up an exciting new chapter in this successful series on PlayStation 3. Over the holidays, we made Gran Turismo HD available as a download from the PlayStation Store, and that was a hit to the tune of over 1 million downloads. Soon, we will be upping the ante, bringing Gran Turismo 5 Prologue to the market as a precursor to the upcoming GT5. Featuring full online functionality, let's take a look at Gran Turismo 5 Prologue for PlayStation 3. Truly a beautiful game. Thank you very much to Polyphony for sharing that with us today. Well, that's everything from me today. I really appreciate you taking the time to be here to experience everything we have to offer on our PlayStation platforms. And I'll now turn things back to Jack to wrap it up. Thank you very much for your time.
I've got to go back on in a couple of minutes. Oops, Phil, didn't you forget one thing?
Oh, yeah, I think I might have just forgotten one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, everything you are about to see is real time.
Okay, stand by. Get back!
Ladies and gentlemen, Matthias de Jong, the game director for Killzone 2. Please give him a round of applause. Fantastic. Again, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity today to show you what our internal game studios are truly capable of. I think we've demonstrated our commitment to all of our PlayStation platforms and to you, the gamer. And now I will truly hand it back to Jack to wrap up. Thank you very much.
Adam and Jeff are going to give us their analysis on Sony's live media event right after the break.
Thanks, Phil. It's really amazing how
All right, well, we have concluded the Sony. I think they did a lot better this year.
I gotta say, I thought this was probably the best briefing out of the three.
I am inclined to agree.
So what do you think, Adam? I saw it last night. Now that you've seen it, I mean, it looks almost like
it does. Right? I think it's very important for the viewers at home to know that we were getting a direct feed from Sony. They had two things up. There was what you saw, which was from something they had already cut together. We also saw a man playing the
live
game.
Gameplay.
And I had to say, that looked even better than what was even going out.
No, I mean, it looks phenomenal, and they, literally, it's just like the video, the way they started with the troops sort of hovering over the city, going down, getting shot down, looked really phenomenal. I thought overall Sony, the games looked pretty solid, lots of big announcements. That the fact that Unreal Tournament 3 is coming exclusively to the PlayStation 3 from the creators of Gears of War, that's a big loss for Microsoft.
Now, let's qualify one thing on Unreal Tournament 3. They said for this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it on other systems, but they're going to have an exclusive window.
Absolutely, and I think, Metal Gear Solid 4, that was shown, reaffirmed that it's exclusive to PS3, but a little slippage there, I don't know if you guys noticed that, was supposed to be out by 2007, now they're saying early 2008, so that's not good news for PlayStation. That's not going to come this year. Because Killzone's next year as well, so we got to think about, what are the big holiday games?
Yes, well, obviously we have Uncharted, we have Ratchet, and we have Heavenly Sword, which you guys are going to see in 1 second.
Yeah.
Those are three strong games, and unlike happened with what happened with Microsoft, we have a good sense of what is next year. So you do get a sense of growth out of Sony. I think the games look very good, very crisp. They seem to really deserve the PlayStation 3 title with all the promises that were supposed to come with it.
Now, do you think the games, but they don't look that much better than what we're seeing on the Xbox 360. I think that's a continuing problem. Although something like Killzone, I got to say, Call of Duty 4 and Killzone are the two best-looking games.
I think Uncharted has a little edge as well. I think it's really going to come down to the gameplay, and that's the rub with Killzone.
Yeah.
The original game really wasn't all that good, and I found that the continual rust and gray color palette became a little bit cumbersome after a while, but once again, it was beautiful.
I think this was all about the visuals. We're going to have to try and get our hands on. Last night, they wouldn't let us play the game. I don't know if we're going to actually get to play it at E3.
I feel not.
The proof of the pudding is in the tasting, as Peter Moore says. So.
Exactly.
But overall, I mean, last night Peter Moore was ripping me about, I'm going to see the Killzone video, and, it's real gameplay, so Peter Moore, you better watch out, because that game is coming, and it looks just as good as the video.
It was very similar to the fake trailer we saw a couple years ago, but you know what? This was very, very close to it.
So do you think was this the best press conference, in your opinion?
I think so, because, as we said earlier, games. That was a wonderful list of games.
There's so much ground that Sony had to pick up, and they did, a really good job with that. Now, one game that they showed here that we were actually in commercial when it was running was Heavenly Sword.
Right? I think we're going to take a look at that right now.
Tamim Antonyades.
Heavenly Sword is an action-adventure game, and it aims to emulate the experience and the bombastic nature of the big summer blockbuster. You play as Nariko, a fiery redhead, and she's in possession of this sword that was meant for a god on this brutal mission of revenge. However, as the sword was not meant for mortals, it slowly drains her life and will ultimately kill any mortal who wields it. It's an extremely story-driven game, one that really tries to raise the bar in terms of dramatic performance in a video game. Something with a lot of stylistic beauty, something with poetic grace that focuses on animation, that creates a world where everything seems alive, as well as having amazing kick-ass action. You have an immense range of combat moves, beautiful animations. We go from really tough one-on-one fights up to group fights that are tightly choreographed, just like they do in the movies, right up to settings where you're fighting amongst thousands of enemies at a time. The art is generated in such high resolution. Really, without Blu-ray, we wouldn't have been able to create Heavenly Sword.
All right, that was Heavenly Sword. I know it looked good. You saw it on all those 4 screens. Also, we're going to have that on our stage being demoed along with Uncharted and Ratchet & Clank just later today. We have more to talk to you about, but we're going to go to a quick break right now.
It was called E3, an expo where gamers saw uncensored graphics and hardcore games. Until the businessmen took control. With gamers locked out, only 4 brave heroes can break back in E3 Grindhouse. Kevin Pereira. Exclusive footage and developer interviews are his religion.
Padre, aren't you scared to be trapped in here with these businessmen?
You got it wrong, Chico. Those businessmen, they're trapped in here with me.
Olivia Munn. She's one hot mama with a penchant for digging up inside info.
Shoot anyone who comes through that door. What if it's Kevin? Especially if it's Kevin.
Morgan Webb. Her skill with a blade is matched only by her knowledge of Nintendo's fall lineup.
I have an eye patch and a katana. What did you think was going to happen?
And Adam Sessler. His prescription for the E3 blues is pain.
When is Metal Gear Solid 4 coming out?
I don't know. It might not even be exclusive to the PS3.
Wrong answer.
What'd you do that for? He was telling the truth.
Who are you supposed to be anyway?
3 adrenaline-fueled days of gaming. Welcome to the E3 Grindhouse.
Once upon a time, they told you not to play video games, but they don't understand. We don't play. We battle. We conquer. We compete for glory. In 1,000 different worlds, in 1,000 different lives, where we're heroes and rock stars, and everything is possible. Once upon a time, they told you not to play video games. And once a year, the world's greatest game developers converge to present their dazzling visions for our future. But for the first time ever, access to this historic event has been limited to the industry elite. There are no tickets for sale, no passes to be bought, and only one way to see it all. G4. 3 days, 11 locations, thousands of new titles, billions of dollars at stake, and G4 is the only network who can cover it all. This is where the next chapter in the console wars will be written. G4 presents E307 Live.
Welcome, everybody, to E307 Live, presented by Scion.
That's right.
Yeah, it's okay to be excited. It's only the biggest week in gaming. My name is Kevin Pereira.
That's right. I'm Olivia Munn. It is Wednesday, July 11th, and we are coming to you live from Barker Hangar right here in Santa Monica, California.
The entire video game industry has assembled here to reveal the latest and greatest in the world of video gaming. Of course, G4 is here all week, and for the next 3 hours, we're going to take you inside for all the big announcements, exciting new breakthroughs, and exclusive info on your favorite and, of course, your soon-to-be favorite video game.
And you'll want to keep it tuned right here because this year E3 is invite only. But you guys, don't worry. We know some people, and we will be your all-access pass to this exclusive event with hands-on demos of the most buzzed-about new games, plus exclusive interviews with some of the biggest insiders in the business.
Now, that's right. This year's event covers more square miles than any E3 in history.
Yeah, that's right. And that's because the industry players aren't just here, but spread out over 11 locations. And, of course, that means we are too. Jeff Keighley and Adam Sessler are in nearby Culver City at the Sony event. Guys?
Thanks, Kevin and Olivia. We're here in Culver City where Sony just wrapped up the PlayStation briefing. Big news, the announcement of the Slimline PSP and Killzone 2. It's real and it's spectacular. We saw the real gameplay and more details on that coming up.
Of course, earlier we also got to see Super Mario Galaxy, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, a game for the Wii that helps you watch your way, and High School Musical for the DS. You'll learn about most of those games later on. But first, let's check out with Blair at the Fairmont.
Hey, Adam, I'm live at the Fairmont Hotel where I'll be covering a lot of the exciting new releases from Eidos, LucasArts, Konami, and many other gaming developers. And right now, Will O'Neill is down the street covering a lot of the other big gaming companies.
That's right, Blair.
I'm a few blocks south of the Fairmont Hotel at Shutters here in Santa Monica, where Sony Online Entertainment and a few other developers are stationed. Now, I'll have updates throughout the day, but first, I want to check in with my boy Zach Selwyn on the floor at Barker Hangar. What's up, dog?
Thanks, Will. Now, I'm actually roaming around here on the floor of E307. It's getting crazy. Over 33 different game companies have set up shop at all of these different booths that you see surrounding me, and we're going to get down and dirty with each and every one of them. In the meantime, though, let's go over to Morgan Webb, who is live at the Fairmont.
Thanks, Zach. We are all over the place today. I'm at the Fairmont. I'm talking about EA. I'm going to be talking about Activision. I'm going to be bringing you live updates all afternoon, so you guys need to stay tuned. And let's go back to the stage with Kevin and Olivia.
All right, thanks, Morgan. As you can see, we've got this thing covered. Coming up in this hour, we have an exclusive hands-on demo of Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed.
We'll also get some FaceTime with Bethesda Softworks' Todd Howard, who will give us a preview of Fallout 3, the long-awaited third installment of this classic RPG franchise.
And we'll be sizing up the next-gen debut of Ratchet & Clank. It looks amazing.
It does. Everyone's talking about that. It's very exciting. To get the full-on E3 experience, you can interact with us live at g4tv.com/E3. For more on that, let's go over to Joel Gordine. Joel?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Olivia. Are you guys excited about a particular game? You think a new title is overrated? Make yourself heard. Our show is your show. That's why we've got a bunch of killer interactive apps for you at g4tv.com/E3. Become one of our expert analysts. Get your face on TV by dropping us a webcam comment. We'll plug you in live to our show. We'll also be taking the temperature on all the hot button topics here at the Expo. Our first question, one that a lot of people are debating. Should E3 be open to the industry only, gamers only, the media only, or should it just be open to everyone? Give us your answer at g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT. Now, throughout the day, you can also use our online buzz meter to tell us whether the games you've seen have max buzz and which are a buzz kill. We started ranking titles during our preview show. So far, you're saying Medal of Honor Airborne has medium buzz, kind of like a controller on permanent vibrate, while Spore is pushing towards the max. When you see this buzz meter icon, go to g4tv.com/E3 and vote. Back to you, Olivia.
Okay, thanks, Joel. It is time for our first hands-on demo, the very rad Assassin's Creed, which made a lot of noise when it first appeared at last year's E3. Let's take a look.
Assassin's Creed is the much-anticipated multi-platform game from Ubisoft. Set amidst the Third Crusade, you are Altair, an elite assassin sent to kill the men who are responsible for tearing the Holy Land apart. God knows your lonely souls. You uncover a conspiracy that has deep implications that can affect this pivotal moment in history and perhaps the future as well.
All right, joining us now is Jade Raymond, the executive producer of Assassin's Creed. He's going to take us through the game. Now, this is running real time. We have someone playing off camera right now.
He's
this
right
is all
there.
in 360. So it's happening now. Is this the same build that we saw last night?
This is the same build. This is our first hands-on that we're letting journalists touch today, and you guys get to see it right here live.
All right, so we just saw a swan dive into a bale of hay, and now I think, if I remember correctly, we're going to see some crowd AI going on here. What work have you guys done on making this crowd react naturally and realistically with the player?
Well, crowd is one of the promises of Next Gen, and we didn't want to just make crowd that's window dressing. We want to make sure this adds gameplay. So back in the day, you know, you had traditional gameplay traps like fire pits or things that were spinning that you had to avoid. Right now, it's the crowd. So you can see this lady with the jar on her head. We just went by. We smashed a few in last night's demo.
Yeah,
that's like
that.
A walking time bomb. If you were doing that in front of guards, that would let off an alert that the assassin is there. And there's hundreds and hundreds of different characters,
and
each
thousands
with
of
their own
street
AI.
cleaners getting the broken pieces of clay out of the way.
Hey.
I mean,
Yeah, they pass at night though.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you
good.
don't have, there's
you don't
no
have to worry about
gameplay
that.
involved
Good.
in that, no.
All right, so now tell me about some of this stuff here. Now we saw it last night. Again, we saw some pot AI. We saw the guy doing some free running, some crazy late parkour type stuff. Can you truly go anywhere and latch onto anything in this game?
Yeah, we started off this demo with a big view of a brand new city we haven't shown yet, that you may have heard of, Jerusalem. And every single building in there, everything is interactive. So not only can you go wherever you want, but you pick your own path. Right now we're...
This is a separate path from a different demo that we had seen previously. What are we seeing here?
Right now, Pascal, who's playing here, just threw a guard off of the side, and that created a dead body, because he kind of hurt himself falling.
Sure.
And that attracted the attention of
Dead
the other
bodies
guards.
and pots, that's what this city is all about. That will get anybody's attention, right?
Dead bodies more so.
More so,
The
okay.
guards will come running and they'll actually leave their post. And so they were performing an important job of guarding the entrance to this guy's hideout where you're going to go assassinate him. And that, because they saw this dead guard, they're like, okay, what went on? And that gave you time to sneak by them.
So now, obviously, this guy here is on a mission. How is the mission structure for the game laid out? Because I know it's 3 giant cities. Do you just go in and pick a mission as it goes? Is it a linear experience? How does that work?
Well, you get some orders from the head of the assassins, and he basically tells you, I want you to take out these 9 guys who are causing the Third Crusade to happen, profiting from it, and he gives you a list. And you get them in a certain order, but you can also, sometimes you may have 3 guys' names, and you can decide in what order you want to take them out. One may be in one city, one may be in another city. You get on your horse, you decide where you want to go, and you try and track them down.
Now here we see the character getting trapped, and this is where we get a glimpse into the fighting mechanics. Everybody's focusing on stealth in this game, but it looks like you have a pretty in-depth fighting system as well.
Yeah, I think when you hear the word assassin, you think stealth, but really this is not a stealth game. This is a game where you're free running. You can pick your own style. If you wanted to go past those guards that were guarding the way instead of going around them, you could have engaged in a fight with them.
Sure.
And we've spent a lot of time on the fight mechanics.
Now, is this button mashing here? Is there a different? Are there button combos? Can we throw like a Ryu fireball? How do?
No fireballs.
Okay.
But this is a very realistic fight system. It's based on very precise timing, counterattacks, and combos. And what you want to do is pay close attention to the animation that your enemy is playing. If they're coming to attack you, that's a perfect time to land a counterattack, just like Pascal did right here. And then you get 3 in a row, and you get a crazy combo kill.
Now, Jade, I have been psyched for this game. I know a lot of people have. The hype has been through the roof. We saw the demo last night. We saw a guy get glitched as he's falling off the building. We saw your reaction to diving into the hay, and the crowd didn't seem to respond. Should we be worried? Is this just because you guys were cobbling together an E3 build? Give me some reassurance.
Okay, well, this is a normal part of development. I mean, you normally make the game, and then you spend the last stretch debugging it. So right now, we're at a stage where we're entering the debug phase of development, and that's what we're going to spend the next 3 months doing, like polishing, getting rid of those bugs. And honestly, the guy floating there, that's already fixed back in the office. It's not a big deal bug.
Sure. Well, you know, on the message boards, everything's a big deal. But it's good to at least hear it right from you that these will be ironed out. So in 3 months' time, we can expect to actually play Assassin's Creed?
This November 2007 is going to be on store shelves.
Awesome. Jade, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it. The game looks amazing.
Great.
Joel's been watching our demo with a viewer actually on Stickcam. Let's check in with him right now.
Thank you, Kevin. I am on the Stickcam with Richard from San Antonio. Richard, you just saw our live demo of Assassin's Creed. What do you think was the coolest part?
The ability to actually go into a crowd of people and just disappear.
The interactivity, then.
Yes.
The interactivity. I agree. I think the interactivity of the crowd is pretty fantastic. It's only accentuated by the animation. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the movement of the people, like, for instance, brushing past the average pedestrian, or the acrobatics we saw from Ubi before, maybe in the Sands of Time. It's pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah, and also the blending in with the crowd.
Absolutely. Yeah, the lighting engine is pretty fantastic as well. What did you think of the shadows and the lighting in Jerusalem?
They were actually pretty awesome, though. They were better than before.
Yeah, absolutely. Highly anticipated game. That's the word from the street. Kevin, take it away.
All right, thanks, Joel. Why blend in with the crowd when you can shove them all? I just want to shove women all day long in the next generation. That's what I'm looking for. That was Assassin's Creed for the PS3 and the Xbox 360. Of course, we've only just begun our day here. Check out what's coming up on G4's live coverage of E307.
Later, we'll get our gaming hands on Heavenly Sword for the PS3, so you can tell us if it makes the cut, and we'll ratchet up the buzz meter for an exclusive live demo of Insomniac's Ratchet & Clank. Plus, Microsoft's CEO Peter Moore goes head-to-head with Jeff Keighley about the Xbox maker's plans, while Morgan fills us in on all the other huge press announcements, here at E307 Live, only on G4.
Welcome back to E307 Live, presented by Scion.
This is it, folks, the event of the year where we get a look at the next generation of gaming.
Yeah, that's right. This time around, E3 is invitation only, but Do not worry. G4 has VIP Pass. VIP.
We're very important
And so
people.
are you guys.
Darn it. We'll be giving you a hands-on first look at all the new games and bringing you the industry's big announcements the absolute minute that they happen.
That's right. E3 is more exclusive than ever this year, and we want to know what you guys think about this big change. Should E3 be open to the industry only, gamers only, the media only, or should its doors be open to everybody? That is our first viewer poll question of the day, and you can give us your answer online at g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT on your mobile phone.
I say keep the doors closed to everyone.
Really?
I want to see thousands of angry people
Then
banging.
they couldn't enjoy all this noise that we hear behind us right now. They're moving carts around.
And planes are landing. It happens. We're at a hangar. Right now, though, it's time for FaceTime. Presented by Sprite as our very own Morgan Webb talks with Todd Howard from Bethesda Softworks. Morgan.
Hey guys, I'm here with Todd Howard, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about Fallout 3. I know everyone's very excited for this, so why don't you give us the quick elevator pitch about what Fallout 3 is?
Imagine Leave It to Beaver
Okay.
with laser guns. That world was nuked. The whole world is destroyed, and it's hundreds of years after that, and it's a role-playing game set in this very unique post-apocalyptic world where everything is destroyed, but people are still trying to keep their hair nice, and everything's fine, partner, but not sure it is.
Well, it is good to keep your hair nice. Now, this, of course, Fallout 3, not the first Fallout game in the franchise. How faithful is it going to be to the other games?
In terms of the world and the texture of it and the tone and the lore, it's very, very faithful. As far as how the game is presented, it's very, very different. You know, those games are 10 years old, so now with the presentation we can do now, and because it's role-playing, we want you to feel that you are this person in the world. So it really, really spent a lot of time making it come to life. All the little buttons on the machines and the texture of the leather on the chairs and all of that. So presentation is very, very state-of-the-art.
Okay, now people have been a little bit worried that this is going to be just a shooter. Like, what kind of RPG elements, what kind of strategy elements are we going to see?
Well, it is a role-playing game, so even though these things are happening in real time, they're all governed by your own stats. So there's a bit of running gunning. So on the surface, it looks like, you know, brand new sexy first-person shooter, but the things that are going on underneath are very, very detailed in terms of your character statistics. And then we have a new combat mode called VATS, the Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, and this allows you to stop time and kind of queue up combat moves, and you see the points, you see the chance to hit, and you can do that when you want, and it kind of grounds it in that role-playing and decision-making for the players.
Okay, now how similar is it going to be to Oblivion?
Well, it's similar in that it's a big, wide-open role-playing game. That's what we like about the first game. So, you know, you can draw that similarity, but the Fallout 1 has that similarity. Like, you make the character you want, you go out in this wide-open world, and you do what you want. So that's the main similarity. It is first-person, so there's some similarity there. But we do have a third-person mode that's very advanced, kind of over-the-shoulder, Resident Evil, Gears of War style that feels good. So we really approach it as its own unique game, but at the same time, it has the hallmarks that we like about big, epic role-playing games. That's what we, you know, try to do.
Awesome. Well, we cannot wait to play it. We're very excited. All right, Olivia, take it away.
Okay, thanks, Morgan. Here is Kevin getting some FaceTime with Matt Webster from Criterion Games, the makers of the Gonzo Racing Series Burnout.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Matt, let's get into it. This is the 5th installment of the Burnout series, and it's a next-gen Burnout, but didn't I already play a Burnout game on the 360?
Yeah, you would have played Revenge on 360,
Yeah.
but that was kind of practice for us. That was really good. That got us into the hardware, but this one is written from the ground up.
Ground up with the next-gen in mind, completely new engine, new graphics, sound, etc.?
Yeah, everything's brand new. You know, all the tools that we use to make the game, but also what it moving to next gen allowed us to do was to break some of those constraints that we had on the previous generations, and that's what you see in Burnout Paradise right now.
Well, let's talk about this city that is Paradise City. I mean, you could take me down there. I'm not gonna. I guess I did just make.
Yeah, you did just.
I kind of had to. I'm sorry, but what's so unique about the city? It's not modeled after anything that we know, right?
No, I mean it's inspired by reality but built for gameplay. I mean, that's what we say. And it's, you know, other open world games, you know, maybe have have an accurate representation of a city. But
look,
we
New
wanted...
York City looks cool, but it's not exactly that fun to drive in. There's no insane jumps and billboards to go crash.
Yeah, and that's what Burnout's all about, right? It's all about getting in a car and doing all the things that you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, and in this game, we're getting into the car. We're not getting into a menu system that's 40 options deep to actually play the game, right?
Absolutely right. I mean, we wanted to build a city, put you in a car, and let you have fun. I mean, obviously we've got the aggressive driving of Burnout, where you take down your rivals. You got the speed, and you're going to be racing, but you're going to be doing all these other things. That it's your game at your pace. You can just decide to do whatever you want to do.
And I saw the game at your booth. I said, tell me about the online experience. I want it to be seamless. You hit a button, it popped open a friend invite. You had a buddy join your game right away, and then once you slammed into him, his car crashed. What happened on the screen?
Well, what happened there is the mugshot. What we call them mugshots. So whenever you take down a buddy online, if they've got the PlayStation Eye or the Vision camera on 360, if you take someone down online, we fire the camera, and their crash face gets sent to you.
It actually takes a snapshot of them in the moment.
Takes a snapshot in their moment. Or actually, we give you a bit of time so you can pose
Get ready.
for it.
Or have your buddy run to put his nether regions right in front of the camera.
I think those things are going to happen.
They are going to happen.
Yeah.
And actually, it saves all those mug shots that you can perhaps even send them to friends.
Yeah, we're gonna save them. We're gonna put them in the lineup, and we're gonna let people export them out and do some things with them, cool things with them. But mainly, it was that seamless online that was really, really important for us. We didn't want people waiting with lists, really dry lists. We want them to be playing the game whilst they're waiting for people.
And I think you guys have pulled it off. I'm super excited. If there's one feature that you're most personally excited about that you think the viewers have to know about, what is it?
It's the insane sense of speed and the crashes. The crashes. Moving the next generation has allowed us to twist and wrap and bend metal like we've never been able to do before, and that's what people want to see.
I can't wait to get my hands on it. Do we have a release date yet, or are we just
winter release date?
Winter release date. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. The game looks amazing.
Yeah, thank you very
much. Congrats on it. Everybody, we're going back to Olivia Munn.
All right, thanks, Kev. Let's check in right now with Blair Butler, who's at one of the E3 hotels for this on-location report.
Thanks, Olivia. I'm here at the Fairmont Hotel with Ken from Konami to talk about Hellboy, The Science of Evil. Now, tell me a little bit about the game.
Well, the game itself, obviously, just like Mike Mignola's creation of Hellboy, so here we wanted to make sure to preserve his world and his vision in the game.
And I heard a lot of the people associated with the movie actually participated in the game.
Yeah, we've certainly got Ron Perlman reprising his role in voices, as well as a lot of the other actors with some of the new characters as well.
And it's on the Xbox 360, the PS3, the PSP. Now, it's an action-based game, correct?
Certainly it is an action-based game, but I mean, it certainly wouldn't be Hellboy if there wasn't an action part of it.
Right. So it's a lot of it's a beat 'em up.
Yeah, there's lots of beat 'em up elements, but I mean, hey, he's also a detective, so we wanted to make sure you get adventure elements in there too.
Right. And so how does the comic book and the world of Mike Mignola really influence this game?
Well, I mean, just from the look and feel, we wanted to make sure we preserve his sort of color scheme, the world, and that entire feeling. I mean, Mike Mignola's got a great vision in his comic book, and we wanted to have that there while at least still giving it a video game spin as well.
Gotcha.
And he's been very supportive of that.
Very cool. So when is the release date for the game?
We're looking at a fall release for this title.
I'm sure the Hellboy fans will be excited. Back to you guys.
All right, still ahead, this year's E3 is leaner and meaner than ever. We're going to discuss why they decided to trim a little bit of the fat.
That's right. We'll also be taking a first look at Warhawk, the eagerly awaited multiplayer fight combat game for the PS3.
Plus, we get the inside word on the 360 and everything Microsoft directly from their Vice President, Peter Moore.
And we'll be checking out Fracture, an all-new terrain-altering adventure game from the creators of the Mech Assault series. Our live coverage of E307 continues in just a moment, only here on G4.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you? And also brought to you by Sprite with Lyman. Thank you and obey.
Welcome back to our exclusive live coverage of the largest video games expo in the country. We are here at E3 in Santa Monica, California with all the latest games, news, and previews.
Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft have also weighed in with some big announcements at their media events. We'll have more on that as well.
That's right. Now, one of the things we're seeing this year is a ton of sequels as game franchises move to the next-gen platforms. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here are the top 5 E3 game titles that end in 4. Project Gotham Racing 4, Devil May Cry 4, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Grand Theft Auto 4, and finally, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. Now, we've been at E3 covering their releases each year, which kind of makes us a sequel, too. Now it's time for The Loop, our Take No Prisoners debate on the issues of the day. Today, we start with a discussion of the major changes made to this year's E3. Kevin?
Yes, thanks, Olivia. E3 is definitely a much different event this year. Here's one of our viewers who actually has a question about the changes that were made.
We think this is a good idea now that E3 has banned the general public from the convention.
Well, you know, the general public was actually never really allowed into the event. You had to either have a pass or work at an EB Games or have a LiveJournal account where you complained about Final Fantasy a whole lot, and then that qualified you to be a journalist to actually get into the event. But this year, it's been whittled down from like 60,000 people to, I think, just 3,000 or so. There's a lot of changes. It's a great question. Let's actually get into it, discuss in depth. My guest tonight, senior gaming editor at Penthouse Magazine, Rebecca Swanner is here, and blogger for Joystick.com, Kyle Orland. Thank you for joining us. I know E3 is a little crazy. We appreciate the time.
Definitely.
Kyle, how has E3 changed this year aside from just cutting the numbers?
Well, it's really everything has been cut down. It's like the same E3, but light. It's E3 light.
It's the new print. It's little yellow,
different. You know, they've got the same press conferences, but they're revealing less and less. They've got the same show floor right behind us, but there's fewer people.
And we're at 360-degree screens.
There's not the glitz and glamour.
Yeah. And Rebecca, aren't you going to miss like the 50-foot plasmas and the smoke machine and the burnt model flesh?
Well, but the thing is that it's a little more efficient this year. You know, we can go hit the big publishers, go down the line. But I think I'm really missing all the indie games I saw last year. I could sort of just wander in, see some really cool peripherals, or say, hey, what's that game?
Kensha Hall.
They have the IndieCade showcase down there, but that's only like a few games. It's not the same.
I mean, do you think these companies are struggling? It's weird seeing just like a 10x10 space for Sony, for Microsoft, Nintendo. Are they doing okay with that space?
I think they are. It's really nice that you can actually hear yourself think. You can actually talk to the people.
That's true.
You know,
There's way less hype this year.
Yeah. Last year it was all about, who had the biggest screen, who had the most impressive booth. There were all these photo galleries of booths. That kind of distracted from the games, which are what's supposed to be important at the show.
But I also think, I think that, it's great to see the games in that environment because, it's supposed to feel like an arcade. You're supposed to be excited about these games.
Right.
And
I'm supposed to be fighting cleavage and body odor to actually get 5 minutes with a title.
Isn't that what gaming's about?
That's true. There's still plenty of that this year. I mean, now that the big three, they've had their media events, the cards are on the table. Do we think Sony is turning the tide with the hardcore gamers now?
I think they're still going to have an uphill battle against the 360. I mean, the biggest thing that I saw today was, I'm really glad that my PSP now can have a cord so I can see it, on a beautiful television.
I'm glad I got this portable gaming system so now I can plug it in,
stay at home to play my thing.
Exactly. Kyle, what about the Wii? Is Nintendo dominating? I mean, a light gun attachment, a fitness peripheral?
Yeah, they're dominating in sales, but I don't think people are buying as many games. They get it for Wii Sports and they play Wii Sports for, a week or so. I'm not sure they're buying as many games. Wii Fit is really a big thing. I think when people are going to buy that, I see that game, that's a game my mother would play. Right. And I don't say that about any games. Right. Really, I think she would get on that and really enjoy it.
That's a game my mother would hang coats on like every other piece of fitness equipment that she gets.
I think it'll work out for people who like DDR and who like Kinetic and like those kind of games, sort of pull it all together so you don't have to rearrange all the lighting in your house to actually play the game.
And it's a really simpler version of those types of games. It's really accessible for anyone.
All right, well, very quickly, getting back to the convention itself, will next year's E3 be the same or is it going to be different?
I think it'll probably be very similar if it exists at all.
Yeah, that's the thing. Will there be an E3 next year? Everyone's doing their own Gamers Day events, and you can fly across the country to show the games just for them. They don't really need this industry-wide event with only 3,000 journalists.
And there's still GDC and Tokyo Game Show.
But would you guys be sad to see it go personally?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's the note that everybody needs to know. Do not get rid of E3.
Please.
Please. Bigger and better. Rebecca, Kyle, thank you guys so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Pleasure talking to you. I'll let you get back to the games. Now, earlier, we asked you who you thought should be allowed into E3. Here's what you said. Oh, big surprise here. You said that E3 should be open to everyone. What were the odds? I've been doing some Assassin's Creed crowd shoving to get to the stage. I'm kind of glad it's not. Later, We tackle a topic on the lips of everybody here in the wake of Rockstar's Manhunt 2 being banned overseas. Of course, it's video game censorship. Is there a double standard between video games and movies? Of course, that brings us to our next online poll question. Who should regulate content in video games? Is it parents, the industry, the government, or nobody at all? Log on now to g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT on your little cell phone and make your voice heard. All right, now let's check in with Olivia Munn. Olivia.
Thanks, Kev. Now, you guys, don't go anywhere. When we come back, Morgan checks in live from the site of the EA press conference to give us their breaking news. Also, Jeff Keighley will go head-to-head with Microsoft's main man for the inside word on all things 360. And later, we'll see if the Force is with LucasArts when they reveal the details of their latest title. Stay tuned to G4. We are your exclusive live hookup to E3.
E307 Live is brought to you by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Premieres tonight at 9 p.m. only on G4.
Welcome back to E307 Live on G4, presented by Scion. We are having a great time, right?
I love it.
It's exciting out here. Now, for the past 2 days, this Santa Monica, California airplane hangar will serve as the center of the gaming universe. If you're a hardcore gamer, this is definitely the only place to be.
Yeah, and because the expo is invite only this year, lots of people who would like to be here, sadly they just can't get in, but no worries. Let us do the running around for you. We've got the entire thing covered for late breaking news and first look demos.
That's right. Right now, let's go live to Morgan Webb at the Fairmont Hotel for an update on Microsoft's big news. Morgan.
Yes, now there are media events all the time. E3 this year is nothing but media events. We're talking about EA, we're talking about Activision, we're talking about Midway, but right now we're going to take a look at Microsoft. They started it all off yesterday with a bang.
I'm here today to show you Gears on PC. Now, Gears was celebrated for its integrated co-op experience, and we're bringing that experience to Windows courtesy of Games for Windows Live. I got a little demo up here I'd like to invite my buddy Rod to show off with you. Just give me a second here, I'll fire it up. There's my controller. There we go. You can just call this up, find him online here. Hey, Rod's online. Hey, Rod, play a game with me. There we go. Now that'll take a quick second. Gears of War on PC features 5 new single-player chapters. It features a new multiplayer mode, a new multiplayer arenas, as well as new achievements. And after we shipped Gears on PC, we got a lot of feedback from people that they wanted to fight against the Brumac, which was that giant creature that you guys recall from the trailers. Well, now you're going to be able to see that, and I'm going to give you a brief demonstration of that battle right here.
There it is. Now what? Now, we miss it all. How do we take out the big gun?
The Microsoft press conference was such a spectacle. It was really great to see all of those beautiful games on the big screen. Really got everyone excited again for Halo 3 and Gears of War and all those great games. So You guys have to stay tuned, though, because we have so much more these press conferences coming up, so much more action. So stay tuned. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thanks, Morgan. Now let's go over to Zach Selwyn reporting live from the floor of E3.
Thanks, Olivia. Now, you know I love sports, so I had to find the coolest sports games on the floor here. My man Jason's playing Madden 08. Dude, what's going on? Is this quicker than last year's version?
It's Madden, baby. It's awesome. It's so much quicker. The control's insane once you get a hold of the ball. Definitely thumbs up on it this year.
Nice. Well, they say it's twice as fast as it has been before. Let me tell you, you've gone like 6 3-and-outs in a row. So well done.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Cool, man. Well, the graphics look killer. Play good deep. Don't let Jeff Garcia get any yards. I want to show you another sports game that's happening here. You may have seen this earlier on the Wii's press conference, but my girl over here is doing a little hula hoop. Nice hip motion there. What are you doing?
I'm doing the hula hoop game.
Yeah?
To catch it with my head when they...
There you go. You got it around your neck. Can you get it around the forehead? Is that what we're going for?
I guess so. I can't do this in real life, though.
Oh, you can't really hula hoop in real life. See that? The Wii helps you live out your fantasies.
Oh, I missed it.
That's all right. You look good doing it. Kevin and Olivia, that's just a couple sports games here on the floor. Back to you guys.
Do the Wii washing machine, Selena.
I got it.
Still ahead on our exclusive live coverage of E3. Adam gets his hands on the game that some people are calling the next God of War, Heavenly Sword.
Yeah, Joel Gordine loves that game. Plus, we'll talk with Sony PlayStation CEO Jack Tretton. He'll tell us what other surprises Sony has up their sleeves.
But first, we speak exclusively to Microsoft VP Peter Moore about the future of Microsoft's gaming empire. That's ahead only on G4's live coverage of E3 2007.
Do that washing.
Welcome back to E3 07 Live right here on G4. This is America's largest gaming expo, and we're here covering every single inch of it.
That's right. For over a decade, the Electronic Entertainment Expo has been the place for breaking the most exciting gaming news. Starting in 1995, E3 has heralded the birth of 3 generations of gaming consoles. That's a lot.
Yes, but this expo has a really unusual history.
That's right. Throughout the next 2 days, I'll be filling you in on all you need to know about E3. Pick your seats carefully. They will be yours the whole semester. E3 History 101 is in session. By 1995, the game industry had grown so large that it was forced to establish the first electronic entertainment expo, E3. After a brief flirtation with Atlanta, E3 returned to Los Angeles in 1999 with an exclusive contract for the city through 2012. With a new permanent home, E3 started to settle in comfortably, hitting record crowds of more than 62,000 people in the year 2000. But after E3 06, the ESA announced sweeping changes to the format of the convention. This year's E3 is open to only 3,000 to 5,000 people. Each year, E3 has been the battleground for the ongoing console wars. We've got that next time when E3 History 101 continues.
I just got learned.
You
Thank
did
you
a
for
little
that.
bit.
I
And
appreciate that.
Did you hear the airplanes going over?
I did.
Because we were inside an airplane hangar.
Very cool. Right now, though,
Lots
let's
of
check
exciting
in
stuff.
with one of those console warriors right now. He's the man with a plan for Microsoft's gaming division. It's Peter Moore.
Microsoft Interactive head Peter Moore continues to be a leader in the video game industry. The former Sega president was instrumental in developing the Xbox and Xbox 360. And Moore has announcements about a new wave of titles from Microsoft.
All right, joining me now is Peter Moore, right off stage, first on G4. Thanks for joining us, Peter.
My pleasure, Jeff.
I got to compliment you. A lot of real gameplay, no CG trailer, a lot of game companies.
No hand-waving, no promises. This is it right here, right now. Beginning on September the 25th, Halo 3 will record the biggest launch in entertainment history.
Now, we'll see Halo 3 in September, we know that, but no live gameplay tonight. I think a lot of people were expecting a single-player demo.
Well, we wanted to make sure that we deliver in a very succinct way. We obviously had a lot of demos in there, but what you saw was all, obviously, in-game footage, and was a lot of it single-player.
Xbox has done really well with the hardcore audience.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think part of what you wanted to do with the 360 was sort of metamorphosize from sort of the hardcore to the mainstream.
I think that the ability for us to deliver games like Scenic, like Viva Pinata Party Animals, Naruto, which is a game we need to talk a lot more about because I think it's got a lot of potential. Yeah. I think this is going to be the beginning of what you'll see for a more approachable Xbox 360. With these and all the other games coming this year, you'll understand why this holiday will be unlike anything that's come before it. Nothing should stop you from going out, particularly with that game lineup we just saw, nothing should stop you from going out and buying an Xbox 360 tonight.
Tonight.
That's strong words.
Wow, that's pretty big. So,
I bought 3 of them last night.
Did you?
I was scared.
So you're back to...
Peter scares me, so I have 6 Xboxes now.
Well, maybe Peter should just buy me one
well, 5
tonight.
of them are broken, so.
Still coming up, everyone. We've got a hands-on demo with the PS3's hot new title, Heavenly Sword. You know, Joel passed by it. He's like, that's my game.
He is distracted by shiny objects in this game.
In general.
It's filled with plenty of them. Plus, playing now at the E3 Grindhouse, a double feature that's going to melt your face off. Solid Snakes on a Plane and the classic Greek exploitation thriller, Kratos Jones.
Kratos. All that plus more live coverage from inside the E3 specialty suites right here, only on G4.
Only here?
Stay tuned. That's right.
It's exclusive.
Welcome back to G4's exclusive live coverage of E3. The elite from the gaming world are here showing off their latest and greatest, and we are bringing it all to you as it happens. Right now, let's see what that weapon-toting Lombax is up to in the latest installment of the Ratchet & Clank series, now on the PS3.
The superhero duo Ratchet & Clank are back for more action in the game Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction. The 5th game in the series picks up with alien Lombax Ratchet and his robot sidekick Clank planning to face off with a past villain. You can expect lots of new gadgets, weapons, and more exciting adventures when Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction hits stores later this year.
All right, I finally made it back from the Culver Studios. I'm like Mr. Magoo trying to get back over here. And I get to be here with Brian Allgeier from Insomniac, one of the 10 best places to work in the United States. Congratulations on that. And now you're going to walk us through Ratchet & Clank Future, Tools of Destruction.
That's right.
I think, first off, everybody has commented, this game is incredible looking. And you are one of the few companies that's got to already put a game out on the PS3. How much more of the PS3 are you using with this game that you didn't use with Resistance?
Well, that's true. This is the second game for us on the PS3, and we've been able to optimize all of our core systems. So we've been able to improve the collision, the physics, the lighting, the effects, all with our own technology on our engine. So the game's a lot faster. Our physics engine, I believe, is 4 times as fast as it was on Resistance.
All right, and so now we're watching some of the game in action right here. Where are we and what's happening?
Well, this is Metropolis, and Ratchet's hometown is under attack by these creatures called Drophids. And Ratchet's got some new tools of destruction. He's got this thing called the Groovatron that he can use to cause enemies to dance.
We're going to see this. And there it is. So it goes up there, and now all the enemies are dancing. And they're looking really cute and everything. And so what are you going to do with that?
Well, you can also turn them into penguins.
Oh, no, now you turn them into penguins. That is probably the most humane thing you can do in a Ratchet & Clank game.
Right.
Sheep, penguins, or chickens.
And you can make the penguins dance, too.
Oh, that's awesome. So, obviously, there's a whole host of new weapons in the game. Are there different classes of weapons? How are you using the weapons this time around?
We've got a new type of weapon called combat devices. And so in the past, we'd always kind of dumb down some of our weapons because we have a large arsenal. We wanted them all to kind of be equal. But now with combat devices, we can make them even more powerful, much stronger, like the Groovatron or the Transmorpher or the Visicopter. You can throw these things out when you're in a pinch, and they'll just lay waste to everybody.
And also, do you go through the same upgrading of the weapons and upgrading of Ratchet himself throughout the game?
That's correct. We have many different upgrade levels. As you kill enemies, you get experience points, your weapons become more powerful. We also have a weapons upgrade system where it's like a tree where you can kind of upgrade different branches of it.
So it is a much deeper model than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
Now, there's obviously the game series is known for its absolutely exceptional gameplay. How are you holding on to that gameplay but enhancing it with the new power offered to you by the PS3?
Well, I think right off the bat, you can see by the graphics that there's a lot more density, a lot more activity happening on the screen, which creates a very visceral experience. In addition to that, we're taking advantage of stuff like the 6-axis controller. For example, we've got this tornado weapon that you can use a controller to actually move the tornado around, independent of Ratchet.
Wow, okay, and also the AI in the game, you know, sometimes they were more, you had to sort of walk into their point of view before you activated them. How does the AI work in Ratchet & Clank Future?
It's a lot more expressive now. We have the ability to have a lot more animation, so we can do stuff like the Groovatron. In the past, we kind of have to cut some of that flavor stuff out because we just needed to get the basics in. So really, it's about making the enemies more expressive, more fun to kill.
And are we going to have a lot of these sort of small mini games that we saw back in the 3rd installment? We had like the great little 2D platforming with Captain Quark.
That's right. We have a lot more variety now. We're going back to our true roots of making exploration, discovery. There's the mini games. There's Clank. There's a lot of fun things you can do.
And is Captain Quirk returning in the game?
Yes, he is.
All right, good. Well, I cannot tell you how much I can't wait to play this. When can we hope to get our hands on it?
It's going to be fall 2007.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. And before we go, I think we should go out with maybe one more of the Groovatrons if we can get some enemies to dance.
Ratchet's right now flying.
Right now, he's just flying through the air. All right, good enough. Well, Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Adam.
love this game.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Joel Gordine with his trusty stick cam to get some live reaction to what we just saw.
Thank you, Adam. I've got Joshua from Orlando, Florida on the stick cam. Joshua, we just took a look at Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction. Tell me, what new weapon are you most excited to get your hands on?
That Groovatron, that looks freaking awesome. What can I say?
Like this, Joshua, like this. But you know, real men, Joshua, real men beat the whole game with the wrench. What do you have to say about that?
I'm not disappointed at all.
It's the right choice, right? Talk to me about the visuals of the game. It's incredibly cinematic. We saw Ratchet grinding the rail and this enormous structure falling behind him. It's a lot like the Fifth Element, right? It's incredibly it's just beautifully animated. Do you think do you think it's the right age range for you? Would you play it?
Oh my gosh, yes, I would. That's like, it's beautiful. What can you say? If it's beautiful, who doesn't want to play a game that's awesome looking?
It's incredible. It shows we don't need like blown up buildings and guns to make a game playable. You know, it's spectacular.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Adam, back to you.
Thank you so much, Joel, and we'll be right back.
Still ahead. Don't call it a comeback. We'll be talking with Sony CEO Jack Tretton about how he plans to knock out the competition with stunning new PS3 titles. Plus, we've got an exclusive look at software giant EA's killer E3 lineup. And for you Wii folks out there, we've got the next-gen preview of the longest-running series in video game history, Super Mario Galaxy. So stay right there.
Solid Snake on a plane. He's trained for stealth and built for thrills. Solid Snake on a plane.
Would you like some pretzels?
I wanted peanuts, not pretzels.
Solid Snake on a plane.
The flight attendants are working for Revolver Ocelot. And they're vampires.
That makes more sense than my last 3 games.
Solid Snake on a plane.
It's time for the in-flight meal. My boot in your ass!
Solid Snake on a plane. Then, who's the man who takes down any god he feels like? Kratos Jones. Can you dig it? Kratos Jones, private investigator and one-man Spartan army. Corrupt cops and out-of-control drug dealers. He's using his own brand of street justice to clean up Athens, Georgia.
I want Kratos Jones out of the picture.
The Irishman.
I ain't gonna let them hurt you no more.
Well, what are you gonna do, sugar?
What I do best.
This is my town, Kratos Jones. Go to Hades.
You first.
He fights evil. He paints his body. He gets the ladies. 250 pounds of pure fury. Kratos Jones at the E3 Grindhouse.
Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E3 2007 presented by Scion. I'm Olivia Munn. This is day 1 of the Electronic Entertainment Expo, and already things are heating up. We've heard tons of exciting announcements and are bringing you all of them as they break. Coming up this hour, we'll go behind the scenes with Naughty Dog, the creators of Jak and Daxter. We'll also check out EA's entire new lineup with Adam Sessler, and we'll go on a wild booth safari as Zach Selwyn roams the expo floor. Right now, let's go on over to Kevin, who's got a first look at Warhawk, the new multiplayer flight combat game for the PS3.
Yes, thank you, Olivia. I have been dying to get my hands on Warhawk. It's still in development, but luckily we got slipped some game footage that I can highlight for you using this telestrator right here. It's not quite hands on the game, but at least I can doodle all over it. Let's take a look at some of the special features here. We have the a little bit of Warhawk footage to play for you, and there it is. First of all, as you can see, the draw distance is absolutely incredible. And if we can hold on a second, let's let it play. And I can't freeze. Oh, did you? There was right in that general area was a nice big explosion. Right now there's a plane, but it looks something like that. Let's move it on. Let's keep it going. Amazing particle effects everywhere, and there's this tank on a screen that you just have to see. Wait for it. Now. Oh, this little guy right here. Now, he was setting up a play to get the tank right there, except he got blowed to high hell, and now he's hanging out like a ragdoll in the air. I didn't realize they were going to have ragdoll physics on ground characters in a game that's so heavily based on air combat. It's an awesome feature. The game looks incredible. I'm going to give it a gold star. And there you have it. That's Warhawk, folks. It's awesome. Now let's check in with Olivia, who's back over there.
Thanks so much, Kev. Now, coming up, Sony held their big press conference this morning. We'll talk with the PlayStation CEO himself, Jack Tretton, for an in-depth look at what he's got in store for the PS3 and the PSP in the coming year. And later, when games are compared to movies, is there a double standard? We tackle the game ratings issue and what it means to you guys at home. And still to come, a live hands-on demo of the PS3 exclusive Uncharted Drake's Fortune. There is lots to see and only one place to see it. It's right here on G4. Welcome back to E3 07 Live on G4. I'm Olivia Munn. Kevin, you can clap. You can be excited.
I'm super excited. Shun all those people. I'm Kevin Pereira. We're coming to you live from Barker Hangar here in Santa Monica, California, where E3 2007 is well underway. Now, this is your exclusive home for the latest video, news, previews, and game demos.
Later tonight on G4, be sure to catch the premiere of Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy from Minority Team creator and longtime Crank Yankers collaborator Adam De La Pena. This show features 8-bit style animation, and it centers around two video game programmers who have to deal with the hostile takeover of their Atari-like company by a crazy Texas millionaire. And it's got the word monkey in the title, so you know it's got to be hilarious. Check out Code Monkeys debuting tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on G4. But right now, let's go on over to Blair Butler, who's covering the scene at the Fairmont Hotel, one of the exclusive locations off the main floor. Blair?
Thanks, Olivia. I'm here at the Fairmont Hotel with David from IDOS to talk about Kane and Lynch. Now, I've seen a little bit of the game, and it is amazingly violent. Tell me what inspired it.
Kane and Lynch is inspired by all the great crime movies that you've ever seen, and it is not a crime game, it's not a heist game, it's really a crime drama told through the story and through two lead characters, Kane and Lynch.
And tell me a little bit about Kane and Lynch and their relationship.
Kane hates Lynch, Lynch hates Kane, and they've got to work together to basically save Kane's wife and daughter.
And how does that work out in the gameplay?
There's constant dialogue between the two characters as the story is told. And as you move through the story, you have to deal with Lynch and his psychotic episodes and all the problems that you face as you go through this crime drama.
Now, some of it is just single player, but at other times it's squad-based.
It's squad-based. You can manage a crew of up to 8 players. It's very simple controls. If your viewers are into IO games, this is made by IO Interactive, makers of Hitman and also Freedom Fighters. And it's a very accessible tactical shooter where it's just simple button commands to guide your entire crew into the mayhem.
And it's very cinematic from what I've seen as well.
I think we're pulling a lot from cinema. The power of PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, high-end PCs allows us now to tell a story with sound and audio and dialogue and really attack the crime movie in the video game genre.
It's a bloody good time. And now when will it be coming out?
Kane and Lynch Dead Man releases in Q4 2007.
Nice. Well, I think everyone's excited to see that. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much for that, Blair. Now, this morning, Sony announced Gran Turismo 5 Prologue is making its long-awaited debut on the PlayStation 3. Let's check it out. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later. Right now, we want a more in-depth look at what Sony has in store for the future. We're going to go head-to-head with a man in charge. I'm sorry, Jack has left the building. He had to go see if the controller was vibrating. I don't think it is. We're going to come right back with more. We've got Gran Turismo. We will have Sony's head honcho and plenty more shiny video games for you to look at right after this. It's E3 07 Live on G4. Welcome back, everybody. Now with a more in-depth look at what Sony has in store for the future. We're finally going head-to-head with the man in charge, PlayStation CEO, Jack Tretton. Jack is with us now.
Good. Well, thanks very much, Kevin. Joining me right off the stage of his press conference is Jack Tretton. Jack,
good
how
to
you
be
doing?
here, Jeff.
Great to have you here. Well, let's start this off, Jack. It's 2 years ago at E3. You're on the G4 stage with me. We had a legendary interview about Killzone that you showed. That's what was a CG trailer at the press conference. Everyone was debating, wasn't you ever going to match it with the game? I saw the game. We saw it at the press conference. I saw it last night. I got to tell you, you got pretty close to that trailer. What do you have to say to those internet haters now who said you were lying?
I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff, because that interview lives in infamy. I've seen it on YouTube for the last 2 years. And if you remember, we were having the discussion about Ted Price and Insomniac and Resistance Fall of Man. And as you know, at the time, I was managing North American development. Yeah. And the question was, is that live footage? And I said, Ted Price wanted me to make it crystal clear that it's absolutely all live footage. Now, the European guys, a little bit of a different question, but I wasn't speaking for the European code, but I feel very vindicated coming off of the Killzone demos. You see, I not only think it's very close, I think it's dead on and maybe an improvement. So.
Well, because for 2 years, Peter Moore and all these guys are saying, oh, they're showing video, the game's never going to match that. I mean, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting, as Peter says, and I had the tasting and it looked pretty good. So
well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it's easy for me to say, but the bottom line is we preach it time and time again, and maybe it makes for a boring statement, but we really believe in that 10-year product life cycle, and it's not about 6 months or the first year. It's about sustaining a platform for 10 years and really having the technology to
So let's talk about the state of the PS3, and it's just starting its 10-year life cycle. You dropped the price. It's a price drop, but also, I mean, the PS3 launched at $499, the lower price SKU, so it's really not much of a drop from where it was at the launch, right? So, I mean, are you really expecting that to have a huge impact on sales?
Well, we really don't characterize it as a price drop, and it's funny. I mean, that's the way the press picks it up. We see it as an additional SKU in the 80-gigabyte PS3 that comes with MotorStorm packed in, a $60 value. We all know a 20-gig separate hard drive is sold by our competitors for $100. So we think we're giving them a new SKU at $599, and then obviously, consequently, we've reduced the price of the 60-gigabyte SKU to $499.
Well, reducing is a drop, right?
Well, yeah, but there's no question about the value in the 60-gigabyte SKU being significantly better than the 20
Is that enough, do you think, to sort of close the sales gap? Because you're seeing the Wii outselling you, 4-1, and the 360 outselling 2-1, so far this year.
Again, I think if you're looking at that 10-year product life cycle, and I think one of the things that people lose sight of is we are a two-platform company, and we will sell 10 million PlayStation 2s. And as much as I'd love to think all the people that are buying PlayStation 2s right now are going to buy a PS3 the same day, we know that there's going to be a little bit
let's
of a
talk about the PS2 owners, because the hardcore PS2 owners are sort of done with the PS2. There's not a lot of hardcore PS2 software coming out this year. God of War 2, I think, was the last big title. So this fall, they're going to have to make a decision. Do they buy a 360, a PS3, a Wii? What about those guys that say the PS3 is just too expensive for me? I'd love to buy one, but I'm going to have to buy a 360, and they've got better games, some people say.
I think there's 160 games coming out for PlayStation 2. So first of all, I'd refute that PlayStation.
But for the hardcore gamer, it's almost over, right?
Well, I don't know. If you reject all 160 games,
you're going to do God of War 3 for the PS2?
Well, I don't know. I'll see what I can do for you. I think to your second point, though, on PlayStation 3, and can they justify the $500 expense? And you're talking about the hardcore gamer. You're talking about somebody that buys 5 to 10 games a year and spends how much on software? And if you make a decision for the next 10 years and for all the software you're going to buy based on the price of the hardware, you may find yourself out of the hardware business in less than 5 years. And
but some games you look at, like Madden Football, it's running twice as fast on the Xbox 360. Third-party games, you guys have talked about PS3 would be a quantum leap. We're seeing a lot of third-party games that look as good or even better on the Xbox 360. Is that a problem?
We're in the first year, and I guess if you look at what we're most proud of, it's our worldwide studio efforts, 15 exclusives, and I think you'll see that migration in time from the third parties, but there's no question that they developed first on the Xbox 360 because it was out a year earlier. But
you got to switch that around.
Find somebody who tells me that from a technology standpoint that doesn't work for Microsoft, that PS3 isn't the more technologically advanced machine.
Well, Killzone I don't think is possible on the Xbox 360, and we'll leave it there. Thanks very much, Jack. Appreciate it. All right, well, thanks for taking the time to speak with us. Back to you, Olivia.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Now time for another class in E3 History 101. Hardware has always been hot at E3. PlayStation started the console wars, at the first E3 with a price $100 lower than the Sega Saturn. Nintendo also came to the battlefield armed with their upcoming N64. E3 2000 was all about the PS2, Dreamcast, and GameCube. Microsoft Xbox showed, but got no respect. Could the industry handle 4 systems? Turns out it couldn't. Sega waved the white flag and in 2001 switched its focus to games only. In 2005, with the Xbox 360 and PS3 stealing the show, Nintendo spoke of there being more to games than just graphics, and they proved this with the Wii. Can Nintendo impress again this year? Only time will tell. Next time we'll show you why the convention floor isn't the only way to catch a glimpse of the action at E3. Now, Electronic Arts is the world's biggest third-party game developer. We sent game guru Adam Sessler to EA headquarters to get the inside scoop on what they have in store for us this year.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, I'm here at EA, where I've been so kindly invited to take a look at their wonderful lineup of games this year. Action, sports, the Wii, and even rock and roll. So I'm here with Jay Ballman. He is the associate producer on Skate.
It's based in physics. You jump only as high as you can in reality. As you go down hills, you're going to go faster, but if you run into a car, you're going to get worked. If you do backflips, don't grab your board, you're going to land on your head. All the animation blending that could really just bring it to life and capture that feeling of skateboarding.
If you're into demon hunting and crumpets, then Hellgate London might be your cup of tea. This game from the creator of Diablo is exclusively for the PC. All right, I'm standing here with the man, Bill Roper. How many different types and varieties of monsters? Because I've seen a lot.
I think we have about a little over 50 base monster types, and then there's variants of each monster base type, and a lot of the monsters are designed to interact with each other as well. So you'll get 2 or 3 monsters, if they get together, they start using their skills and spells to assist each other.
There are several sequels here among the new titles. Mercenaries 2 and Medal of Honor Airborne are the latest additions to some very popular series. I'm here with John Paquette. He's the creative director for Medal of Honor Airborne. This really is a new direction to take the Medal of Honor series.
It plays totally different. I mean, you're able to jump out of the plane, go wherever you want in the air, and start the level wherever you decide to start. So that's something that we haven't done in the past. But essentially, the airborne experience is about seizing, clearing, and securing the drop zone.
From air assault to ground combat, EA has the new Mercenaries 2. All right, we're here with Jonathan Zamkoff. He's the senior producer on Mercenaries 2. You know, have a game with a little more expectation coming behind it. How are you going to satisfy that?
We figure we basically make everything bigger. We make everything better. We'd have bigger explosions, more high polygon vehicles, better storyline. Basically, we took the world and we just blew it out.
On the lighter side of things, EA has some fun titles tailor-made for the Nintendo Wii system and its wireless controller. We're here with Alex Hyder, who's the producer, and I think the cheeriest game of the EA lineup, and that's Boogie. Now, how do you control the game using the Wii controller to get such a different variety of moves?
So there's basic moves, I mean up and down, left and right, and then you'll cycle through the dance styles. You express yourself, you have fun being creative with music that you love.
It's fitting that we would end here because it used to be licensed games like The Simpsons that made up the bulk of EA's lineup. It was James Bond, Godfather, Catwoman. But it's clear after today that they're focusing on original games, and they're original both in concept and in their execution, and it shows a new and much stronger direction for Electronic Arts. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Adam. You guys, coming up, we have the Loop and the Fracture demo.
You guys.
Thanks, Adam. You guys, coming up, we have the Loop and the Fracture demo. You don't want to miss it. That is next on E307 Live.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you? And also brought to you by Comic-Con 07 Live. Your access to all the hottest Comic-Con happenings. July 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. only on G4.
Welcome back back to E307 Live on G4. Now, every year, game developers come to E3 to debut their hottest new stuff. Last year's E3 centered on the launching of 2 new consoles, the PS3 and the Wii. This year, it's all about the software. We've got our greedy little hands on all the new titles, and we'll be seeing which games best utilize the increased firepower of the next-gen consoles. Now let's go to Kevin Pereira, who will be discussing whether video games get the short end of the joystick when it comes to censorship on the loop.
All right, yeah, let's do it. My guest tonight, Vivendi Universal Games executive producer Pete Wanna is here, and Movie City News editor David Poland. Gentlemen, welcome back to The Loop. We have some veterans today. I want to get right into it, David. You know, some people say you look at a movie like Hostel 2, where throats are getting slashed and women are being tortured. It's graphic, it's real, it's on screen.
I love
that gets an R, of course you do. But it's not an NC-17. You put that in a video game, though, and it could never happen unless it were an alien spewing purple blood. I mean, is that fair? Is there a double standard?
Well, there are a lot of things cut out. I think the standard is actually quite similar, which is that the corporations that make these movies really don't want to have trouble. Anything that'll keep it quiet. So if you can slice a throat and nobody notices, it's fine. In the case of Hostel 2, it's being released by Lionsgate, which is a quote-unquote independent.
Right.
But the DVD is being released by Sony. So it's ironic, because Sony's not going to get junked for actually putting out such a violent movie, and yet Lionsgate takes the heat. It's independent. They can do it.
Yeah, but games don't even have that luxury.
They don't have that luxury.
We're screwed right off the bat. Yeah,
Right?
absolutely. So, you know, and we can't, even if you wanted, it's the same thing for him, is if he put in Hostel and the Sony DVD or Blu-ray player that was playing it said, no, sorry, we won't allow it because its rating is too stiff for what we feel our family-friendly audience
As a game creator, then, Pete, you're getting shafted by the publishers who refuse to publish those games and the hardware owners themselves who lock them out?
Sure, and if we could actually get there, maybe we'd be screwed by retail as well. So, you know, we're damned if we do on every step of the way, and there's absolutely a double standard.
And we find it amazing. We find it amazing because we've actually found a way to get around almost all of that. Because you can get a region-free DVD player, for instance, and see films from other countries
Sure.
you're not supposed to see. Pretty much
Unrated
everything
bootleg
goes.
VCDs of My Last Night's Adventures, anything goes if you have a unlocked DVD
Yeah,
player, right?
which is very easy to get.
Well, what's with the double standard then? Why is it one way for video games and another way for film?
Well, I think, again, it's the thing that they can get away with it. If you don't have people pressure in Washington to say you're doing something wrong and we have to shut you down and we're going to investigate you, they're fine putting out whatever. They put out they put out kill snuff films
Right.
if they would make money and nobody in Washington would say anything.
There have been groups who have complained about violence in the media. I mean, isn't it because they think that people that are playing video games are just kids?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, anytime that we have to deal with, you know, the Mario culture, that games are just for kids and, you know, happy Italian plumbers are great, but when you try to saw somebody's hands off, all of a sudden people get all up in arms. It's like, if they did it in a movie, it's a rated R. They did it in a game, it won't come out.
But study after study now has shown the average age of the gamer is getting older. I think now it's hovering around 28 or something. When will the publishers wake up and realize that maybe there is a market for adults-only games?
I think publishers are, you know, I mean, look at, you know, Manhunt, you know, 2.
Where? I can't see it because it's banned. It's not on the shelves.
Yeah,
it's
well,
not at
and
Walmart.
that's ridiculous, and that's the reason why we're here talking about it. But yeah, I mean, games have an unfair double standard compared to its.
Well, but the same thing is true in the film business because their NC-17 doesn't work at all.
Right.
There's an economic downside to having it. It's a busted rating, so they don't make movies for adults. I mean, it's that simple, so we don't get it. It's self-censorship on our part, and it's a nightmare because it really, the thing that both sides need, I think, is something that works for adults, where ultimately, yes, things can sneak into kids' hands. It's always going to happen. I saw porno movies when I was 12 years old or whatever. But
I was making them.
Well, there you go. I heard you were very
12 and a half, Mom. Thank you, by the way. Now, Pete, as a developer, when you go, what are the ridiculous restraints that are placed upon you? Is it change this person to look less human, change the blood?
Yeah, I mean, you get all those types of comments, you know, when you're trying to reduce, if you're trying to reduce the rating. And for a long time, I thought, you know, we're really starting to make a change. Games like Grand Theft Auto and Scarface and, you know, games that push the content limit has really opened it up. So we started to feel like, you know what, wow, we really are maturing as an industry. The average age of gamers is much older now.
We still got a long way to go.
We have a rating called adults only, but we can't let adults buy it because the companies won't even distribute the games with the rating.
It's adults only and retail never. David, I want to give you
Ironically, in corporations, though, now Coca-Cola is using Grand Theft Auto as a commercial ploy. So, you know, they've turned it into Disneyland. Every 42nd Street is Disneyland in New York. Everything is Disneyland.
The other big difference is his rating system. They actually have to watch the whole movie. Try to find somebody who's actually played a game start to finish.
Well, they don't even have to. You're supposed to send them selects, right?
Well, it's like somebody rating books with being illiterate, you know? Like
well,
nobody's
books of the devil and all should be burnt. I just want to get that out there right now. Final word to you, David. Is there ever going to be a solution or a time where we see like a ratings board, an MPAA or an ESRB that actually rates video games? Will they ever come together and say, okay, enough is enough. There's clearly room for adults. Let's figure out how to rate these things fairly, or are we just going to keep continuing at the same rate?
It really comes down to money. As long as they don't see any financial upside, as long as it's having an NC-17 movie or an AO game seems to be something that's not going to make them as much money as making something that's more mainstream, they won't do it. And when that happens, they'll start doing it.
Pete, would you make an AO game if you could get it on the shelf?
Absolutely.
Are you dying to make one?
Absolutely.
And I'd play it.
Happen. I would play it as well several times. I want to thank you both for coming on. I really appreciate your time. Thanks for keeping us in the loop. Now, in our last poll, we asked you who you thought should be in charge of censoring video games. The results are in, folks, and apparently nobody should censor these things. What were the odds? But you haven't thought about the children, and you need to do that. They're precious. They are our future. On our next loop discussion, it's all about the Wii. Will their attempt to appeal to mainstream consumers ultimately hurt or help the gaming industry? And that brings us to our next online viewer poll question. Should more game development be geared toward experienced gamers, casual gamers, non-gamers, or should they simply target the most popular platform? Just go to g4tv.com/E3 or text E3 to G4TXT, that's 44898, and let us know exactly what you think. Now, Morgan, I hear you're actually with Stan Lee. Is that true?
Yes, I am here with living legend Stan Lee. Thanks for joining us. Now, you are a fixture at Comic-Con. What brings you to E3?
Well, I thought this was Comic-Con, but I think since I'm here already, I might as well. No, actually, they have this great new Spider-Man game. I love Activision anyway. I'm here every year, and I figured a year without Activision is like a day without sunshine.
All right, so what's the new game called?
I beg your pardon?
What's the game called?
It's Spider-Man Friends and Foes, or Foes and Friends, or something very similar.
And what's so special about it?
It has all these great villains. You can be a villain, you can be a hero, you can be an ally. He allies with some of the villains, he fights the other villains, and you take your pick, and it's really great.
So who is the game aimed at? Is this for hardcore gamers? Is there a lot of blood going on?
I'd like to think it's aimed for everybody on the face of the earth, but they're specifically targeting it for kids about 8 to 12.
And so I'm kind of excited about the new co-op features. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Only if somebody explains to me what they are.
So we hear that there's co-op features so people can jump in and play at any time.
Oh, that's right. I didn't know what you meant. I thought you meant a co-op. They moved to a new place, and it was opposed to a condominium, but I see what you mean. Yeah, anybody can jump in anytime, pick one of the roles, play it, and it's really great. It's hard to concentrate on what I'm saying because I see myself on the monitor, and I look so excitingly interesting. But anyway, I'll try my best.
Are we going to see you at Comic-Con?
Of course you are, but there'll be about 100,000 other people there, so you'll have to look real close.
Well, we are definitely going to be there. We're going to have a huge presence there, and don't worry, I bet we're going to look you up and we'll find you.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you there.
All right, thanks so much for joining us. Back to you, Olivia.
Okay, thanks, Morgan and Stan. Don't worry. Kevin's always distracted when he sees himself on TV. It's very difficult. You guys, later on today's show, we'll get to play the highly anticipated new PS3 title, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at the company that created it.
Naughty Dog has come a long way since the popular Crash Bandicoot franchise debuted for PlayStation in 1996. A few years later, the company created Jak and Daxter, a big hit in the PS2. Now, these innovative game makers are going into uncharted territory.
When we looked at what we wanted to do after Jak and Daxter, we had a lot of options open to us. We are now working on our new franchise, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. With the PlayStation 3, we felt that it brought us the power to tackle a real-world environment, something we could set in the modern day and still immerse that player in that experience.
This action-adventure game features Nathan Drake, a descendant of famed explorer Sir Francis Drake. Nathan is a modern-day treasure hunter and travels to an uncharted land to find his family fortune.
He is an everyman. He really survives by his tenacity and resourcefulness and gets by luck sometimes. We wanted the character to have a very human nature to him. We wanted him to, be fallible and you actually feel the stress that he feels as you're playing the game.
One of the many technical challenges that Naughty Dog faced was creating a realistic environment rather than the fantasy-based worlds in past games.
It feels like now we're making feature films, and with about the same budgets, about the same crews, and about the same amount of time. So you'll just have to work smarter and harder to make it happen.
This is so not cool!
Not only do we have to make sure the gameplay is fun, but we have to make sure that his eyeball reflects light correctly and that his eyelashes look correct and his clothes are wrinkling correctly and things like that.
Naughty Dog hopes that the Uncharted game will attract new fans, but entertain longtime Naughty Dog gamers.
So I think people that have been longtime fans of Naughty Dog's games won't feel completely shocked or left out in the cold. It's got the sense of interconnected streaming world that never drops you out of the experience. It's all very Naughty Dog.
And we couldn't agree more.
Exciting. Yes. The adventure game is back.
And it's not point and click.
No,
I'm okay
it's
with
not.
That
now, our exclusive live demo of Uncharted happens right here later today.
Yes, but coming up next, more news from the floor as our correspondents get all up in the guts of this expo.
Very descriptive.
Well,
Plus, we check back with Morgan for the latest from the ongoing Game Developer Media events.
And later on, Blair will take a peek at the Wii game that everybody's been waiting for. Of course, it's Super Mario Galaxy.
Everyone's excited about that.
I cannot wait. Stay tuned, everybody. It's coming right up.
E307 Live is brought to you by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Premieres tonight at 9 p.m. only on G4.
Welcome back to E307 Live. I'm Will O'Neill, coming to you from Shutters Hotel in lovely Santa Monica. I'm here with Corey D'Angelo from Sony Online Entertainment. Now, you're going to give us the 411 on the agency now. First and foremost, you say it's an MMO. I don't see any swords, any dragons. What is this game?
This game is about spies and mercenaries in a contemporary setting doing high-paced action and adventure.
Okay, so it's not your typical MMO. I'm not running around casting spells.
No, there's no spells. You're shooting a gun. You're sneaking up on people, taking pictures. You're doing spy stuff. You're doing everything that James Bond does.
Okay. Now, as far as like gameplay is concerned, like as far as missions, what kind of missions are there in the game?
There's all kinds of missions. There's stealthy missions where you're trying to sneak around, plant cameras, take pictures of covert meetings. There's combat missions where you're trying to go in and just shoot stuff up and blow things down. There's vehicle missions where you're just trying to get from point A to point B before the bad guys blow up your car. There's all kinds of fun stuff to do.
Okay, now speaking of fun stuff, it's kind of a racy game, and I heard earlier something about strip clubs. Is this a racy game?
Well, we were just showing something actually in the background there that was, yeah, actually there are. There's strip clubs and brothels. You're dealing with international threats and espionage. You got to sometimes get into the underground. You got to deal with some people that it's racier.
That's great. That's awesome. Well, thanks a lot. It sounds great. I like the whole strip club element as well. I'll go do some research later. Anyway, back to you, Olivia.
Thanks, Will. Now let's take a look at an exciting new game from LucasArts, Fracture. This shooter adds an interesting new development to the genre, terrain deformation. Using various weapons, you can literally change the ground you walk on. Let's take a look.
All right, well, we're here with Denny Thorley. You are the president of Day One Studios, the company that's making Fracture. I think for a little context for our viewers, you also were behind the MechAssault games.
Absolutely.
All right.
Studios did both MechAssault 1 and 2.
So let's jump into Fracture here. Now, let's get some background of the story inside of this game.
Well, basically, the East Coast, which is called the Atlantic Alliance, has developed technology in a cybernetic way, and the West Coast is done with genetics. And they've got a little bit of a rift going on, and basically genetic engineering becomes outlawed, and the Pacific Coast says no way and decides to secede from the Union. So we're at a point right now, it's kind of the flashpoint, happens right at Alcatraz Island, where the Atlantic Alliance says stand down, and the Republicans, Pacificans say no way, we're leaving. So this is where the first gun gets fired.
So not only is there internal strife within the United States, apparently weaponry has advanced to a rather remarkable state where you can affect the ground around you. How did that come about inside of the game, and how do you actually use it inside of it?
Well, to be honest with you, what we were looking for is one, more interactivity, and what you see John just throw right here, our character is Mason Briggs, and he's a demolition expert, and he can raise and lower the train with the weapons that he carries. He raises the train with a tectonic grenade, and this can be used for cover. It kind of reshapes the battlefield, so it helps him decide how he wants to fight his battles. The subsonic grenades take the hills back down. So we can use the moving of the train. We can use them for tactical advantage. We can use it to destroy the enemy. We can use it to get to higher ground or solve puzzles. Right now, John's deciding how he wants to take out the enemy, and he's going to get to this hill and then deal with the enemy coming up.
Now, I assume the enemy AI is also going to be good enough that you're going to have to use these tactics against them.
Absolutely. One of the challenges that we have in creating this deformable terrain is the AI has to use it as well. So they'll use some of your tactics against you, but they'll also use if we create a tectonic mound, they use that for cover as well. So they are dynamically changing how they interact with the game. And because no player plays it the same way, each time you go and play the game, it plays a little differently.
Now, the way that you go through the game, does it follow a linear model, or are you more sort of open world in the way that you're changing everything around you?
It's a little bit of both. You're going into an area where we're allowing the player a great deal of variety of how he solves the objective, but he is given an objective so that he can kind of follow it. And early in the mission, you're seeing mission 2 right here. John's going to try to take out some anti-aircraft guns. And what this is just getting people used to the idea of terrain deformation, because it's very powerful and very flexible.
So it would sound like it also, like your powers in terms of how you can affect everything around you will advance throughout the game.
There's no doubt. As soon as John takes out this anti-aircraft gun, we'll show you some of the more advanced weapons really quick.
Now, what is the technology that you're having to take advantage of to be able to do this in the game? This isn't quite typical.
Well, quite honestly, this could only happen on next generation systems.
Right.
If you saw the profile of what the CPU is doing when we're doing all this terrain manipulation and the physics, we are maxing out both these machines, the PS3 and the 360. Now, when you put and weave everything together, this gives an experience to the player that they haven't seen before. Watch, if you go here, John's going to go up and use what is a Pacifican weapon, which is called the Bangalore. This actually shoots a rocket that travels underground. So, and then John decides when it's going to blow up. So he's going to come up to a rock here, and if he wants to root out an enemy behind a rock or some hard point, he can fire it and then blow it up behind the rock. Okay, so really the enemies, there's a lot of variability in terms of how it gets played.
Now, also in terms of the environments that you're going to play in, this looks definitely like a wasteland or something that was once
Actually, this is right outside San Francisco.
Really? I used to live in San Francisco. Oh, hi!
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was right under the bridge that I lived. I used to cry myself to sleep. But what is the variety of environments that you're going to find throughout the game?
There's a significant variety of environments. The only one we're showing right now is the San Francisco. A big tectonic shift has happened due to some climate change, and the bay is dry. And so you're fighting right at the base of San Francisco and the base of Alcatraz.
Now, looking back on sort of what you've learned about making games with the MechAssault, so how you've taken that knowledge and applied it here to Fracture?
I gotta be honest with you, MechAssault is very much about exaggerated power and very accessible. It's very easy to get in the game and play, and we've kept that with getting into Fracture. Also, our DNA is kind of multiplayer. MechAssault was one of the initial titles on Live, and this is an exceptional multiplayer game because everything that you're seeing on the screen, you can actually do in multiplayer. So when you and I play, if you're beating me down, I can throw a tectonic mound and weave my way around and try to get out of trouble. And so the game is constantly and dynamically changing.
All right, well, that's good, because you just doubly sold me on it. Now,
excellent.
Let's just make it clear, this is for the PS3 and the Xbox 360.
Yes, it is.
We're going to see it next year. Do you have any time frame for that?
Maybe next year about this time.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Well, Denny, thank you so much. The game's looking good. Can't wait to see what it turns into.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we're going to go to Joel Gordine on the Stickam to see what you think about Fracture.
Thank you, Adam. I've got Troy from Los Angeles, California here on the Stickam with me. Troy, what are some of your favorite LucasArts titles?
Hello?
Hey, Troy, what's up? You're live.
Oh, okay. This is Caleb from Texas.
Oh, Caleb, excellent. Excellent.
Yes, okay.
Wonderful to have you, Caleb. Tell me, I love it. Tell me, what are some of your favorite LucasArts titles, Caleb?
Oh, definitely Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I was sold on the first one.
Yeah, now Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic was amazing. It brings me to a great point. LucasArts in the past has been known for great innovation in their games. Monkey Island, Full Throttle, Grim Fandango. Lately, we're seeing a lot of Star Wars titles, to be frank. And Fracture represents a departure from that. Do you think that is increasing your excitement for it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially, I mean, whenever I first started playing LucasArts games was on the Nintendo, and ever since then it's definitely been building up since then. So I mean, if Star Wars Knights of the Republic sold me, I'm definitely getting Fracture.
Maybe a little Maniac Mansion then, Caleb.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Fracture has amazing AI. How does that affect your gameplay? A good AI, a bad AI?
I want the AI to be as hard as possible. I don't want it to be a little sorry AI to where I can kill and maybe a second jumping in there. I want it to be the best AI I've ever played in a game.
For sure, for sure. It really makes or breaks a game. Adam, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes, exactly. It's what makes or breaks me because my artificial intelligence needs some tinkering. Thank you, Joel, for reminding me of that with that conversation. Let's go to Olivia.
All right, thanks, guys. Now, recess is over, boys and girls, and E3 History 101 is back in session. For most, the convention floor is where it's at. However, through the years, the E3 media events have provided some memorable moments of their own. In 2003, Nokia had an interesting media event to promote its new system, the N-Gage, but they really delivered it when it came time to answer how much. The following year at E304, Nintendo's new Faceman came out to make a very strong statement. Sound up. My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
My name is Reggie.
Remind me never to mess with a Nintendo. Okay, enough of that. Can you guys still hear me? Let's talk games. You might be surprised to learn how some of your favorite games showed. We'll have that for you tomorrow in E3 History 101. Let's check in with Morgan right now at the Fairmont Hotel. Morgan?
Hi. I went to a couple press conferences so far. We'll start off with EA. Now, they focused almost their entire press conference on casual gaming. It was a really interesting move from them. I think they saw how successful Nintendo's been with making games for the masses, and they're trying to jump on that bandwagon. One of the games they showed off was a game called Boogie, where you actually have your Wiimote in your hand and you kind of dance, and you have a character that dances along with you. You can also sing with your character, and he'll sing along with you. You can, clothe them and create your own character, and they had songs like the Pussycat Dolls and kind of fun songs like that. It sounds a little childish, but it actually looks like a lot of fun. I think it's going to appeal to a wide audience. Another fun game they showed was Playground. Now this is going to have dodgeball and tetherball and little soccer games and that kind of thing. Like a lot of fun mini games that people have a good time with at any age. They showed another quiz game called Smarty Pants. Microsoft also showed a quiz-style game, so I guess people are kind of jumping on that bandwagon. They did show, actually, a screenshot from the Spielberg Joint Project LMNO. It was the first release screenshot. It's a woman kind of ducking away with a bird in her hands. We didn't really learn very much from the screenshot, but, they gave us something. Then from Activision, they actually focused a whole lot on the Tony Hawk game. There's 3 different kind of skaters you can be. You could be a career skater to try and make money. You could be a hardcore skater. You can create your own tracks, and they're also emphasizing the fact that you can flick the analog sticks in order to nail the trick or grab the board, grab the rail, that kind of thing. So they're emphasizing a little bit more control over the board, which is going to be pretty fun. There's a there's a park editor, there's a skate lounge where you can build your own skate rink, and your friends can come on over and hang out with you and skate. We saw 4 new levels of Call of Duty, and actually Guitar Hero 3 has an original track and boss battle from Slash. That's all I got. Back to you guys.
All right, Morgan. I mean, that was a lot of stuff, and we appreciate the update, but was there one thing that you personally were most excited about?
I was very excited about the track from Slash and the boss battle in Guitar Hero 3. You're actually going to have to, play against Slash, and Slash is good.
I know.
Slash is hard to beat. I'm excited about that.
When we had it on our show yesterday, that was the coolest thing. I mean, all these new inventions they put onto the guitar.
I like to think that I'm kind of a boss battle when you play against me, but
you're not.
I'm not. I'm actually terrible at the game.
All right,
Morgan, thank you so much for the update. Right now, we're going to go to
guys.
Zach Selwyn. He's got a flow report presented by Scion.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm out here on the floor with a girl who has put all the frag dolls to shame. Lily Atkins, you're hot. Who are you and why are we married? You play games? Sweet, me too.
I do play games. I'm with 2K Sports, and we're here showing off the Bigs, our all-new baseball game.
Oh, I thought when I heard the Bigs, it was something else.
Have you played it yet?
I haven't, but this looks pretty good. My man with the Louis Vuitton bag is hanging out getting autographs. You're like Ichiro, man. Nice job over there.
Excellent. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, right?
Hottest booth here.
Yeah, I can tell. It definitely is. I mean, so you got your regular in the park baseball game here, and then we got another one over here. I'm going to go see what this guy's playing. Dude, what do you got? You're playing baseball in Times Square with Jeff Kent?
The more stuff I break, the higher my score is, so how can you go wrong?
You're pretty good at this, huh?
Yeah, a lot of the testers like myself, we play it a lot, so
Well, let me see if I can distract you by blowing in your ear.
Yeah, it probably would distract me. Distracting.
See? My mission is accomplished in a bad way. And then, of course, we got this one. This is a New York subway. My man's about to go mess some stuff up. How real life is this? Like, have you ever knocked over a subway station with a AK-47 before?
I don't think New York is this dirty now. This is gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not New York. That's the LA subway.
Exactly.
He's into his game, man. We're all into their games. Like this guy, Ryan Jones. This is a dirty game you got going on.
Back on the job, guys. Holding it down for the darkness.
Down for the darkness. We're all down for the darkness. Kevin, we're also down to go back to you on the main stage.
All right, thanks, Zach. We appreciate it. Yeah, still ahead. It's like God of War, but with a hot chick. Yeah, we've got Heavenly Sword.
That's right. And later, the makers of Jak and Daxter go fortune hunting with a very different kind of game.
Yes, plus more from the floor. This is E307 Live on G4. You got to stay with us.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you?
Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E307. There are so many games, and as the games get more advanced, so do the titles. Here are our definitive list of the longest E3 game titles of all time.
Oh, it's all you, Mon. Let's hear it.
Number 3, The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth. 2, The Rise of the Witch King.
Okay.
Okay, number 2, The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, Attack of the Twonkies.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
And number 1, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Raido Kuzunoha versus the Soulless Army.
Bless you. Bless you.
Was it good? Was it a good list?
It's a great list, but it's just a ridiculous list. Could we stop with the long names?
That's why I made a list.
Sword Game.
Okay.
Okay, I summed it all up that easily. You're welcome, PR geniuses.
It's more fun now, though.
It is a lot more fun. All right, let's check in with Layla Kaylee to get our own daily dose of the feed.
I'm Layla Kaylee, and there's more going on in the world than just game news, and here's the latest. Starting today, Dish Network will roll out 15 more HD channels. 8 regional sports networks just turned HD, and then next month, 7 national networks go HD, including the History Channel, Animal Planet, and the Science Channel. By year's end, Dish Network expects to have the capacity to offer 100 HD channels. This news comes just days after competitor DirecTV announced that they have launched a new satellite that will allow the company to offer over 1,500 local HD channels and 150 national HD channels by early next year. The HD war rages on, and we'll see who does it best. If you ever wondered where the Simpsons' hometown of Springfield is, well, we have the answer. Springfield, Vermont has just been named the official town of The Simpsons after an online poll conducted by 20th Century Fox. The southeastern Vermont community beat out 13 other Springfields for the honor. The town put together a video showing a local TV personality playing Homer Simpson and chasing a giant pink donut through the town. As a result of winning, Springfield, Vermont will host the premiere of The Simpsons movie on July 26. Despite a less than warm reception, Superman is returning to the big screen, as well as his nemesis. It's just been confirmed that Kevin Spacey will reprise his role as Lex Luthor in the sequel, Superman Man of Steel. The script is already being written, and Bryan Singer will still direct, but not for a while. The director will shoot Valkyrie and the mayor of Castro Street first. That means the earliest we'll see the Man of Steel is somewhere in 2009. Aww. Most college students spend their time on Xbox Live, but now you can actually earn credits for gaming. The University of North Carolina, Greensboro, is now offering a microeconomics class as an online game. Econ 201 is a sci-fi adventure that teaches the player the basics of economics, like supply and demand, through an interactive story. Completing the game will get you 3 hours of social sciences credit, and you can even take the class if you're not a student at the college. Though sadly, you get 0 achievement points. Sorry, guys. And finally, it wouldn't be a news day without all the latest iPhone updates. Yesterday, we reported on a JP Morgan analyst who speculated on an iPhone Nano. The company has retracted the statement, saying they could not confirm any of the claims, but then announced they think a 3G iPhone will come in 2008. How confusing. But what we do know for a fact is that the iPhone is blendable. Blendtec, the company behind the popular Will It Blend series, released a new video where Apple's phone is put to the test. The result? A $600 smoothie. Whoa, that's expensive. Well, that's it for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Get all the news you need to know anytime at g4tv.com. I'm Layla Kaylee, and you've just been fed. Let's go back to Kevin and Olivia at Barker Hangar.
All right, thanks, Layla. Up next, it's time for a little sword play. We've got a hands-on demo of one of the most talked about new PlayStation 3 games.
That's right, and coming soon to the E3 Grindhouse, the martial arts bloodbath that's guaranteed to make your guts fall out. Kung Fu Master Chief.
Plus, everyone's favorite Italian plumber is back, and it's his biggest Wii adventure yet. Stay tuned for a first look at Super Mario Galaxy.
Everyone's excited about that one.
Feel these. Excited.
E307 Live is brought to you by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Premieres tonight at 9 p.m. only on G4. And also by Sprite with Lyman. Thank you and obey.
He was left for dead until an unlikely friend gave him a second chance. Hello, little one. Kung Fu Master Chief.
Hit me. No. Hit me with emotional content.
What the hell is emotional content?
Just hit him already.
Shut up, Cortana.
Don't talk back to pretty lady inside head.
The Space Marines taught him how to kill. An old friend taught him how to live.
Don't concentrate on the frag grenade or you'll miss all the heavenly glory.
What a load of crap.
But then... Now, to protect those he loves,
He's your son, Chief.
You dog. I said shut up, Cortana.
he has to finish the fight. Vengeance wears a helmet at the E3 Grindhouse. Kung Fu Master Chief.
Awesome.
That was great. Welcome back, everyone, to E307 Live, presented by Scion. I'm Olivia Munn.
And I'm Kevin Pereira. Listen, E3 is an exclusive affair this year. No tickets are being sold to the public, and the invite list, get this, was whittled down from 60,000 to just 3,000.
That's right, but not to worry. G4 is here to give you exclusive breaking game announcements, live game presentations, previews of brand new products, and to tell you what gear you need to start saving for right now. Coming up this hour, we check in with Morgan from the Midway press event where they are unveiling their new game lineup. Plus, it's his Galaxy. We just live in it. We sneak a peek at the new Mario game for the Wii. And somewhere, Adam Sessler already has his hands on Naughty Dog's new release for the PS3.
E3, but since then it's gotten even bigger and badassier, if I may.
Is that a word?
It is now. Add it to the wiki. Right now we're going over to Adam Sessler for a demo of the brand new PlayStation 3 title, Heavenly Sword.
Made exclusively for the PS3, Heavenly Sword is more than just a martial arts combat game. It is a dramatic experience. It features Nariko, a beautiful but hardcore heroine and keeper of the Heavenly Sword who is out to avenge her father's death.
The rules are quite simple.
The designers at Ninja Theory are using state-of-the-art techniques such as facial capture technology to ensure the most emotionally charged performances ever seen in video game characters. Mixing dramatic elements with gameplay makes Heavenly Sword the most anticipated title for PS3 this year.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Now we're here with Kyle Schubel. He's the producer at Sony Computer Entertainment, who's been giving us a wonderful look at this game, Heavenly Sword. Kyle, let's just start off really simple. The game, it is not an arena fighter.
No. No, it is not.
Okay, good. That's a lot of people thought from last year. How about you hop on there and start showing what's going on to help illustrate that?
Well, just to show you... Oh, go ahead.
Well, no. You tell us what you were going to say.
Basically, to give you an idea, if it is an arena fighter, this is your arena. Because if everybody remembers some of the previous demos, we had that little building way off in the distance there in between the two waterfalls. That would be the arena from E3.
And this is an open map that more or less that is rendered there as it was rendered in that demo.
Exactly. In fact, we're going to go ahead and take a little jaunt down this rope here.
All right. Oh, yes. I've seen this before. This is awesome. This will help also illustrate a lot of the gameplay devices.
Exactly. Well, the fun one is this is actually a a hero sequence, which we use. The hero sequences are something to help you actually transition through environments and do things that are more spectacular than I would ever want anyone to have to do in a video game. This could be a touch frustrating if I actually had to physically go through and do the whole thing. Last thing I want to do is die playing my own game.
I believe this is what Kevin has been referring to as badassy.
Yes, sir. Right about there.
All right, and of course now the fighting starts. So what is the combat like inside of it? Is it like God of War, or what is the style?
Well, what we've got is you've got a combat system which is got some similarities to God of War. I mean, it is a sword fighting game with a over-the-top action as I get my butt knocked down here. But what we've got is a combat system that allows you to switch stances. We've got a speed stance here, which I'm tooling through a few guys. You also have a power stance where I'm going to merge the two swords together and make this big old great sword. As you can see, it does a little bit more damage. Now the other fun one is we've got range stance. Get away from these guys because it is range stance. I can now knock these guys around a little bit from a distance. Now the beauty is I can switch in between these. I just went from range stance to power stance, back to speed stance.
And how complex with the controller is trying to move between these various stances?
You just hit the R1 or the L1. If I don't hit anything, I'm in speed stance. If I hit R1, let me get out of that.
Well, that's good. So obviously it has complexity, but it's not going to be something we have to memorize a bunch of buttons.
Exactly.
Now, one of the things that is immediately evident when looking at this is not only is the game very attractive, but it has a very unique art direction. I know that you hired some European designers to help put together a lot of the character models.
Well, the team actually is a very global team. Ninja Theory is based out of Cambridge, England, and they are a global team. They've got people from dozen countries. I actually don't even know the exact numbers, but I know I've already run into 5-6 different countries, people from different countries there, and it definitely shows. They tried to create a game which has, a feeling of where am I? You've got Oriental feeling buildings and outfits, but you've got Northern European characters and obviously you look at the white skin on Neriko here, and she doesn't look like she looks like a Northern European.
Right.
But
now also with the game though, with inside of the cutscenes, it's some of the most remarkable CG work that I have ever seen. I think you guys got some extra help, some rather well-known people here on that.
Well, the CG sequences, there was a number of hands in the pie there, so to speak. In particular, Andy Serkis was involved.
He played Gollum in Lord of the Rings.
And, he had a small part as King Kong as well.
Right.
Something to think about. They did all of the filming at Weta, which did many of the same motion capture tricks that you saw in Lord of the Rings and King Kong. One of the benefits is that Weta keeps upgrading. Every single year they do something new or different. In particular with Heavenly Sword, they went over 80 cameras, so there were 80 digital cameras on every single motion capture scene. It was the most in the world at that time. And also they did some amazing things with the facial motion capture. They had, you've seen ping pong balls on mocap before. Well, these are like peas, and they put 30, 40
that many more levels of articulation inside of the character. Well, one thing that we haven't touched on yet, though, and if we can get back in and do some more ass kicking, is why? Why is this woman suddenly possessed with such a large sword and amazing strength? What is the story behind this?
Well, the Heavenly Sword is historically a weapon which was bestowed upon man, and that weapon was given to a heavenly warrior, and he used it to eradicate, evil. There was a overlord who was holding mankind under his foot, and they used this sword with the heavenly warrior to be able to take it down. Now, the clan of the sword, the clan that Neriko comes from, is the clan that was basically bestowed with the sword to protect it from mankind because it's too powerful for any normal human, to be able to wield. The mere fact that she uses the sword actually means that she's risking her life, and she's taking the ultimate sacrifice to save her clansmen and her father, to prevent King Bohan, who happens to be Andy Serkis in the game, the big evil bad guy.
And that's the big Jabba-looking guy.
Yes, exactly. Oh, well, no, not the huge Jabba-looking guy. That's actually Roach. The king that you saw with the goblet in the video.
Okay.
Yes, the one with the good sense of humor.
Now, one more thing also is that while we're seeing some combat here with a handful of enemies, there are some things planned for later in the game that will really impress people in terms of the numbers of enemies on screen.
Absolutely. What the team has really been able to pull off is a phenomenal thing, and only possible on the PS3. With the SPUs, they've been able to get over 1,000 characters functioning on screen with their own AI. So you actually are engaging entire armies. As you master the Heavenly Sword, your powers almost become godlike yourself, just as you're about to make the final sacrifice.
That sounds like Dynasty Warriors, but fun.
I don't even want to touch that one.
Take you down with your colleague. All right. Well, obviously, Kyle, this game is definitely one I'm very excited about. I'm really glad that we got a chance to look at that and be able to share with everyone out there. Once again, good luck, and I can't wait. When will we see the game?
September.
September. All right, can't wait for that. Now we're going to go to Joel and his Stickam to see what one of our viewers thinks.
Thank you, Adam. I've got Tanner here on the Stickam. Tanner, how you doing, man?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, good. Tanner, do you think Heavenly Sword has the potential to be a flagship title for the PS3?
I don't know. With the PS3 lacking in games, it would definitely have to make up for how many they're missing.
This is true, yeah. Well, we've seen, Tanner, you're an action game fan, right?
Well, of course.
You talk man to man. You played God of War 2.
Honestly, no, I haven't.
Okay, well, it's a last grade PS2 title, so now we're moving to PS3. But what kind of depth are you going to need from Heavenly Sword to make it that must-have title?
Well, it definitely would need a good fighting techniques and everything like that to make up for any tough bosses you ever go up against.
Right, so we're going to need more in-depth combos, bosses, more than just visuals. That's what I think we're definitely going to need, without a doubt.
Of course.
Without a doubt. All right, so back to you, Kevin Olivia. That is word on Heavenly Sword.
All right, well, thank you very much, Joel. Well, you know, this summer, the Electric Playground is G4's behind-the-scenes look at the video game industry. Well, it's back with all new episodes appearing exclusively on G4TV.com. Now, the Electric Playground features they have celebrity interviews, game previews, and industry news, as well as first looks at all the hottest new tech toys, gadgets, and comic books. And new episodes will be appearing exclusively on our website once a week, all summer long. So if you want more info, go to G4TV.com/Electric Playground. And Kevin, what do you have?
I have a little tease for what's coming up. We appreciate it, Adam. Actually, Morgan has even more hot media event action going on later.
Plus, we got another lady in the house. Blair gets the latest Mario Wii adventure. That's right, the little dude with the white gloves and overalls is back, and this time he's in outer space. All this, I don't know. All this and more coming up next. So stay tuned. Find out how he does it.
He went through the wrong pipe.
Must have.
Welcome back to our exclusive ongoing coverage of E307. We are, in fact, coming to you from the site of this year's Electronic Entertainment Expo. It's the Barker Hangar right here in Santa Monica, California.
We have more than a dozen cameras here and all around the city bringing you all the news and excitement live as it happens.
Now, we also have the entire G4 squad out and about digging up the latest info right now.
A squad? We call them a squad now?
Well,
we're a squad?
They're a strategic attack force, if you will.
Okay.
That sounds too violent this day and age. We're going to go to Morgan Webb, who has an update from the Midway Media event. Miss Webb, how's it going? Really?
It's going great, guys. Sorry, I'm just pulling myself out of the Midway press conference to bring you guys a little bit of an update. They brought us a couple Wii games, which are less exciting. I think most people are excited about Stranglehold, which of course is John Woo, Chow Yun-fat. It looks like it is just filled with action. I'm very excited. I love playing anything with Chow Yun-fat. I even played the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon game, and that was not a good idea. If you buy the PS3 version, you're going to get a Blu-ray copy of Hard Boiled, which I think is going to be worth every penny. I can't wait to see that in high definition. Of course, they also have Black Site Area 51. It's going to be a multi-platform game, and it's a first-person shooter that does use the Unreal 3 engine. It's going to ship in September, but in August, we are going to see a full demo that people are going to be able to play, which is going to be great. There's co-op mode, and of course, there's also a lot of squad-based gameplay, so you can actually, you tell your compatriots where to go. But a cool feature is that if you suck, then they're going to suck. There's a morale system going on. So if you're given bad orders, if they're getting shot at a lot, if they're dying, they're going to start to question your orders. They're not going to listen to you anymore. So it's really important to do well from the very beginning. So that's pretty cool. I'm very excited about that. And we also have Unreal Tournament 3. It's going to be PCMP. It's going to be the PC and the PS3 in 2007 and which is very cool. So in 2007 and 2008, we're actually going to see the Xbox 360 version. Back to you guys.
Okay, so that's cool. Confirmation that it's not PS3 exclusive forever.
That is
at
a
least.
good thing.
But now, Morgan, you mentioned the squad-based tactics in Black Site. If you suck, I get it. Your squad sucks as well. But if you do good, was there any indication that the AI was at all halfway decent, that they would do good along with you?
If you do well, if you're going to give good orders, they're going to really perform very well for you, and they're going to do a little bit better. So it's really important for you to do well from the beginning.
All right. Well, that means I'm out entirely.
No, you're pretty good.
I suck at games.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Thanks so much, Morgan. Now, at each E3 announcements are made that send shockwaves through the world of gaming. Here is our list of the top 5 E3 announcements of all time. First up, last year's introduction of the playable Nintendo Wii. That's right, Kevin's excited. That same year, we found out that Grand Theft Auto 4 was losing PlayStation exclusivity. In 2003, Half-Life 2 was unveiled, and 2002 marked the reveal of Xbox Live. And finally, the original mind-blowing E3 announcement, the unveiling of the Nintendo 64 in 1996. On that top 5, do you have a top one you like?
I think the unveiling of Half-Life for me
Yeah?
was just such a turning point. It got me back to feeling excited about games. It was something that I wasn't expecting at all. I had no idea what was going on.
Have you lost that excitement for gaming?
No, I mean, really, this year, again, the focus is on the software, not on the hardware and kind of crappy titles that were whipped up for it. This year is the year that I'm finally getting excited to be a gamer again.
It's cool. Going out there is just all games. All games.
Miss the booth babes. Not gonna lie. Miss
well, I
Chartreuse.
think you and Zach and Joel and Adam all miss those booth babes, especially Will.
We speak for the gamers. Up next, get ready for the return of the Game World's Italian Stallion. Of course, talking about Mario, he's back, and this time, he's out of this world.
Literally.
Literally, actually. We're going to see what's making noise, of course, on the Buzz Meter. Stay tuned. There's so much more coming up right here.
He jumps like this.
Snatch that Bravia.
Snatching it up. Snatching that up. Hey, welcome back. You got it? Last year's
It was
E3
a gravy reference, don't ask.
saw the introduction of one of the most groundbreaking new consoles of all time. You know what it is?
The Nintendo
Wii.
64. Oh, the Wii,
The
yes.
Nintendo Wii.
Now let's go to Blair Butler with what's sure to be the hottest Wii title of the year. It's the all-new Super Mario Galaxy.
Thanks, Kevin and Olivia. I am here at Nintendo with Joel to talk about Super Mario Galaxy. Now, I've had a chance to play the game, and it's got some really crazy gravity physics.
Yeah, the new thing about Super Mario Galaxy is you have different planets that you travel to, and the gravity affects the game where if you fall off a level, you don't actually fall to your death, you'll fall to like the other side of the level, and it's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, it was neat when I was playing it. I wanted to turn my head upside down because you're just running upside down.
You're running on the bottom side of the sphere, and it does kind of, it gives you a new perspective to the game, and it's kind of mind-bending.
Yeah. Now tell me about the Wiimote and the co-op.
Okay, well, with the remote, they have new functionality where doing a spin move, you shake the remote and you'll actually spin and stun different enemies. And then they also have a co-op mode where if your friend's sitting next to you on the couch, they can actually collect different items for you and stun enemies and actually help you along with in your game.
Very cool. Now, much like some of the earlier Mario games, instead of a Tanuki suit, this time you get a bee suit.
Yeah, you actually get a Bumblebee suit, and it gives you the ability to fly for a little bit. And you can also collect different items there and do different things that a Bumblebee do. It's really cute, and it's a great new suit.
Very cool. Well, thank you very much. Super Mario Galaxy will be out November 12th. Back to you guys.
Oh, November 12th.
People are always excited about Mario, but is it really as fun as playing like Halo or God? I mean, do you really get into it as much?
It's a different type of game, different type of
Definitely
genre.
different.
But people are psyched for Mario games because they're always evolutionary. They always break some sort of ground. Mario's going to be dressed like Busy Bee in this one. He's wearing a bee costume.
I know.
Sign me up.
And he's in space somewhere.
Plumbers in space, that is crazy. What's next?
What it is brilliant.
Monkeys Who Write Code.
Well, absolutely, Kevin. Code Monkeys is the name of the brand new animated comedy. I see where you're going.
You're welcome.
That comedy is debuting tonight on G4. We'll be talking with the creator of the series right after this. That's Adam De La Pena.
He smells delicious.
Plus, our own Adam Sessler is going to get a first crack at the hot new PS3 title, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. So you guys stay tuned.
He's dressed as a bee.
I know.
Do the bee dance. Yeah, get some. Welcome back to G4's live coverage of E307 presented by Scion. This is it, the biggest gaming event of the year, and G4 has been here since the break of dawn, showing you every glorious minute.
And it has been glorious. We just saw Blair having an awesome time playing Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii, but some hardcore gamers have been critical of Nintendo's use of the Wii to appeal to more mainstream consumers.
True.
Could the success of the Wii hurt gaming in general? We'll be discussing this issue tomorrow on The Loop. But right now, we want to know what you guys think. Go to G4TV.com/E3 to take our online poll, or text E3 to G4TXT, that's 44898, on your mobile phone, or cell phone as the kids call it these days.
It's portable.
Now let's go to Will O'Neill reporting from one of these swanky hotels on the beach that are playing host to big name companies.
Thanks, Olivia. I'm here at THQ where they're showing off a ton of exciting titles like The Blob and Destroy All Humans 3. But the game we're most excited about is Darksiders. I'm here with David Adams. He's going to tell us a little bit about the game. So, for instance, here you get to play one of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
Yeah, you play War, the guy that brings and takes peace from the Earth. So it's basically a superheroic being. And you get thrust into this open world. It's not linear like typical action-adventure games, so he has freedom of exploration. And we really wanted a character that could do a lot of stuff, so he can like pick up cars and throw buses and use lampposts to kill demons. In addition to that, you collect a bunch of cool mythical weapons like Death's Scythe and his mythical sword. And of course, you know, being a Horseman of the Apocalypse, at some point in the game you get control of his steed, which is cool because it's instead of like having a completely different mode, all his abilities extend off of the horse. We really kind of thought of the horse as an extension to the character, so he's not just like an added feature in the game. It's very integrated to the gameplay.
Yeah, very cool. But okay, so now you're playing one of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which also killing demons. Is that almost like cannibalism?
No, he's not really demon or angel. You actually fight angels in the game too. So it's long after the apocalypse was already occurred, all the humans are already dead, and he's sort of on a quest for revenge, and the angels and the demons are both sort of in his way, so he kind of indiscriminately kills everything.
Well, there you go. Sounds great. But back to you, Olivia.
Thanks, Will. Up next, can Adam Sessler cash in on Drake's fortune? What do you think?
I'm jealous that he gets to play it.
Well, we'll find out right here on G4, so you guys don't go anywhere.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you? And also brought to you by Comic-Con 07 Live. Your access to all the hottest Comic-Con happenings. July 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. only on G4.
Welcome back to E307 Live on G4. It is day 1 of the gaming industry's largest annual blowout.
Yeah, in the 12 years since E3 began, gaming and, of course, the games that we actually play have changed a ton.
Right. Joining us now is a man familiar with classic gaming. He is the creator of a brand new G4 show with a very old school look. It's called Code Monkeys, and here to tell us about it is Mr. Adam De La Pena.
Adam, get on over here.
Adam, you coming over here?
We got you tethered down, but come on in here, buddy. He was over there pitching the show to everybody on the side. I know you're excited, but
I am.
We have a clip of the show.
All right,
let's look at it.
I would love to look at it.
Do we know what it is?
I really don't actually know what. I hate when people go, I don't know what it is.
Those moments you're like, oh, I don't know.
I really don't know.
Well, you know what? I know.
What is it?
It has a monkey, and they're deciphering codes.
That sounds exactly. That sounds right. That sounds right.
Okay,
take a look.
Let's take a peek.
Hey, Mary, meeting in the break room.
Dave, this is the women's spa.
What? I ain't looking, but I am taking pictures.
Hello.
Hey, Mary, how's that game you're working on going?
Great. I think Red Ronda is really going to teach girls about their periods and be action-packed, so boys will want to play too.
That is totally cool.
Dude, you are never going to bone her.
Dave!
Mary, tell him you're unbonable. The door is locked.
Out!
Wait, but maybe the back door isn't.
Security!
Knock, knock. Who's there? Ow!
Hey, is there a problem here?
We're just leaving.
Okay, everyone's dying here. I have to ask you. So this show obviously looks like there's been some thought put into it. Is this something you've always wanted to do? Is there an inspiration behind this? Did you, when G4 came to you?
Right. Well, I wanted to not have wasted my life playing video games, which I feel I haven't, and I wanted to do a show where I could earn a living, using my video game knowledge. So it was like the perfect mix of not wasting my life and doing it.
Why 8-bit with the graphics looking as amazing as they are right now? Is it just to get a team of 6 animators?
I try to just kind of half do everything in my life. I don't want it to be too big. I don't want too much work.
You set the bar at like the kneecap height.
Yeah, like if you're the kneecap level, you can just hop up the bar. Anything else, it's like more.
I love the gaming nods. Like it's not just about yes, it's about a game company. There are overarching storylines, but I love all the in jokes for gamers. I mean,
yeah, it's important that those things are in there because it's for people who play video games, and it's also for people who've never played a video game, which of course we know there's nobody that hasn't played a video
game. Now, here's what's amazing is that this is a new series, but you already have so many big name celebrities who have already lent their voices. Now, episode 1 has a big guy in there. Everyone knows.
Episode 1 is Steve Wozniak, founder of Apple Computer.
Riding his Segway, which I love, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you get him?
I literally found this number. I'm not going to say where. Internet. And
I thought you were going to go bathroom stall.
No, well, maybe.
Really?
And I called him and I was like, hello, and I thought I was going to get an assistant. Steve Wozniak.
No.
He's like, yeah, what's up? And I was like, hey, you want to be on my show? And he's like, sure. I didn't even tell him about it. I could just make it.
I would love his number. I could be like, hey, Steve, can I have $1 million? Sure, great.
Yeah.
I love it. I know you're excited. You're going to have a viewing party? Is the entire audience invited?
Everybody's invited, and if it's not good, I guarantee the audience will get a special surprise. That's how confident I am.
Well, Adam, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Best of luck with the series Code Monkeys. It's debuting tomorrow. Actually, it's premiering tonight. I'm sorry. Tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Only on G4. For more info, head to g4tv.com/codemonkeys. And thank you so much, Adam De La Pena.
Thanks so much.
My favorite name to pronounce, by the way.
Oh, thank you. You can say it over and over again.
Adam De La Pena.
De La Pena.
De La Pena.
Coming up, welcome to the jungle, baby. It's the exciting new PS3 action-adventure title, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune. Meanwhile, let's actually see what's buzzing on the old buzz meter. Don't go away, everybody.
De La Pena.
There you go.
Well done, sir. Welcome back to E307 Live and only on G4. We're here in Santa Monica, California to bring you the gaming event of the year.
It has been non-stop game scoop and first look previews for us, and we aren't finished yet.
Not even close. Right now, Adam Sessler really gets to break new ground. I'm very jealous. He has an exclusive from Naughty Dog. It's Uncharted, Drake's Fortune.
All right, I am here with Evan Wells. He is co-president of Naughty Dog, and you're here with Drake's Fortune, which initially is probably going to be a shock to everyone because this does not look like the typical NaughtyOg game.
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't. And let's just get this out in the open. This is not a Tomb Raider clone. I know you're tired of hearing it. I'm here to also say that myself.
Thank you very much.
How would you characterize the game?
Well, it is an action-adventure game. I wouldn't want to pigeonhole it into one genre only. We actually are trying to combine the best best aspects of a platformer and a third-person shooter.
So, obviously, you have some environmental things that you have to try to overcome to be able to get treasure, I assume.
Yes, yeah, we're actually stressing and emphasizing 3 pillars of gameplay. We've got our traversal elements, which are more traditional platforming elements like from Jak and Daxter. And then we're also throwing in some really crazy hand-to-hand melee combat, and then some just over-the-top action with our gunplay.
Now, one of the things that everybody's been commenting on is not only does the game look good, but the animations, especially of the main character, Nathan, are exceptional. They're very smooth and very lifelike. How did you accomplish this?
Well, we've got some very, very talented animators at Naughty Dog, yes. I think the collection of the best in the industry, actually. And we just wanted to put a lot of emphasis on it. We knew that the hardware alone was going to give us a big step forward in the graphical presentation, so we wanted to make sure that the animation kept up with that.
And also, Nathan tends to take on sort of behaviors, that show how he's feeling at the time, if he's being shot, if he's wounded, if he's in danger.
Sure, it's not just about the way his body moves, but we also want to make sure that his face expresses the emotion of whatever situation he's in. So if he's stressed, you're going to see it on his face, or he's confident or scared, it'll all come through in his facial animation.
Now, when it comes to combat, I played a little bit of this, and this is very much a duck and cover. You have to be very aware of your environment and how you enter these battles, which are quite difficult.
Yeah, the cover system is very important. I mean, if you stay out in the open too long, you're going to get killed. So you really got to find the best place to engage the enemy from. And that's where the traversal elements come in as well, because you can actually find areas of opportunity by climbing up on top of things and getting advantageous positions in the environment.
So let's also get a little bit of the story. I know that this sequence actually isn't the beginning of the game, as people might think. How do you find yourself looking for fortune?
Yeah, well, actually, the part of the game here that's being played is the first part of the Spanish settlement that you come across on this uncharted island. And Nathan Drake is exploring and trying to find the El Dorado treasure, which Sir Francis Drake was on the trail.
And he is a descendant of Sir Francis Drake.
As he thinks he is, yes, and he's actually proved his lineage there. And so he finds himself in this Spanish fort looking for the treasure. The pirates are there. They're giving him a hard time.
Now, would you, even though it looks so different and it sounds so different from the previous games that Naughty Dog has put out, how would you characterize it as being similar? Is it very similar, not so similar, or very different?
Well, and we're always doing third-person action games, so we really want to get the character on screen so you can feel a connection with who you're playing. It's not just about being first-person. We think that you can make a really fun, engaging game, third-person as well. And then, of course, we've always wanted to have story-based games. In this game, we've taken it to the next level. We knew the sophistication of the graphics is advancing. We wanted the sophistication of the story to follow suit.
And I think it is definitely working. Let's get a few things out of the way. It doesn't have any multiplayer, which I don't think is an issue there. And when can we expect to play this game?
We are preparing this for the holiday season this year.
All right, this year. I cannot tell you how excited I am to play this. I hope everyone else is, and I wish you the best in finishing it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to Joel Gordine, the man with the stick cam, to get your reaction to Uncharted.
Thank you, Adam. The man with the stick cam is back. I've got Leanne from Indiantown, Florida. Hi, Leanne.
Hi.
Tell me, Leanne, who would you pick to win in a fight? Would you take Sir Francis Drake or Magellan?
I'd take Drake.
Oh, well, that's exactly the right answer, Leanne. Pirate made Spanish piracy legal. Let's talk games. I'm a history buff, but let's talk some games, all right? We just heard in Adam's interview that in Uncharted, emotion is going to be an important part of conveying the story, kind of make you more immersed in the adventure game. Why is that so important to a next-gen title?
Well, with next-gen titles, there are a lot of better graphics and stuff so they can express these emotions better. And also, it helps you feel more like you're in the game and not just playing it.
I think you're exactly right. I think in adventure games, the connection you feel with the character is by far the most important element. So thanks a lot, Leanne. Adam, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Joel, and back to you, Olivia.
I like we're just tossing it around. Okay, everyone, coming up, more exciting game news. E307 Live. We'll be right back. Thanks for that.
Oh, hey everybody, we're back. Welcome. Today we hit you in the face with a fistful of games, and tomorrow
your descriptions today.
The beatdown continues.
Wow.
Adam and Joel, take it away, guys.
All right. Well, Joel.
Oh, Adam, I'm just getting comfy like you up here.
That's exactly. You need the tie to get the ultimate level of comfort here. Okay,
Absolutely.
so what's the buzz?
Welcome back. You know, let's see what the buzz is on today's titles. I'm finding this out right now with you. Let's see.
I can't wait.
Dun, 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 dun. Galaxy. Galaxy has a good amount of buzz. Maybe like an E-Honda, 100-hand slap to the skull. You know, you're dizzy. You can't move.
Now, obviously, Burnout Paradise also seems to have the same level of buzz.
Maybe you're crashing into 8 million things at once. Heavenly Sword, almost to the max because it's just that sweet. It is that
Haze
good.
didn't have as much. I think it's probably because we don't know as much about the game
Possibly,
as well.
yes,
All
definitely.
right, Joel. We're going to see you tomorrow. And speaking of, here's Kevin and Olivia with a bit about tomorrow's continuing live coverage of E3.
Kevin and Olivia.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that wraps up the first day of G4's live coverage of E3 2007, but we have only just begun. Tune in tomorrow night at 6 p.m. for day 2. We'll have even more exclusive insider interviews and tons of demos like BioShock, Call of Duty 4, Rock Band, and many more.
I cannot wait. And if you can't wait until then, you can always go to g4tv.com/E3 for additional exclusive E3 coverage, behind-the-scenes photo galleries, and interviews with all of our E307 live hosts. Of course, if you missed anything from today, you can always go to G4 On Demand for the day's highlights or our PlayStation 3 portal.
Right. Remember, there's only one way to get into this year's Expo, and that's by tuning in right here.
Coming up next on G4, though, Adam De La Pena's brand new show.
Coming up.
Exciting.
Get ready.
Premiere of his animated series, 8-Bit Proportions. Code Monkeys.
See you guys.
Once upon a time, they told you not to play video games, but they don't understand. We don't play. We battle. We conquer. We compete for glory. In 1,000 different worlds, in 1,000 different lives, where we're heroes and rock stars, and everything is possible. Once upon a time, they told you not to play video games. And once a year, the world's greatest game developers converge to present their dazzling visions for our future. But for the first time ever, access to this historic event has been limited to the industry elite. There are no tickets for sale, no passes to be bought, and only one way to see it all. G4. 3 days, 11 locations, thousands of new titles, billions of dollars at stake, and G4 is the only network who can cover it all. This is where the next chapter in the console wars will be written. G4 presents E307 Live.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to day 2 of G4's Live and exclusive coverage of the biggest week in gaming. Of course, it's E3, and I'm Kevin Pereira.
Hey everyone, I'm Olivia Munn. E3 is invitation only, but G4 is here to bring you this year's most exciting announcements and biggest surprises.
Yeah, bigger than the news that every 50,000 years humanity is wiped out by an ancient alien machine race. Is it bigger than that? Think about it.
Wait, guys, I'm sorry. That's actually not news. That actually sounds like the plot of the new 360 game Mass Effect. Is that what you're doing? Yeah, see? Exactly.
I read a press release, and I thought it was, like, historically accurate.
Yeah, and I read that, too, and that's not historically accurate. But you guys, if you're excited about seeing that footage, we will be previewing it later in the show.
Yeah. So you fell for that one. I just wanted to make sure you're paying attention.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, you're going to see that game, sure, but we're also going to show you the brand new Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer in its mind-blowing entirety. It looks incredible.
That's right. Now, this year, E3 sprawls over 11 different locations, and it includes dozens of software developers. Even if you were here, you couldn't hit them all, so we're going to hit them for you.
Right now, let's check in with our team out in the field and see what they have in store for us. We're going to start off with Jeff Keighley.
He's home base, and I'll be going head-to-head with the top exec from Ubisoft and EA Games to reveal their secrets and strategies for 2008. But first, let's go to Kristen Holt on location.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm here at L'Amerigo, where EA is showing off their biggest new titles, and I'm going to check out Army of Two later in the show. But right now, Zach Selwyn is just down the street.
That's right, Kristen. I am here at the Hotel California hanging out with some of the more colorful visitors here at E3. I'm talking about the Gamecocks. These guys are throwing some kind of outlaw E3 called EIEIO. We're having a good time. We're going to party hard. Meantime, ladies, let's get a beer, huh?
Definitely.
Will, back to you, buddy.
What's up, Zach? Why are you living it up in the Hotel California? I'm here stuck in the eye of the E307 storm. I'm going to be looking for the sleeper hits that are going to be big this year. In the meantime, back to you, Adam and Morgan.
Thank you so much, Will. Well, I am Adam Sessler.
And I am Morgan Webb.
And we're going to be demoing several of the new titles you've been hearing about all year.
We'll get our hands on BioShock and Call of Duty 4.
And we'll rock out on the new multiplayer music simulator, Rock Band. And for more, here's Olivia.
Okay, thanks, Adam and Morgan. Now, you guys, if that's not enough action, we'll preview the latest installments of flagship franchises that are making their first appearances on the next-gen consoles. Games like Metal Gear Solid 4 for the PS3, Halo 3 for the Xbox 360, and Metroid Prime 3 for the Wii.
Yeah, now E3 may be closed to the general public, but that doesn't mean that we won't see your face right here. In fact, Joel Gordine is going to tell you exactly how you can get yourself involved in our coverage and even get on this very show. Here's Joel with more.
That is right, Kevin. If you can reach us online, you can be featured in our live up-to-the-minute E3 coverage. How, you may ask? You log on to g4tv.com/E3. We'll be plugging you into our show for live reaction to all the latest gaming news. We also want you to voice your opinion in our viewer polls. Our first poll question is, game development, should it be focused on experienced gamers, casual gamers, non-gamers, or the most popular platform? Log on now, tell us what you think, or text E3 to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your mobile phone. We'll reveal the results in the loop. You can also rate every game we preview our demo on our Buzz Meter. So let's see how some of yesterday's games stacked up. We had Super Mario Galaxy and Burnout Paradise generating a lot of heat, Heavenly Sword taking the top, and Haze falling a little behind, mostly due to the fact that we don't know as much about the title. So when you see this icon, hit us up online with your vote. Back to you, Olivia.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Now, speaking of Buzz, while the console wars are constantly getting all of the attention, you can't cat out the PC. There's more to computer gaming than the World of Warcraft, which is why Valve's Doug Lombardi dropped by yesterday to show off Portal, a new first-person adventure game from the makers of Half-Life.
All right, we are here with Doug Lombardi from Valve, and he's bringing us Portal.
Hey guys,
You actually arrived through a portal, which I thought was very classy. We didn't get on camera.
Yeah,
but that was impressive.
Who's emanating from our rug?
Now, we heard about Portal a couple years back. It's coming out with Orange Box. It's one of the many titles that's being included. How did this thing get started? Was this just a board game designer that was toying around with some new toys and tech?
Portal is like the American dream story, how it came to be. There's a group of 7 kids that were going to the DigiPen
They screwed their way to the
Game
top?
Design.
That's a good story.
That's a great American dream.
This is a Seattle story, not a Hollywood
okay,
story.
Sorry, thank you.
So, they were going to the DigiPen School, which is an academy for game design, founded by former Nintendo guys up in the Seattle area. Each year, as part of your senior graduating process, you have to build a game with fellow students, and then you show it at the senior class showcase at the end of the year. And we get invited every year. It's basically how they get their kids, hired into the industry.
Sure.
We saw Nerbacular Drop, which was their senior class project and sort of the precursor to Portal. Some of our guys invited them to the studio. They started giving their demo, and about halfway through it, Gabe Newell, who's the founder of the company, just stopped them and said, "You guys have to come work at Valve and build your next game on Source."
Wow, that is a good story.
Yeah, that's not a bad story.
I'm going to go do something now.
Normally you're turning out textures for some unknown company for 3 years before you even get a decent gig.
So let's just start things for those who may be uninitiated. Portal does come with the Orange Box, and while there may be Team Fortress 2 and Half-Life Episode 2 and all the other things, there is no shooting in this. It's a very different type of game for you.
That's right. Portal is sort of a baby step, if you will, for Valve to get out of its comfort zone of being, the first-person shooter guys. It is played first person, but it is a puzzle game more than it is a shooter. We have things that shoot at you during the game in the later stages, but they're there strictly to add tension. At no time do you have to have good aim or quick reflexes to be successful.
Well, Doug, what are we seeing here right now? Because I just saw a blue portal being shot, jumping into an orange portal. What are the differences? How do these work?
So basically, the orange and the blue are just there to give you an A and B perspective. The whole idea of the game is that you are basically a lab rat in a facility where they're developing this Portal technology.
A facility that's related to Half-Life 2, right?
Correct.
How so?
You are a new character in the Half-Life universe who is stuck in this facility where they're developing the Portal technology.
Black Mesa facility?
Well, find out when we play the game. You'll also find out more about it as you play Episode 2. The two are cross-referenced, and the fiction sort of ties together as you move through there. And basically what they're doing is running you through a series of challenges to find out how well you can adapt to using this Portal technology, to use yourself and other objects to progress through these obstacles by using the portals as an A and B device. What goes in, comes out.
So what is sort of the motivation behind it when you find yourself in a room? Obviously you want to get out of the room, but where are you really trying to get to?
Basically, each challenge starts with an entryway, a series of obstacles or puzzles that you have to solve, and an exit. And you basically need to move through it to move through the exit to progress to the next thing. Along the way, you're being pushed by this narrator character, who's sort of this manic computer voice, who provides gameplay help, motivation, story, and a lot of dark humor.
Now, on the videos that I saw online, there was, obviously the puzzle elements were there, but it looked like a lot of quick twitch action. And I saw like a guy flying through a portal, then shooting another portal where he lands into it. It was crazy, and I said, this can't be done on a console. Like, what tweaks have you made so that it works on the PlayStation 3 and the 360?
We spent a lot of time bringing Source over to the consoles with going way back to Counter-Strike for Xbox One, which we did internally, and then Half-Life 2 for Xbox One, which we also did internally. Trying to get more familiar with the controls and bringing the engine there so that we never have to make any excuses about the graphics or the controls. On top of that, though, Portal is really a game that allows you to play it at the pace you want and to solve the challenges the way you want. In a similar way that the Gravity Gun opened up new gameplay in Half-Life 2 and we saw multiple solutions to the challenges that we put out for people there, Portal allows you to dream up your own solution to the problems. And we actually find ideas for new challenges by watching play testers solve things in new ways.
And Doug, when will we get a chance to play this with the Orange Box?
Orange Box, PC, PS3, and 360, October 9th of this year.
All right, can't wait. Always a pleasure,
Thank you,
Doug.
guys. Thanks for having us on.
All right, now we're going to go to Joel Gordine with some of the lucky E3 attendees. Joel?
Well, thanks, Adam. Guys, I am here with Chad, David, and Akash, all attendees of this year's E3 convention. Now, guys, what do you think about Portal? It's developed by Valve. We have an extension of the Gravity Gun from Half-Life 2. We've all played Half-Life 2. Yeah, it's classic. Now, the Gravity Gun, as he said, opened up a lot of possibility. What possibilities do you think Portal has to really make an impact? Is it too little to be a game?
Akash. Well, I think on its own, yeah, probably. But, if it's bundled with something, I think it's a great accessory, a great bonus game to have.
And it is bundled with something. I believe it's going to be included with Half-Life 2 and Team Fortress.
and it'll make it worthwhile for you, the experiment, or rather the experience, to see whether or not Portal will work.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you've played the game, whatever the game comes with, and then here you get an extra bonus to play around with, and even practice your movements and your aim and stuff. It'd be cool.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Akash. So, David, do you often play puzzle games?
I've tried a few in the past, but this seems like a real interesting take on the whole puzzle game, because you're sitting there playing a first-person shooter. Maybe you want to take a little break, and suddenly you're in this bizarre, somewhat of a puzzle world in Half-Life 2, which is not something I think most players of a first-person shooter expect to end up.
For sure, it's a great juxtaposition. It really blends those two elements. Now, Chad, you're a writer, are you not?
Yes, I am.
So you, I'm sure, are really interested in the fact that we have so many great innovations at this E3. Yeah. Do you think we should thank the Wii possibly for games like Portal? Perhaps, the innovation of the Wii saying, hey, we can sell something that's a little odd, makes way for games like Portal.
Yeah, I mean, the Wii's a good start. I mean, I think with Nintendo in general, they're kind of setting the groundwork for, this new turn in the industry. And I think Portal's a good example of that. I don't know if it's necessarily inspired by the Wii, but I think with all this innovation lately, especially in the last few years, I think this is something that's totally benefiting from that. It looks really interesting.
Yeah, it does look really interesting. I think that Portal is really pushing the boundaries of what most gamers would expect to play on their console systems. So, Adam, Kevin, thank you so much for showing it to us. Back to you guys.
Our pleasure, Joel. Thank you.
And with that, I think we're just going to move this all over to Olivia.
Let's create a portal and jump through it.
And I'll just take it. Thanks, guys. Coming up after the break, our exclusive live E3 coverage continues with a first-hand look at the newest chapter in the Metroid saga, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. And while we're talking Wii, Adam Sessler goes head-to-head with Nintendo America President Reggie Fils-Aimé. Then we square off for a debate that hits the hardcore gamers against the noobs. You're not going to want to miss it. All that as E307 Live continues right here only on G4.
We are back live from the biggest gaming expo in the entire country. It's E3, and it's only here live on G4.
You're very excited, I can
love
tell.
this place.
Now, you guys, if last year was about the new consoles, and this year is definitely all about new games.
Yeah, this is the scene from Barker Hangar here in Santa Monica, California. More than 30 of the world's biggest game developers have set up shop here to show off their latest and greatest creations. And of course, G4 is here all week long, scoping them out, showing you what's new before it's actually news.
So let's go to Zach Sellin for a floor report presented by Scion. Zach, what's in the story in the trenches right now? Zach?
You have to ask nicely for the story.
Zach, please give us the story. Okay.
I have stepped into enemy territory, my friends. Of course, I'm talking about Quake Wars, and I'm talking to my boy Greg here. What is Quake Wars, dude? Is that like the Quakers, the Amish out there battling each other, building houses and stuff with horses and buggies?
No, Quake Wars is actually a multiplayer deathmatch experience from id Software. It's going to be on multiple platforms, PC, Xbox 360, and PS3. And
first-person shooter, kill them all?
Shooter, yeah, absolutely. It's a first-person shooter like every game that's come out since Commander Keen from id Software. And basically, it's just a continuation of the Wolfenstein Enemy Territory universe of games, which is just a squad-based action.
I like that you can get your own names, too. You can make, like, that's Bob Tank Gun Winslow. What is your Quake name?
My Quake name, actually, is just Ferris. It's pretty unoriginal.
Mine is Hogwasher.
Hogwasher, huh? Well, yeah, you know what? Those are actually the bot names in there. The bots have all sorts of unusual names. The bots are amazing in this game.
Well, I'm going to find out what this guy's bot name is, because this guy's been kicking a serious ass over here. Dude, what's going on, man? How's your game going?
It's going all right.
I'm sorry, did I just do something?
Really excited to have Quake Wars here at E3.
Really, you love this game?
Yeah, it's really good.
How'd you get in here? You don't even work here. You crashed this part, didn't you?
Nah, I didn't.
That's a fake badge! We got one of them. I'm going to take care of this guy. You guys go check something out. You're going down, buddy.
Wait, quick question. Why in every interview Zach's touching somebody, guy or girl? He's got his hands all over.
It's a codependency issue, but normally they pay for it. So that guy got a free one. Thank you, Zach. Actually, all joking aside, Quake Wars is looking to be the multiplayer sensation that Quake 3 was. Apparently, the legacy is continuing. So
which is very exciting.
Well done, guys. Yes. Now, last year, Nintendo revolutionized how games were played with the introduction of the Wii. As their titles catch up with the newest technology, old favorites are becoming reborn.
First introduced more than 20 years ago for the NES, the Metroid franchise adds its latest chapter this year. G4 has a sneak preview of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Let's check it out on location with Blair Butler.
I'm here at the Nintendo booth with Joel, who's going to tell us about Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Now, how has this game been translated for play on the Wii?
Well, they've added new Wii controls that will make it easy for the basic beginner player and also the advanced player. And one of the great things about it is they've tweaked this Wii control so well that it's almost as good or even better than a mouse and a keyboard.
Definitely. In fact, when I was playing, you can actually use the Wiimote to make Samus jump. The second Metroid Prime game, Echoes, was sort of ported over to the Wii, but this is the first one that's really been designed for the Wii.
Yes, it has. And one of the things they've really done with this, Retro has done, is use the Wii controls to where you really get a visceral experience into the world where you're using the Wii remote to unlock keys, punch keypads, enter launch sequences, and it really feels like you're in the game. You'll be able to target different enemies and move around the world in a way that you haven't been able to before.
One of the coolest Wiimote things in the little bit of the game that I played was that you could actually use the grappling hook to grab stuff on the wall and then break it off the wall by pulling the Wiimote back, which was pretty cool, like casting it out and pulling it back.
And I think one of the great things is you'll come up against enemies with blast shields and they'll block your shots and you'll actually grapple the shield and pull it away, which leaves them defenseless, and then you knock them down that way. And they really use that, the Wii remote and all these different abilities to get you into the game, and it's outstanding, actually.
Oh, that's much better. And of course the grapple's back and the morph ball.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's it's kind of nice. Is instead of timing a bomb jump like they had before, when you're in morph ball mode, you can actually just flick the Wii remote and you'll jump instead of setting a bomb and timing it. Because I know that was frustrating for some people before.
Yeah. Now you're tracking down some damage that Dark Samus has done in this game. Tell me a little bit about the Phazon seeds.
Okay, well, one of the things is Samus has this kind of hyper Phazon mode. She has different shots. It's like a freezing shot and a Gatling gun shot. She turns into a Dark Samus and she'll build up the Phazon in her body, and she has to release it by destroying her enemies, or else it'll totally corrupt her and then she'll perish.
When do we expect Metroid Prime 3 Corruption to hit store shelves?
August 27th.
Oh, so very soon.
Yes, very soon.
Thank you so much, Joel.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
All right, thanks, Blair. While the Wii fans wait for Metroid to hit the stores, we'll ask if the mainstream appeal of the Wii will shift the industry's focus away from hardcore gamers. Don't forget to answer our poll question at g4tv.com/E3 or text message E3 to G4TXT, that's 44898, on your mobile phone. And coming up, it was only announced 2 months ago, but the long-awaited sequel to StarCraft is on its way, and we have a sneak peek. It is going to get loud, so stick around as G4 covers E307 Live.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you?
Really appreciate what y'all have done, showing E3 to the public, even knowing it was completely private. Y'all did a great job on showing all the new games that are coming out. They look really good, and good luck in the future.
Thanks, Tanner. That was
very
so nice.
sweet. Yeah.
Now we are live at E307, presented by Scion. I am Morgan Webb.
Hey everyone, I'm Olivia Munn, and everyone has been talking about the fact that this year's invite list for E3 is 20 times smaller than last year.
But what they might not have noticed is that the big industry players are not just here, but in half a dozen hotels all around Santa Monica, California.
That's right. Kristen Holt is inside the Lamerigo Hotel in Santa Monica, California, with a gaming update. Kristen?
Thanks, Olivia. I'm here at the EA booth with Reed, who's the senior producer of Army of Two. How are you doing, Reed?
How you doing?
Good. All right, so all I know about this game is that by the title, there's probably a lot of bullets.
There are a lot of bullets. In Army of Two, it's our co-op tactical shooter coming out of EA Montreal. We're really excited about it. It's for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And in Army of Two, co-op's not the mode, co-op's the game. So everything you do in Army of Two, all the characters, the way the game plays, the levels, everything's built for co-op from the ground up. And in Army of Two, it's really, there's a lot of bullets flying. You're going to kill a lot of people, but you're going to have a great time doing it.
Awesome. So you're saying co-op is the game. What made you guys go that route and really focus on that?
Really, what we felt was that, as kids, we're all big fans like Double Dragon or Contra, and those are games that were sort of defining the co-op experience when you were a kid playing in the arcade. So now with Army of Two, now that more people are connected online, we can deliver that kind of experience on the next-gen space, and the technology's finally there that we can make games that really do justice to what co-op should be in a shooter.
And speaking of online play, talk to me about customized weapons, because I know you guys took that to another level in this game, and those are important when you see someone else come into your game that has something you want.
Yeah, so customizable weapons are hugely important in the game. You're a mercenary. You work for a private military contractor. So when you take contracts, you earn more money, and what do you do with more money? You buy bigger guns, and you customize your guns. So guns in Army of Two, almost like Legos. So they're all interchangeable parts. You can change the stock, scope, barrel. You can even put a grenade launcher or a shotgun under your machine gun, and you can go into the battlefield and just tear it up.
I like it. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Reed. All right, Army of Two comes out later this year, so be looking for it because it's sure to scratch that co-op itch of yours. Back to you, Morgan.
Thanks, Kristen. I'm totally putting a grenade launcher on my machine gun. That's awesome. Now, the Wii has been revolutionary in its simplicity and stunning in its success, a fact that's emboldened its makers to target a whole new range of casual gamers. But what does that mean for hardcore fans and the future of gaming in general? Well, let's go to Kevin Pereira for some answers. Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Morgan. All right, my guest tonight, editor-in-chief for IGN's Nintendo channel, Matt Casamassina is here, and editor for OneUp.com, Sam Kennedy. Guys, thank you for joining us in the loop. Glad to be here. Let's get into this. I mean, the Wii, obviously, it's an understatement to say it was a huge success for Nintendo, but how is this changing the landscape of gaming itself? Are we going to see a shift towards more casual titles?
Yes, you're going to see that from Nintendo. You're already seeing it. Wii Sports, now Wii Fit. You're seeing titles like that, and there are success stories for Nintendo, so you're going to continue to see them.
Right, they've had a big success on the DS as well. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the DS has taken off, and the Wii now too. So yeah, you can see a lot more from that in the future.
But does that send a bad message or perhaps a negative message at all to the hardcore gamers, the Nintendo fans from way back, who now are putting up with the Cooking Mamas and the Mario parties of the world? And
I would say yes if that were the only games coming out. They're not, though. You still have Metroid, you still have Smash Brothers, you've still got Mario, you've got these games coming. Pokemon just came out, you've got all these titles.
Right.
It's not like they're just throwing the hardcore to the side to make way for the new.
In a lot of ways, these are the same franchises that have been there on the N64 and the GameCube. I don't think in terms of the hardcore, you're missing anything anymore. So it's I think you're getting the even balance.
Now, what about shifting away from Nintendo, though, looking at other consoles, other developers, other publishers? Are they going to start focusing on the mainstream as well? We're going to start seeing less hardcore titles, fewer and few?
I don't know that you're going to see less, but you're going to see more mainstream titles. You're seeing that from everybody already, like everybody from Ubisoft to EA. They're making these party games, they're making these accessible games, and we'll see how they sell, right? If they all bomb, obviously they're going to go back to the old hardcore games and not bother with it. But I think, you're going to see more, and I think a lot of third parties maybe who invested tons of money in these games, and then all of a sudden this mini party game outsells their stuff.
Right.
Maybe not going to be too happy.
Sam, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, and it's actually across the industry too. Even on on PlayStation and on Xbox Live, you're seeing a lot more kind of mainstream games. SingStar on PS3, for instance, stuff like that.
Seen it from 360.
Well,
exactly.
Let's put Seen It aside for a second there, because if you look at the Microsoft press conference and the Sony press conference, I think they really did trumpet their hardcore titles, other than a few maybe online arcadey titles. Are they missing the mark now? Why are they so concerned with grabbing that hardcore gamer attention when it seems like this shift is going towards mainstream?
That's what they have right now. Nintendo's got that genre, with the Wii Remote and now with Wii Fit, they've got that covered. I think the other guys have to kind of show, well, look we've got the graphics, we can do hardcore games better than anybody else.
Right, but I think Nintendo got a lot of criticism too for their press conference where they just focus entirely on the main montage. Yeah, I know.
Montage.
I need to see all
these
press.
Look at multicultural gameplay. Look at everybody enjoying together.
That was a bad move.
I don't think they necessarily understood who the audience is for, say, their E3 press conference. I mean, everybody knows the Wii is a big success.
Do you know what's really funny though. Today, I was going over the mainstream press reaction. Everyone from USA Today to Washington Post declared Wii the overall winner of E3 by a landslide.
Really?
Yeah. They said that the other guys there was a quote that said
they clearly haven't seen Peter Moore mashing the pause button.
Well, there was a quote that said Sony and Microsoft scrambled to keep up with Wii.
Wow. Okay, well let's go to the final word then. I'd like to hear from both of you. 2 years from now then, obviously Nintendo has sort of led the charge with casual gaming. Are we going to see Microsoft and Sony follow suit?
You're seeing it already, I think, with Microsoft just a little bit. I don't know, Sony, I think, yes, Sony will copy eventually. Sony copies, that's what they do.
Right.
If this is a success for Nintendo, it's proving to be already. I think, yeah, you're going to see imitators.
Right, I think as you see the console, the PS3 and Xbox 360 lower in price as well, I think you're going to see a lot more, kind of mainstream games on those platforms too.
They didn't do it before because nobody believed it could be done, and now it's being proven that it can be.
So in 3 to 4 years from now, it's going to be a shout about movies on Blu-ray, and that's what Sony's going to be trumpeting, right?
Yes.
You have to compete with It somehow.
Right.
All right, Matt, Sam, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks
Appreciate
a lot.
you guys keeping us in the loop. Now let's see what you guys think. Before the break, we asked you what audience game developers should target. You answered, and here is what we learned. Apparently, well, you guys want your hardcore titles. You said experienced gamers should get the attention. Not a big surprise there, but I think the cooking mamas of the world are going to win out. Now, our next poll question is all about you at home. Do you prefer games that are single-player, multiplayer, cooperative, or massively multiplayer? Log on to g4tv.com/E3 or text message E3 to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your cell phone. Let us know, and do it fast, because in the next loop, we're going to answer that dreaded question, is single-player over? Stick around to find out what our experts are going to have to say. But right now, let's go over to Olivia and Morgan Webb.
Thanks, Kev. We have much more to come in our exclusive live coverage of E3.
They're calling it a genetically enhanced first-person shooter where everything, and we do mean everything, can be used as a weapon. Brace yourself for our hands-on demo of BioShock.
Plus, we preview beautiful Katamari rolling out as the latest installment in the Katamari Cosmos on the PS3 and 360 this winter. We've got all that plus more breaking news, so you guys do not go anywhere.
Nope.
Welcome back to G4 TV's exclusive coverage of E3 2007. I'm Chris Gore, and I'm checking out Black Site Area 51 with Rare. Rare, tell me about how this game is different than other shooters of its type.
This has a game where it has a morale system. It's basically going to be based on how you perform as the leader of your squad. So the poor performance that you do, your squad mates will also perform not so very well.
Now, in multiplayer, how many guys am I going to be playing with?
It's slated at the moment for 16 men, so you can play 8 on 8, 4 on 4.
Wow, now I'm looking at these monsters, and I can hear the music. I don't know if you can hear it, how loud it is here in this auditorium, but it sounds like a Toho monster movie from the 1960s. Was there an intention to make it epic like that?
There's attention to great detail and special effects. The monsters are a lot more crazier, more menacing than the first version of Area 51 for the next gen.
Now, I played the original Area 51, suck quarters in a bar playing that thing with a light gun. Is there a light gun in the future for this thing? Because it's coming out on PS3 and Xbox 360. I'm waiting for a light gun game.
Ideally, that would be great. At the moment, I don't think it's slated, but...
All right, well, you know what? I'm going to be killing this boss character, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to get my hands on it. No, please, seriously. God. Back to you, Olivia. Give me that.
He's going to get us in trouble.
He's going to get us in big trouble. Thanks so much, Chris. Be careful out there. Now, here on G4, we're excited to be bringing you a brand new comedy chronicling the life in the gaming industry in the 8-bit era. Be sure to catch G4's new animated show, Code Monkeys, Wednesday at 9 p.m. Now, next up, it has taken the world by storm, but what's next for the mighty Wii? We talked to the man in charge.
And still to come, it's a sequel almost a decade in the making. We're going to check out the long-awaited, long-rumored follow-up to StarCraft.
And later, a moment that will transcend television, music, and gaming. Adam, Morgan, Kevin, and I jam with Rock Band. You will not want to miss it. I think I'll be singing. I have an amazing voice. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
E3 07 Live is brought to you by Comic-Con 07 Live. Your access to all the hottest Comic-Con happenings. July 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. only on G4.
Not that much clapping this year because they're all businessmen. They're all working
No, they're
right
very
now.
serious with their briefcases.
Hey, everybody,
No
welcome
adultery.
back. It is day 2 of E307 Live, and we are busier than ever, and they're playing games out there.
And good for them. You know, a great company, like a great nation, needs a great decider.
It's true.
Apparently this one doesn't, though. Coming up, we go head-to-head with the guys who make the tough decisions, the presidents of Ubisoft and EA. Then in just a few minutes, the president of Nintendo of America, Reggie Fils-Aimé.
We'll also keep an eye out for news from the showroom floor where the surprise hits are hidden every year. Now, speaking of hidden gems, it's time to count down the top 5 E3 sleeper hits of all time.
Oh, nice. Here we
you ready
go.
for this?
Yeah.
At number 5, Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah.
At number 4, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell.
Oh, that
It's a
wasn't-
good one.
nah.
No, it's a good one. Number 3 is Full Spectrum Warrior. Number 2, Parappa the Rapper. And the number 1 sleeper of all time, Assassin's Creed. What do you think about that?
I disagree with a couple on the list, but that's
Well,
all
you know
right.
what,
Overall,
Kevin? It's
solid.
not your list.
Exactly. It was yours, and you read it well.
Thanks.
Speaking of sleepers, though, somebody wake up Zach. He's at the Hotel California where Odd Birds Gamecock are ruffling feathers at their sister event called EIEIO.
Thanks, Kevin. Zach here. Hotel California, we are holding it down with the alternative to E3. We're at the EIEIO festival here with the Gamecocks. These guys publish their own games. They're like an indie rock label. You know what I'm talking about? They put the power back in the creators' hands. It's a beautiful thing. They're drinking beers. This girl here's got a lollipop. Oh, thank you. Very tasty. We got goblin nuts. Look at that. These guys are throwing it down. My man Rick's in the house, dude. Tell me about the mission statement for the Gamecocks and how you got started.
Well, we wanted to bring some fresh, original titles back into the gaming world, so we went out seeking out great independent development studios that are going to bring that to the forefront.
The cock and the walk, baby.
That's right, man.
Now tell me about the game Mushroom Men real fast.
Mushroom Men is a real-world perspective from a 3-inch height, edible versus
poisonous
mushrooms.
I know my mushrooms. I know my mushrooms.
why you're at.
What about Insecticide?
Insecticide is a film noir bug detective murder mystery.
How about Fury?
Fury is your PC, MMO, PvP, get in, get out, beat up a lot of crap, and get on in.
PC, MMO, PvP. How about PARTY with the Gamecocks? These guys are having a good time. They're raging. Look at this. They even got pickles. And of course, they got their famous Gamecock lollipops. Kevin, back to you. Here you go.
Okay, thanks, Zach. Now that we've got that out of our system, let's get back to serious business.
That looked very serious.
It's serious for Zach.
Very serious for Zach. And by that, of course, we mean Adam Sessler, who
Very
got some
serious man.
serious FaceTime earlier today with Nintendo of America president Reggie Fils-Aimé.
All right, I am so happy to be here with Reggie Fils-Aimé. He's the president and chief operating officer of Nintendo of America. Thank you for your time.
Adam, thank you.
All right, so Wii Fit. This definitely was a surprise. Are you trying to reach a new audience with this or find a new way of using the Wii? What's your objective with it?
Sure. You know, our objective with the Wii Fit is all about expanding the audience and taking advantage of what consumers are already doing with Wii Sports, right? They're using it to work out, to lose weight. This just drives it in a whole new way. Plus, with the Wii Balance Board, it opens up a whole new range of games that use balance. Imagine skateboarding, surfboarding, all of that type of content now could be a whole lot more fun.
Now, I think it's good to point out that Wii Fit, it does have some very pure exercise qualities, but it seems to have a lot of game stuff in it as well.
Absolutely. We showed off a soccer heading game between myself and Mr. Miyamoto. We also have a marble game. We have, there's a skiing component in the demo that we're showing downstairs. So there's a huge range of real gaming applications beyond the focus on health.
Now, there's some other really neat peripherals that you were showing off. One of them was the Wii Zapper. It looks like it's bringing back some of the classic games that we used to play in the arcades. What are the other applications of it other than the traditional light gun game that we've seen?
Sure. You know, it'll be best for first-person shooters, right? And bringing that whole experience to what you enjoyed in the arcades. Plus, by bringing this type of of accessory to bear, we think, again, it's going to make first-person shooters more accessible, easier to get into. But the beauty is, if you don't want to use the Zapper and you want to go to a more traditional Wii Remote and Nunchuck play, you could do that as well. It's all about broadening the audience and giving you a new feel for the games you love.
Okay, I think the most exciting of the three for me personally was the wheel for Mario Kart. How is that going to work, and is it essential to actually playing the game?
You know, the wheel is specially designed to have a trigger underneath your finger for the power slides, right? So it does add an element to the gameplay and make it that much more fun. Plus, you know, I have to tell you, I've used it. I've played a little Mario Kart, and it really plays well utilizing the wheel. We're going to pack the wheel in when we first launch the game, so it's going to be very exciting.
Now, in terms of some of the games that are coming out in the future, there's been the concern, which you addressed yourself at the press conference, you know, there's so much new innovative stuff that's really for a very broad audience, but the hardcore gamers are like, hold on, what about us? Do we have more coming? Obviously, you do have a few games coming out. One of them is Metroid.
Absolutely.
But in terms of down the line, is there stuff in development we can look to?
You know, we've announced Metroid Prime 3 coming out at the end of August. We've got Mario Galaxy in the middle of November. We've got Smash Brothers dated for December 3rd. All great core gamer games, more than enough to keep people excited. And absolutely, we've got great new content in development as well. And so for that core who's saying, what about me? The answer is, we have a lot for you. Plus all of the third-party games. Madden, FIFA will take advantage of online. It's going to be a fantastic holiday for the Wii owner.
Now, also with the third-party games, you have had quite a few come out. Some of them don't seem to be up to the same standards as the stuff that's coming out of Nintendo. Now, I have to be honest, what I saw at the press conference when they showed Medal of Honor, and I believe there was a couple of other games, it seems that there was a lot more care given to the look and the feel of the games. Do you think you're getting more attention now from third parties to make higher quality games?
Well, absolutely, and our sales results really drive that. You know, we're sitting here at a 2.8 million unit installed base here in the United States. Double the level of PS3, double the level of Microsoft at this point in time in their launch. So third parties are looking at this saying, okay, let me understand this. Great installed base, sold out every day, and low-cost development. Everything makes sense for them to get into, and what's happening, recognizing the potential, they're making sure that they're putting their best content and their best developers working on Wii.
Now, obviously for you, we're all a little past the one-year anniversary of when you rolled out the Wii for the first time at one of the most phenomenal media briefings I think I've ever attended. How does it feel now that you've gone past the point, you've proven yourself? Is it more hard work ahead? What do you see ahead for you guys?
You know, it's absolutely hard work every day. And by that I mean, the good news is we're driving growth, we're leading innovation, but that just sets the bar at a higher level.
Exactly.
And we have to continually come out with new products, new news to drive it forward. That's why we launched Wii Fit here at this year's press conference. So for us, we're setting the bar higher and higher for ourselves, and it makes it a hell of a lot more fun.
All right, good. I think it's more fun for us as well. Thank you so much, Reggie.
Thank you.
All right.
Awesome, guys. Thank you for that. For more on all things Wii, just go to g4tv.com/E3.
Much more to come here from E3 07 Live in beautiful Santa Monica, California.
Yeah, 2 years ago, Metal Gear Solid 4 was presented at E3. Today, we're getting a close-up look at Snake's new Battleground in the full-length trailer.
And it's cute, it's very sticky, and now it's on the 360. We roll around with the latest Katamari.
And speaking of cute, our own Morgan Webb takes us on a behind-the-scenes tour of Call of Duty.
Yeah, if you need to blink, do it now because you won't want to miss a second when E3 07 Live returns. Don't blink. Are you blinking? Don't blink. Oh, wait, you can blink now.
I'm trying to teleport.
Okay, you're good.
I'm teleporting.
I'm Layla Kaylee. There's more news out there besides gaming, and I got it covered. So here's what's coming up later in the feed. First, we'll tell you why the latest Harry Potter film is already breaking records. Plus, designing applications for Facebook could net you a major payday. And AOL just got slammed by courts over its cancellation problems. It's all coming your way in just a bit in the feed.
All right, thanks, Layla. We look forward to those stories and more coming
There's
up
so
from
much more coming back.
E3 07 Live. We'll be right back, everybody.
Don't blink.
E3 07 Live is also brought to you by Sprite with Lyman. Thank you and obey. And also by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Wednesdays at 9, only on G4.
to our live continuous coverage of E3. We've got the G4 team spread out all over town to bring you guys all the gaming goodness.
Coming up this hour, we pay a visit to the good doctors at BioWare as they demo their much-anticipated new title, Mass Effect.
We'll also go hands-on with BioShock, the sci-fi saga that could also be called When Underwater Utopias Go Bad.
Yeah, all that and our continuing up-to-the-minute news from the expo floor. Will O'Neill is here at Barker Hangar, and he's time-shifting, actually. Will?
Hey, thanks, Kevin. I'm here with Scott Hawkins from Sarah. How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing well now. Okay, so Time Shift is this really awesome game. Tell me about it.
So a year ago, we were $7 away from shipping the game, and it looked good, but it didn't look great. So we wanted to give it more time and do it right and make it a AAA first-person shooter.
Okay, so very cool. Okay, now the game is called Time Shift, so there is time manipulation. How does that work in the game?
So you have a special time quantum suit, and that has the ability to stop, slow, and rewind time. And as you're running through the level, you have the ability to use your powers and overcome the opponents with it.
Okay, so let's say I'm playing a game, I run into a room and there's a big boss who just beats the crap out of me. I can actually reverse time and do it all over again?
Yes, let me give you a great example. Imagine one of the guys throws a clutch grenade that sticks to you and is stuck on your body. And you're like, oh crap, what am I gonna do? This guy's gonna take me out. Well, you engage your suit, rewind will start going, and the grenade will come off your body and go back to the person who threw it to you. And we'll take them out instead of taking you out.
Well, that's cool. Okay, so now, as far as time shifting is concerned, it has a multiplayer component. How does time shifting work when there's a bunch of guys running around who all have the same power?
So in multiplayer time controls, you do have time control powers, but they're slightly different. So you use time grenades, which we throw them out and you get a circle of influence of slow, stop it, or rewind, depending on which grenade you throw. And that affects the people inside the bubble.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot, Scott.
Hey, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Oh, that looks awesome. Now, if E3 wasn't enough this month, the 38th annual Comic-Con hits San Diego, and G4 is going to be there to cover it all. We're going to bring you 2 days crammed with comic news, interviews with directors and stars from the latest comic-based and sci-fi films, and of course TV shows as well.
There's so much.
We're covering it all. It all happens here on G4 July 26th and 27th.
Make sure to check out g4tv.com/Comic-Con for more info. And later tonight, G4's comic experts Blair Butler and Chris Gore give you a little taste of the event. It's G4's Comic-Con 07 preview tonight at 9.
Now, still to come here at E3, a look at StarCraft 2 and beautiful Katamari Plus.
Beautiful Katamari.
We want to hear from you at home. Jump on to g4tv.com/E3 and tell us what you think. We're going to be right back with all that and even more.
E3 07 Live is brought to you by Comic-Con 07 Live. Your access to all the hottest Comic-Con happenings. July 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. only on G4.
Welcome back to the biggest gaming expo in the country. We are live at E3.
Yes, the invite list is 20 times smaller this year. And yes, they did give us a hard time about bringing Adam, but we're all here, the entire G4 crew, and we are delivering you first looks at every game we can get our hands on.
Plus, late-breaking news and interviews you can only see here live.
Yes, now still ahead this hour, mutant terror under the sea in BioShock. Plus, we'll sample the heir to the second best-selling computer game in history, StarCraft 2. And we'll get the lowdown with Yves Guillemot, Ubisoft's man with the Midas touch.
And don't forget, we want to hear from you.
Yes.
Is the single-player game history? Let us know what you think. Log on to g4tv.com/E3 or text message E3 to G4TXT. That's 44898 on your mobile phone. Now, and do that now, and we're going to count up those votes and reveal the results in the loop.
Yes, now it's been 9 long years since the release of StarCraft, and all hope of a second chapter seemed lost. But step off the ledge, StarCraft fans. The sequel is finally here, and Blair Butler had some FaceTime with the game's producer.
StarCraft is a huge game. It's been popular for like 10 years, and now we're finally getting StarCraft 2, and I am here with Chris, who's going to tell me all about it. First off, for those who maybe aren't as familiar with StarCraft 1, refresh us.
Sure. StarCraft is a real-time strategy game. It's like chess being played, both players playing at the same time.
Seeing as you're trying to keep StarCraft 2 to be a separate experience a little bit from StarCraft 1, what's the biggest difference between those two games?
One of the biggest differences is actually just the differentiation of the races: Protoss, Zerg, and the Terran. One of the things that was big about the original StarCraft was the fact that each entity, each race, we're distinctly different, and we're really trying to even push that further. New tech tree, new balance. Engine is completely new, so that's another big thing too.
Very cool. Now, in some of the footage we've seen some new sorts of units. Can you talk about those?
We've added some new ones there that have replaced some. As you progress through the game and use these different abilities, you will be able to more easily pound for pound beat your opponent. So sort of an easy to learn, hard to master motto that we've had throughout our lifetime as Blizzard.
Now, can you tell us anything about multiplayer?
We started with multiplayer, so from the development standpoint, it's definitely one of the most important components, and it's just gotten to the point where there's professional gamers playing it, and these guys are amazing, and girls. We're paying very close attention to that, and it's something that, is part of why we're concentrating a lot on multiplayer.
Now, what about the single-player mission in StarCraft 2? Can you tell us anything about that?
It's going to be a pretty significant change from what people saw before. However, as far as this story goes, you'll see some of the fan favorites that were in the original game. Tychus Finley is a new character.
So Tychus is the guy chewing the cigar?
That's Tychus, yeah.
Hail, it's about time.
We had an overwhelmingly positive reaction. It was an amazing experience, so we feel pretty confident about how things are going right now.
So any idea when this is actually going to be released?
As we always say, we'll release it when it's done, so that's the best I can say. No specific dates, but hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of insight into our intention.
Awesome. Well, my intention is to play it when it comes out. Thanks.
Thank you, Blair. Now, for an even more chilling vision of the future, do not miss our demo of BioShock coming up.
When I want a chilling vision of the future, I just watch the Golden Girls.
Stop. You're scaring the viewers.
Oh.
Also still to come, we train our scopes on Halo 3 for a closer look at the latest chapter in the 360's Monster franchise.
And that's not the only first-person shooter opening fire here at E3. We check out Call of Duty 4 as it leaps forward into the modern world.
And to top it off, we pump up the volume with a demo of Rock Band. Meanwhile, here's a listen at some viewer buzz. Don't go away.
Phil, thank you very much for covering E3 this year. I'm really excited to see what you guys have done. It looks amazing. I loved seeing Metal Gear Solid 4 with Raiden, Snake, Fox Die, all of that. It looks amazing. All the new PS3 stuff, the online downloadable content, Gears of War for the PC, the Wii Blaster, and all that. I'm extremely excited. Thank you very much for everything you've done. I'm really appreciative of it. Have a great time. Thanks.
We are back at Barker Hangar in Santa Monica, California. I'm Olivia Munn, and this is the invite-only E307 where G4 has your all-access pass. Right now, let's go live to our goddess of gaming, Morgan Webb, for a Morgan Minute.
Thanks, Olivia. That was really sweet. Now, I have a stern but loving message for the Wii, and it's going to take about a minute. What a coincidence. Since the Wii came out last year, it has supplied me with weeks of nearly unmitigated pleasure. I love it, but that doesn't mean I don't have needs. Frankly, I'm getting a little tired of Wii games composed entirely of mini-games. WarioWare, Smooth Moves, Cooking Mama, Cook-Off, Rayman, Raving Rabbits, enough already! Can't I have some motion-sensitive gaming with a coherent storyline and maybe some mature content? Well, luckily, there is hope on the horizon. No More Heroes is the first contender. It's about this otaku kid who wins a lightsaber on an internet auction and becomes a world-renowned assassin. Yes, I know it sounds mighty sweet, and when you factor in the use of the Wiimote as a lightsaber hilt, the package gets even more appealing. Also compelling is De Blob, a Dutch action game where you reanimate a city by splashing color all around. Now, I'm making no promises, but it sounds like it might just be the next Katamari. There are coherent Wii titles ready to launch, so we can trust our Wiis won't just be venues for tennis and rice ball preparation forever. That would suck. Now we go back to our very own booth babe, Olivia Munn.
Thanks, Morgan. I don't have a booth, and I don't think I'm quite a babe, but thank you anyways. Now, recently, G4 went to Infinity Ward to talk to the creators of Call of Duty 4, the first modern warfare game in the series. Here's what we learned.
One of the goals when we first started designing Call of Duty 4 was that we wanted to have the best, most immersive, most intense first-person shooter on the PS3, Xbox 360, and PC. In the past, it's been World War II, set in stone. This time around with Call of Duty 4, we have the luxury of creating our own storyline. We have a modern dictator. His name is Zakiev. This guy's a really bad guy. You actually play as the Americans and also as the British SAS, fighting alongside the loyalist Russians. In the past, when we were developing Call of Duty games, we spent a lot of time interviewing veterans. Now, the veterans that we're talking to, they were out in the suck, you know, as early as 3 months ago. And it's just really given us such a great access to the real-life troops, which we've never had in the past. You feel like you're actually there in a conflict. You feel like if this isn't happening right now, it happened 2 days ago, and this could be CNN.
Heads up! The Call of Duty 4 multiplayer aspect, it's completely different this time. We wanted to make it deep, make it accessible, and just add a lot of new things to it to make it the best game ever. We've also added this great new feature called Create a Class. So you get to choose your own weapons, your sidearm, the type of grenade you take.
The way the lighting interacts with the characters is really amazing. We've created what we call rim lighting. And it's a way that light will refract around the characters, and you see the characters moving. We spent a lot of time looking through night vision, and we meticulously turned our night vision in the game to be identical to what the human eye sees.
And we also did this thing called perks. And what perks are these special abilities that let you do tons of different things. So you can take the Juggernaut perk, which gives you more health, or you could take the Eavesdrop perk, which lets you listen to the enemy player's voice chat. We've also added a party system. Your friends can jump in straight to your game, or you can take all your friends, jump into a match-made game. You'll stick together for as long as you want, so you can just keep playing all night long with your friends and never break up.
One of the most exciting things for me at this E3 is the fact that we just had our big announcement on being the first third-party title to go through Microsoft and have an online beta. So we're going to get thousands upon thousands of fans out there to jump in to play the multiplayer for Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
Ready up.
Okay, stick around for more information on how to get in on Call of Duty's beta testing. Go to their website. We'll have live demo of the game later in our show, but first, let's go to Zach Selwyn for an update from the expo floor.
Always one of my favorite booths at E3. I'm talking about EA Sports. My dude, Rod, what's happening here? Bears, Packers?
Absolutely, man. Madden's back this year in a strong way, man. Great gameplay, Twitch gameplay. It's all about being competitive in Madden, you know, so we wanted to bring it back, man. We wanted the animations to look smooth. We wanted mode depth. You know, we got front office mode back. You know, Madden is good this year, man. Go out and buy it.
Madden 08, he says it right here, taking the title this year. Is it faster than 07? That's my big question.
Man, just take a look, man. Just take a look at the smoothness of those animations. It's good.
Well, my man just ran one in for 6. Nice work there, dude. Touchdown, Green Bay. Other great sports titles from EA, of course. He's the new father. His name's Tiger Woods. And you know what? PGA Tour 08. My girl Catherine here. Can you sink a hole-in-one here?
I'm going to give it a try here.
If you do it, I will buy you a drink.
Okay, let's go.
All right, here we go. On the 3-iron. Nice hit from Woods. It's got a little distance. Might have been hit a little hard. However, Catherine knows her game. Comes up on the green, 13 yards to the pin. A 235-yard shot. Very nicely done. Golf clap. Well done. Now, of course, Burnout Paradise. This one has had a crowd all day long. It's not the story of Berkeley, California. No, Burnout Paradise is a car racing game. Look at this thing. That thing's like a 1965 Trans Am. This guy's name is Johnny Taintdown. All I know is that this thing has no boundaries. There's no gas stations. It's all over the place, and it's beautiful. One of my favorite games. I'm getting in line to play it. EA Sports, baby.
Thanks, Zach. We appreciate it. Right now, though, we're going to take a look at Beautiful Katamari.
Yes.
The new next-gen version of everyone's favorite video drug trip. I mean, here it is here. The problem with a game like Katamari, well, that's not Is that Beautiful Katamari? Boy, they've changed it. It's quite the
totally
RPG now.
different.
I didn't know they were going for completely cel-shaded in the city. No, Katamari, as everybody knows, is the game where you're a little prince from the cosmos.
You're this tiny little green guy with this huge head, and your father's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, he's an alcoholic king of the cosmos with a giant
That's
codpiece.
not what I got from the first game.
Well, he's a lot of things, but he likes to booze it.
Yeah.
And then he blames you for trashing the cosmos. At least that was the
Exactly.
first game. Now it's high def. Now it's online and multiplayer. And I think
Right.
the tough thing about this franchise, and feel free to slap me if I'm wrong, is that you play the first Katamari, and no matter what they do to it, no matter how they change it, even if it's by adding a race mission or
Right.
adding specific little things, it changes the game even the slightest, and it's not that same Katamari game that you knew and loved.
It's just like it's its own genre.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't fit anywhere. The first game was such a surprise. It was such a little gem. It wasn't really complete. There were a lot of little features that we actually wanted and didn't get. The second game came out. It fixed a lot of that stuff. It was really what the first game should have been if they had, gotten enough resources. And so now the third game, it's going to be fun, and I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to play it. But
Sure. And we're looking at it here. Again, I say, well, it's high def. Katamari was never really about the gorgeous graphics. It was all about the insane gameplay. But what is nice here is that you can be rest assured they can get larger with the levels. The scale can get even more bizarre.
and way more crap.
Yes, way more crap to pick up. Your father can get even angrier at you. And when you look at it, of course, the frame rate is not going to chug. This thing is going to be rock solid. It's going to look gorgeous, even when you're online using Xbox Live, playing with all of your friends.
Right, and that's really the point. I think what the second game really added was being able to play with your friends a little bit more. The first game was much more single-player experience.
Yeah.
You couldn't have all that fun. So that's
So
going to be, I think, the main draw. Of course, I'm going to be back for more.
That's the answer right there. Get your hands on this game and see for yourself why we're addicted to this franchise. We
best.
love it. And if Katamari is, for whatever reason, not your cup of tea.
No, I don't want to hang out with that guy.
Well, yeah, you're not going to be Morgan's friend, but you might want to stick around to see mutants ripping into corpses in an undersea wasteland.
That's cool.
It's Bioshock,
Yeah.
and you won't want to miss it as G4's live coverage of E307 continues.
When we come back, the doctors are in. BioWare's resident geniuses stop by to give us an exclusive preview of their sci-fi epic Mass Effect. Plus, we've got it right here, live, hands-on, Bioshock. We'll give you the demo, and you'll give us your thoughts with live interactive viewer video. Right after a beautiful preview of Beautiful Katamari for the 360. So don't go away.
Welcome back, everybody. We are coming to you live from the home of E3 2007 right here in Santa Monica, California.
The console wars dominated last year, but this year it is all about games, and we've got lots more to come, including Bioshock in just a few minutes. Everyone's excited about that one.
I can't wait. But first, let's catch up on the latest with Layla Cayley and that feed.
I'm Layla Cayley, and there's more going on in the world than just game news, and here's the latest. Harry Potter is back, and he's breaking records. At 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday, theaters across the country were officially allowed to play the 5th installment of the J.K. Rowling book series, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. And it brought in record-breaking numbers. The late-night shows made $12 million, the biggest Wednesday opening in the history of Hollywood ever. Previous record holder, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, made $8 million in midnight sales back in 2003. It looks like Harry's magic is as strong as ever. Expelliarmus! Venture capitalist Bay Partners is launching a program to fund developers who write applications for Facebook. The 29 million member community is a goldmine, and companies are getting creative going after it. The Bay Partners program is called App Factory, and it will grant awards from $25,000 to $250,000 for developers. In May, Facebook opened up its application programming interface in the hopes of making the big transition from social networking site to a real platform. If you watched any portion of last week's Live Earth concerts online, then congratulations. You were a part of the most watched entertainment event in online history. The worldwide concert series drew poor television ratings, but an easy-to-use website and multiple online video feeds made it an internet hit. MSN, which hosted the online portion of the concert, estimates more than 30 million people witnessed the event on its website, with peak viewership during Madonna's performance in my hometown of London. After years of complaints, America Online is finally owning up to its unethical cancellation policies. fearing a lawsuit from 48 states and the District of Columbia. AOL has decided to pay out a $3 million settlement and make it easier for consumers to end their service. The money will reimburse the states for their research and time, and AOL will maintain the option to cancel your dial-up service right from your computer. In the past, the company would award bonuses of $3,000 to employees who could convince users to stay. That is unethical. And finally, hearings in Congress may lead to increased freedom for cell phones. The Open Internet Coalition testified before the House of Representatives this week and is attempting to convince Congress to ban cell phone carriers from selling locked phones or charging customers large fees to terminate their service early. Cell phone companies argue contracts help stabilize business so they can build infrastructure. And besides that, some phones aren't capable of connecting to other networks. So at least for now, your iPhone's only good on AT&T, sorry Verizon fans and T-Mobile and everyone else. Well, that's it for today, but don't worry, the feed doesn't stop here. Get all the news you need to know anytime, anywhere on your mobile phone. More info available at g4tv.com/mobile. I am Layla Cayley, and you've just been fed.
Okay, if you've ever wanted to visit a disease-ravaged underwater dystopia...
Oh, Zach's hot tub.
That's really gross, and I think that's kind of inappropriate.
But it's true.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about BioShock.
Oh.
And Adam and Morgan have the hands-on exclusive.
Welcome to Rapture, a disturbing underwater world where you are trapped and forced to fight for survival in BioShock.
Your entire genetic code has just been rewritten.
The object of this gory first-person shooter game is to defend yourself against bloodthirsty genetic mutants in a utopia that has gone terribly wrong. Your enemies include the Big Daddies, Little Sisters, and Splicers. In BioShock, the bad guys do more than just attack you. They react to your sounds, to each other, and injured mutants even seek medical treatment, so they can come back and fight even stronger than before. 2K Games developed this game for the PC and Xbox 360. BioShock is scheduled for release later this year.
Thanks, guys. Now we have one of the most gorgeous games at the show made by the people who brought you System Shock 2. Here's Ken Levine from Irrational Games with a hands-on demo of BioShock.
Hey,
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to
Thank
be
you
here.
for coming. Thank you for bringing BioShock. Now, we saw that it's a shooter, yes, but it's not just a shooter. Tell us a little bit more about what more you can do.
Well, one of the great things about BioShock is that besides the incredibly deep story and the incredible visuals you saw in the environment, we really want to make a game that empowers the gamer to make a huge amount of choices, both moral choices and gameplay choices. First of all, everything in the world of BioShock can be turned into a weapon, and that's what the demo we're going to show you today. That everything in the environment, every enemy, every threat can become an opportunity.
And you know what? Let's actually start this up so we
let's fire it up.
get a look at this.
All right, so we're in a part of the city called Arcadia here, and
this city's called Rapture, right?
Called Rapture,
okay,
yes.
So this is a section.
And it's underwater forest, and these guys are trying to get in to stop Hoagie, the guy demoing here, to do what he's trying to do. So we're going to try to set up a defensive perimeter. And he put a proximity mine on the door. He put a trap bolt, an electrical trap bolt, and now he's repositioning it using telekinesis. He's getting ready for this assault. And Hoagie, there's a medical machine over here.
What's that?
That's a cyclone trap. I'll tell you about it in 1 second.
Okay.
There's a medical machine, and Hoagie's going to hack this machine. Enemies, if they get damaged, will run to it. But now they get poisoned by it if they run to it.
So you've already actually described about 5 different things that you've already used inside this game. How much variety are we looking at in terms of weapons and devices and powers?
God, there's so many. There's 8 different weapons.
And those are traditional weapons like guns, that kind of thing? Okay.
But they're all modifiable.
Okay.
So each of the weapons is modifiable. And then we have around 60 other powers in the game. We have 20 of them are called plasmids, and these are these genetic powers you put in your hand, like things that like Electro Bolt, which not only in most games you think of an electrical power, something that does like 2d4 electrical damage. In BioShock, it will shut down machines, the Electro Bolt.
Oh, so you can just like electrically overload the machine with your shocks.
And then you can hack it, whether that's a turret, whether that's a bot, whether that's a security camera. When it stuns people, and then they'll take more damage from an attack once they're stunned. We call it the 1-2 punch. You stun them with Electro Bolt, and you come in with the with a wrench or whatever weapon you want. And and then if they're in water, the water will conduct electricity and actually do damage to them and other enemies in the water. We have Incinerate, which is like a fire power, but that fire behaves as you'd expect it to in the world, and it spreads from object to object.
So is this a linear game, or is this more of an open world experience?
We really try to lay it out to feel like a real underwater city. You know, that's a bit of an oxymoron. And it's fairly free roaming in that regard. It's not on the scale of a Grand Theft Auto or something, because it's a first-person shooter. But there's it's a world with that. It's not like one linear corridor.
Okay.
There's lots of exploration. There's lots of nooks and crannies off that you can explore. So it's really cool in that regard.
Now, is this also a game that you're going to play all of it in one playthrough, or what happens with successive plays?
Well, first of all, I think in terms of one playthrough, I think we just have people playing it actually through, and it's around 20 hours.
Wow.
For a first-person shooter, I think it's really extraordinary. And in terms of replayability, and we've talked a lot about the little sisters and the big daddies.
Right.
How you deal with the little sisters, whether you choose to rescue them or harvest from them, that leads to really different gameplay and story paths. So
that brings up a little bit about the Atom, which is sort of the resource that everybody's fighting for. And you can talk maybe a little bit about the Little Sisters. Just give us a short pitch, because I know a lot of people have heard about it.
Well, in the world of Rapture, in this failed underwater utopia, there are, in order to collect that genetic resource, there's only one entity you can do it, and that's called the Little Sisters.
Oh, so everybody's after the Little Sisters.
It's like they're carrying around what the oil is to us.
Right.
Atom, this genetic material, is to them. So they're walking around the world just looking for dead bodies to harvest this genetic material after this war, and protecting them are these lumbering big daddies. These guys.
Oh, those guys look so scary.
Also, we now know that with the special collector's edition of the game, you get a pretty nice figurine of that big daddy. So well designed.
I just saw it, and literally, it's like compared to my head, and I have a big head. it's like this big. It's heavy and big.
That's like
and
7/8 of a Ken Levine head.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get him to send us a couple of those.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My
Love the
pleasure.
game. We're very excited. Can't wait to play it. And let's talk to Joel, who's watching with a viewer. Joel, take it away.
Thank you, Morgan. We've got Phil from Pittsburgh here. Phil, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. I'm really psyched for this.
I'm psyched, too. You're really lucky you got BioShock. What did you think of BioShock based on this particular demo?
I have to say, there's one thing. I think this is the next Metroid Prime. I think this is the next first-person adventure. Puzzles, the gameplay, the using the genetic stuff, it all looks so awesome, man.
It looks unbelievable, Phil, but let's take it a little deeper. Let's talk about the moral choices. Phil, how do you think moral choices are going to extend the gameplay for a title like BioShock? We've seen it before, but what about this particular title?
I think I've got to say, for me, from perspective, I always try and do the right thing. So, in this game, having to sacrifice power so I can do the right thing, it's hard to say because, I love that more and more games these days are trying to include mental conflicts for the player.
Yeah, indeed, Phil, and it's actually more interactive, too. The morality is actually being incorporated into the game engine, right?
Exactly. With games like Fear, the scare, the horror of that, the interactive, I loved that because of how cinematic it was.
Well, I love it, too, Phil. Thank you so much for being on. Let's go back to Kevin and Olivia. Kevin.
Thanks, Joel.
Phil, quick note. Phil in Pittsburgh, Kevin and I, we love you.
You are awesome, buddy. He's my new form avatar. There's lots more awesome gaming coming up when our live exclusive coverage of E307 continues right after this.
E307 Live is brought to you by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Premieres tonight at 9 p.m. only on G4.
Everybody, we are back here live at E307 right here in Santa Monica, California, as the video game industry's top insiders flex their muscles. Be flexing, and they roll out their newest titles. You're hurt. They not only work hard, they play hard. They play very hard here.
Yeah, in fact, they often get the thrill of demoing their biggest titles like Halo in front of the world, much the same way we do on G4, except I get killed by 12-year-olds, and people make fun of me on message boards.
Now, Adam says you play Halo like his kid sister, and that's just verbatim.
I'm not half as good as her, so it's actually not true. But let's take a look at the top 3 E3 players and see if any of them have got any game. At number 3, here's Sony President Phil Harrison in virtual form taking a spin with MotorStorm.
That's right. Now, apparently it started at home, right?
Yeah,
The guy
they
who
were
did
in the
this started at
virtual
home.
world of home, and then they launched into play MotorStorm, and he crashed.
Crash. Now, this is the second one is a Wii Fit game designer Shigeru Miyamoto in a soccer duel with Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yeah, he completely owned Shiggy.
Yeah,
Reggie,
Miyamoto went down in flames.
Reggie had the
went
skills.
down in flames.
The golden cleats. But at number 1, bad boy Peter Moore follows last year's GTA 4 tattoo by rocking out on stage with the crew from Harmonix.
Yeah, apparently he had to pause the game a couple times. He
did-
died, they had to
yeah.
bring him back up.
It's almost like losing a patch cable during a performance, but he recovered very
Didn't
well
do-
done.
Yeah.
He still rocks.
Yeah, he still rocked. Didn't do so well. It was kind of rough, but he got it going.
In fact, we're going to take a crack at Rock Band ourselves in just a bit. Are you going to
That's
sing?
right.
What are you going to do?
I don't, apparently, no one wants to sing because it's embarrassing, so I might be throwing myself underneath the bus.
Oh, you're going to Greyhound
and singing.
yourself for the team.
People say I sound like Mariah. I'm just saying. Okay, let's go over to Chris Gore, who's got some FaceTime with the creators of Mass Effect. Okay, Mass Effect is all completely black this year. It's a new invention
Yeah.
they've made. It's kind of crazy. Everything's blindfolded.
No, we're
So
going to
it's
have it for you in a second. That is not how Mass Effect looked. Mass Effect really is one of the most anticipated games. They're not pulling a Sopranos with you.
No,
they're not
no,
going to
they're
dip to black. they actually, we have it
Yeah,
for
we
you.
have some technical difficulties, but we will have
Here
it
it
for
is.
you, I promise.
No, we got it now.
We have it right now?
I think so.
I'm here with Greg Zeschuk and Casey Hudson of BioWare. We're talking about Mass Effect. Explain to me, what exactly is Mass Effect?
Mass Effect is a huge action role-playing game. It's set about 200 years in the future. Humanity is just kind of taking its first steps on the galactic stage. And so you play a lead agent called a Spectre, and you basically have a crew, a starship, and you're trying to figure out the darkest plots going on in the galaxy.
They came out of nowhere. We need...
And just how massive is Mass Effect?
It's pretty huge. I mean, the fact that the way that you navigate where you're going in Mass Effect is through an interactive map of the Milky Way kind of gives you an idea of the kind of scope that we're trying to convey in the overall spirit of exploring the galaxy.
If you've got something to say, just say it.
How is the dialogue system different from previous games of this type?
What we've done with Mass Effect, and Casey and his team has worked on creating really a seamless way to converse with the characters, and they really come to life. I mean, there's incredible AI and technology behind making them realistic, but beyond that, you can literally have a conversation in a really natural manner by just simple button presses and movements of the joystick. It's so natural. It feels like you're actually conversing. It's amazing.
But I know he's up to something. Like you humans say, I feel it in my gut.
Now, your good and bad choices will actually affect the game. Tell me about that.
There's both Paragon and Renegade, which is like the being nice and being mean essentially, and all of those things are kind of always tracked. So if you do something evil, but generally you're playing really good, that's still kind of on your record. And as you go forward, these decisions really start to accumulate through the whole course of the game and determine the way that the whole galaxy ends up.
And he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll find some way to take him down.
The gameplay in Mass Effect is as deep as you want it to be. Like, you literally, one of the things we've been showing is there's just, you can walk around the Normandy or your starship and talk to people and learn about them and find out the backgrounds of their races and what's going on in the universe, or you can just go through these incredible roller coaster missions.
Good cop or bad cop, which are you?
I actually try to play the more of the Renegade style, and so that's kind of doing the right thing, but sometimes through fairly harsh actions.
Yeah, hey, thanks a lot, guys, for talking to me. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thanks. And for ruining my life. Now I'm going to be playing
That's
it
our
forever.
job. We're happy
Great,
to do it.
great.
Thanks, Chris. That looked amazing. Now, up next, Jeff Keighley goes head-to-head with Ubisoft president and co-founder Yves Guillemot to find out what the software giant who brought you Splinter Cell and Prince of Persia has lined up for you next. Do not go anywhere.
What's going on, everybody? We are back live at E3 where the gaming gods are smiling upon us.
That's right. Only G4 can get you in this year, and we're taking you everywhere we go.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right now, let's go live to Jeff Keighley, who is head-to-head with Ubisoft co-founder and CEO Yves Guillemot.
Assassin's Creed. We saw it in the Xbox 360 briefing. It's coming out this November, right, on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. Why do you think the audience has responded so much to what you're doing in Assassins?
Oh, the response is great just because the game is great. They've been working to the game for 3 years now, and it's a completely new engine. Everything has been done to use the capacity of those new consoles, and that's why the reaction
Now, when we
good.
first heard about that game at E3 2 years ago, it was talking about how it's going to be PlayStation 3 exclusive. What happened there? Why did it all of a sudden come to the Xbox 360 too?
You know, the market is a big market, but we need to cover both machines to amortize the cost of development. So
you're putting Haze exclusively on the PS3, you're putting Splinter Cell Conviction exclusively on Xbox 360, so why not Assassins on PS3?
It's true, but I think the potential of that product is close to 5 million units, so it's very important to cover both machines.
Now, we're talking about both machines. You've been quoted the past couple of months talking about your thoughts on PlayStation 3, how they needed to do a price cut. They sort of did a price cut, I guess. You think, is that enough to really put PlayStation 3 back at the top of the charts?
I think, as you can see, they did it, so maybe I influenced them a little bit. No, I think it's a good step to achieve more volume, and it's very good to have competition between those two guys, the Sony guys and the Microsoft guys, because that is going to actually give more for all our customers.
Do you think, though, it's sort of inevitable that Sony's going to lose some market share this generation, given how strong the Xbox has been out of the gate?
What I like is the fight between them, because we create products for both of them, and if they fight, they will lower the price and they will sell more, so it will be good for all of us.
So you like that head-to-head Peter Moore going up against Shaq Trent?
That's right, we love that.
Now, you also love the Wii, because you guys were, I think, out of the third parties, Ubisoft was probably the most progressive on doing games for the Wii. Red Steel, not that well reviewed in America, but sold quite well. Rayman, a much better game that I like. I saw the balance board that they're doing for the Wii. Now, did you know about that in advance? Do you guys already have a game in development for that?
No, we didn't know about that in advance, but we have a very good relationship with Nintendo, and we are working very closely with them to create products that some will come this year, but a lot will come next year.
So how quickly does the balance board game come out? Do you call over to France and say we've got to put that in development right away?
What we love in this product is that we can use this system to enhance lots of the game that we are doing at the moment.
Well, Adam Suss was telling me when he was talking to Reggie, he was talking about the idea of the nunchuck and the Wiimote, and you can stand on the balance board as well, and you can use that in a boxing game. Exactly. Or what kind of ideas do you have for that?
There are plenty of ideas, but it's not for me to come with that. It's the 3,300 people that are working in the company in the creative side that will really bring new ideas.
Now, we know Assassin's Creed's coming this year. Splinter Cell Conviction, that's not at the show, but it will come out this year for Xbox 360?
Yeah, Splinter Cell Conviction is well on the way, and you will get more information later on the product itself, so it's looking good.
And what do we have to look forward to in 2008 from Ubisoft? You guys are always building new IP, that's the great thing is you're not just building franchise after franchise. What's the next one you've got?
We have some franchises that we are not bringing this year, and especially
Prince of Persia, right?
One, for example, that has been, we have been working a lot on, and maybe you will have that next year.
Maybe another Prince of Persia. We hope so, since the big Disney movie's coming.
Yeah,
all right, thanks very much, Emo. Now we have go back to Kevin and Olivia. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Now later on, we're going to have John Riccatello on stage as well. We're going to do a little interview with him. But coming up next is the day of the single-player game over. Those are fighting words. Just
dangerous.
We're going to debate it live.
Plus, it's the show that harkens back to a simpler time in gaming. We'll take a look at GeForce's hilarious new anime show of 8-bit proportions, Code Monkeys. Stick around. We'll be right back.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you?
We're back at the VIP-only E3, but don't worry, because GeForce saved you a seat right next to us. And that is a good thing, because we have more demos and lots more gaming news to get to. Halo 2 was a huge success, but fame is a double-edged sword, as we are about to find out in Master Chief's true Hollywood story. If you missed last night's premiere of GeForce's new animated series, Code Monkeys, what were you thinking? right, guys, if you missed last night's premiere of G4's new animated series, Code Monkeys, what were you thinking? From the creator of Minora Team and one of the twisted minds behind Crank Yankers, Code Monkeys is Office Space meets South Parker meets Pitfall. You still not convinced? Fine, just check out this clip. It's awesome, trust me. When you see it, you'll be dying laughing. Oh, there it is. Kevin was laughing in his head. He saw it last night. All right, the new episode is this Wednesday night at 9 for exclusive content. And to get to know the characters, check out g4tv.com/CodeMonkeys. But right now, let's go over to Kevin, who is foretelling the future of gaming's single versus multiplayer formats right now in the loop.
Yes, thank you, Olivia. It's definitely a touchy subject. Here's what one of our viewers had to say. All right, our viewers had to say something about multiplayer versus single player. I'm assuming he had a preference, but enough about him. It's my time to shine, and it's my guest time here. Executive editor of IGN PC, Steve Butts is here, and Joystick.com blogger Kyle Orland. Welcome back, guys. How are you?
Thank you. Doing good. How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. Let's get into this here. I don't know what our viewer was about to say, to be honest. I'm assuming he had a favorite. Kyle, let me start with you. Do you have a preferred style of gameplay?
Yeah, I tend to like the single-player gaming usually. I like to have a story. I like to be, kind of led through the game or have a nice simulation that I can really go through. I like getting a few friends together for in the house, but the online multiplayer, I'm really not feeling it so much.
So, Steve, should he be worried? Because I keep hearing that the single-player game is dying.
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. I mean, he shouldn't worry about that particular issue, at least. There are a lot of games here like Fable 2 and Fallout 3 that are powerful arguments in favor of great single-player games.
Well, why is there, it seems to be there's a sense that if a game doesn't have some sort of multiplayer online component, then it's not going to do well. It might not sell well. It sort of needs it. Is that not true?
It'll sell. There's been Grand Theft Auto, there's been Madden, which wasn't online for a while, that was just still selling like hotcakes.
Oblivion, The Sims.
Yeah, there were years before online where games still sold. Edge Magazine had a top 100 list. 8 of the top 10 games had no multiplayer component.
Yeah. So then why does it seem that there's so many publishers that are quick to tack on an online component that's completely broken and busted? Is it just to get a bullet point on the back of the box that says, hey, this is online?
I think it's a sales sheet thing. I mean, they want to give a sense that it's a value-added buy. You spend $50 for a game and it doesn't have multiplayer, and you feel like you're ripped off.
And it will sell more if it has multiplayer. A few people at least do buy it and want to play it for longer.
So then there is some truth to that argument then, especially from a consumer standpoint, that if a game doesn't have an online component, you might be less inclined to purchase it.
I think that's a small portion of the audience, really. For a lot of,
do you think it's the soccer moms at EB Games that look and go in the back and say, oh, okay, you can go online with this?
No, I think it's a hardcore crowd. It's a longevity issue. If you've got one game for $50 that's over in 20 hours and another game for $50 that's over in 20 hours but has a multiplayer component, you're going to get more value for that in general.
Well, then let's talk about the Halo 2 factor here, because you have a game that's applauded for its online appeal. Obviously, it's one of the most solid online shooters, but was sort of lauded for the single-player aspect of it. It didn't hurt it in sales. It hasn't hurt it in hype. So is there any trouble to that? Should they have scrapped the single-player, or should they just put out a single-player experience that's not as good, perhaps, as the online?
I mean, you see it before. Rainbow Six is like that. Rainbow Six has been widely criticized for horrible AI, and yet it's one of the most popular multiplayer shooters around.
That's true. Microsoft's bringing out Shadowrun, which only has an online mode, and Warhawk is going to be online only. It's turning into that.
I think the intelligent thing is to look at the game design and think what works best for this. Is it better a single-player game or a multiplayer game?
Do you need to play an opponent? Is the AI going to be good enough, or is that going to just ruin it?
And a lot of times I think that decision is made by marketing people and publishers rather than the game designers.
The game developers themselves. How does that problem get solved, by the way? When are we ever going to, is there ever going to be a day in this industry where you don't see developers completely relying on the publishers?
No, not until we're a socialist society that does away with money entirely. I mean,
that's one of the things about online. Though.
I was hoping digital distribution.
That's what I'm saying. With you.
Well, that's its own form of socialism.
Very true.
The only problem is bandwidth now. You got to get a lot faster if that's going to happen.
Very true. Now, from what you've seen here at E3, I know we heard Fable 2 mentioned. What's the trend now? Is it to have a solid single player and forego the multiplayer? Is it a mixture of the both, or are companies going multiplayer only? I'm curious for some games.
No, I mean, I think as we see more and more houses equipped with broadband, and as we see Microsoft push their live service more and more and extend it to PC games, we're going to see more and more games developed for the online marketplace.
Yeah, but you're not going to see the single-player game go away. Even with the online marketplace, most of the downloadable games are single-player, or you can play multiplayer in your own house. They have the new Pac-Man game. That's a great single-player experience.
All right, now final word then, Kyle. Which game do you think will define the single-player experience that you've seen at this year's E3?
think definitely BioShock. It's got a really strong storyline to it, a very immersive atmosphere, excellent AI. You know, it's what single-player gaming is all about.
And you don't think they need to worry at all about tacking on anything multiplayer?
At this point, I would hope not.
Yeah.
They've got this great.
They've got enough to handle.
They've got a great single-player game. If that's not enough for you, what's your problem?
All right, Steve. What about on the multiplayer side of things?
On the multiplayer side of things, I think people are most excited about Halo 3. It's got that great lineage behind it. It's a very storied franchise, and I think people are really going to be drawn to that. Whether the design is great or not, we'll see.
What about a little Wii Fit multiplayer hula hoop action? Do you think that's going to take the world by storm?
I don't think anybody wants to see me doing that.
I would pay for what it's worth.
We'll talk later.
Thank you guys for coming on down.
Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate it. Now, in line with this topic, we asked you what style of game you guys prefer to play, and here's what you told us. The results are in, and it looks like single player. Wow, surprisingly enough, Steve gets destroyed by our online poll, but it was actually very close. So we appreciate everybody filling in with their opinion. As always, your opinions do count here on G4, and the loop will continue in tomorrow's E3 coverage with the console war question of the week. Of course, who won E3? Is it Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo? To make your voice heard, log on to g4tv.com/E3 or text message E3 to G4TXT. It's 44898 on your mobile phone. But that's it for this installment of The Loop. Olivia, tell them what's next.
Okay, well, still to come, Call of Duty ventures out of World War II for the first time in franchise history. Will its move towards modern warfare hit its target? Kevin and Adam have a preview after the break. Plus, Metal Gear Solid's 4th installment is only for the PS3, and we're going to show you the entire full-length trailer. That is coming up next. You guys, do not go anywhere.
E307 Live is brought to you by Code Monkeys, a new animated comedy of 8-bit proportions. Wednesdays at 9, only on G4.
We are back live at E307, and we've got what you've all been waiting for, the Big Three.
That's right, it's the Big Three. This year is all about new games, and a few games are as anticipated as Metal Gear Solid 4, Rock Band, which we'll be playing, and Halo 3. Well, don't worry, the wait is almost over.
Yes, not only do we have previews of all 3 games, but you can enjoy them without ever having to leave the comforting dampness of your wood-paneled basement lair.
That's pretty descriptive. Yeah. That is until your mom needs a pickle jar opened and you have to come back out.
No, pickle jars will have to wait, because this hour we go head-to-head with John Riccitiello, the CEO of Electronic Arts, to find out what the king of third-party developers has in store for us next year.
But before we get to that, we send Kevin and Adam into battle as they give us a live demo of the multi-platform Call of Duty 4.
This is going to be a treat. Call of Duty 4 is the first installment in the World War II shooter series to go modern. So here we are with Vince Zampella of Infinity Ward to get a look at what we can expect. Vince, thanks for joining us.
Our pleasure. How you guys doing tonight?
So, okay, this game looks incredible. I think the audience needs to see it. So let's
fire it up and get it going, because really, if you had, Adam and I have chatted about this. If you had shown me this game about a year ago, I would have laughed and said it's pre-rendered. You're a bunch of liars. I'm sorry. How did you achieve this level of fidelity on a 360?
Well, we were the first title to cert for the 360. So we've been working on the hardware, as longer than anybody in the industry. So that really, gave us a good launching pad to spring into what we have here.
Now, what is the setting? Obviously, you're dealing with something very sort of realistic in the sense of World War II. This is more modern. Are you taking some liberties with reality?
Well, we've crafted a fictional story. We want that feeling of that seesaw battle of back and forth, equal forces, battling it out. You don't know the outcome. So we have a villain named Zakiev, who's a Russian ultranationalist trying to overthrow the government.
Of course, it's a Russian.
He's working with his henchman in the Middle East named Al-Assad. He's staging a coup in the Middle East to diversify the reactionary forces for him. So you'll play as the Marine Force Recon in the Middle East, and you'll play as the SAS in Russia. So, we get that good feeling of playing both sides, and that...
Do you feel you have more freedom as a creator when you're not tied down to being historically accurate or recreating a battle a certain way? Here you have complete freedom to have the skirmish the way you want?
Absolutely. I mean, World War II, awesome setting, rich history. This gives us the ability to do things and go places where we haven't been before. We're not tied down by any historical boundaries. So this story is crafted based on our ideas that we've been welling up in us for for the last 4 years.
Sure. Now, obviously, this is some very, very intense action. Now, what we saw back at the media briefing with Microsoft was something that seemed to be more stealth-oriented. What is the balance we're going to see in the game?
We have a really good variety of gameplay in the game. We go from, it's not a lot of stealth, but it's there. You also, if you've seen some of the footage of the AC-130 gunship, where you take the gunner's seat in an AC-130 and get to rain down death from above. And we have some vehicle rides. We have some all-out action. We have, the cargo ship where you're, small squad high action.
Sure.
So we kind of ramp that intensity up and down to give the player something new at every turn.
Now, I've heard, the sort of create a soldier concept where you can kind of customize your character. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works?
Yeah, that's for multiplayer. We've had the multiplayer this time around, starting with a working game. We started on the multiplayer from day one. So we're really delivering a rich, deep multiplayer. So what we've had is called Create a Class. You can tweak and tune your character based on your style or, the game modes that you're playing. And we have, the ability to choose your weapons, the attachments, suppressors, sights, camouflage on the weapons. And we have a system called Perks, which allow you to fine-tune. You can pick something called Stopping Power, which gives you extra bullet impact. Your bullets do extra damage. Or you can pick extra ammo. And they're balanced out. You have 3 different perk slots, but perks are slot 1 perk, slot 2 perks, slot 3 perks. So it's really balanced. If you choose extra ammo, you can't pick Stopping Power.
Of course.
So we've balanced it out that way to really allow it. But you can pick, if you're in CTF and you're a flag runner, you want to pick like extended sprint and extra health.
So yes, it's clearly a very, very comprehensive.
Yeah, it's not,
absolutely.
Now, back on the technical side, when we look at Call of Duty 2, which I do believe this is kind of an outgrowth of the Call of Duty 2 engine that you created.
Correct.
What kind of new things are we seeing added onto it that's obviously making this game look so impressive as it is?
Wow. The renderer is all new, as you're seeing, the fidelity of what we've been able to achieve here. We have a new physics system, really lightweight, that keeps the frame rate. We're at 60 hertz frame rate. Gotta be.
That's really important to mention here, because as beautiful as the game is, it's when you look at the breakneck pace of everything, the responsiveness of the camera and the player, it's unparalleled.
We totally agree, and especially when you reach this level of fidelity where the animations are realistic, and we do all spend all this time and money on motion capture to make things that realistic. You want it to be displayed the best way possible.
And you get Napoleon laughing at you when you get capped in the head. Apparently, that's nice to see.
Now, I think one of the best things about Call of Duty 2 was the sheer intensity of the firefights. You felt really in the middle of something very chaotic and scary. You guys are doing that here. What is the way that you approach this level design when you design a game like Call of Duty 4?
We pick out a lot of settings that are going to be, fun and plausible settings. We do a lot of kind of temping it out and seeing what's going to be fun. We've probably thrown away, half as many levels that are going to ship in the game because they weren't fun, they weren't ready, they weren't, we do a lot of test this, test that. We bring in testers off the street.
See which setting will give the player the biggest seizure when the anti-aircraft guns are going off and everything's lighting up.
That if your jaw's not on the floor when you're playing, we did something.
Mine jaw is on the floor just watching it.
Yeah, I know.
The particle effects are gorgeous as well. And now, is this, when you're playing online or even in single player, like I saw a guy get shot in the legs, it looked like he was realistically taken out from the kneecaps. Yes. Is there actually pinpoint accuracy with the bullets?
Yes, there is.
So if you're online, a headshot's going to deal more damage?
That will not only deal more damage, the reaction. We have a lot of reactions to how you're, when you get hit, what you do. If you get shot in the leg, you're going to do this. If you get shot in the head, everything is tied to being realistic, being immersive. We want you to believe this is a real experience.
Oh, I see a tank lock on. Come on.
I want to believe.
This apparently isn't the...
That's the Javelin anti-tank weapon.
Oh, man, I was waiting to see that.
Yeah, we got to see it go out. He'll do it again here.
All right, here he is, running quickly. Get that lock on the tank. I see soldiers.
And?
I see a telephone pole. Watch out.
There it goes.
Oh.
We got to see that.
Okay,
that actually is set to attack the tank from above at its weakest armor.
What? Oh, that was gorgeous. Wow,
Yeah,
that was well worth the wait.
In the game.
Vince,
thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it. Can't wait to get our hands on this game. Right now, we're going to turn to Joel Gordine to get the reaction from you guys at home. Joel.
Thanks, Kevin. We have got Chase from Ringgold, Georgia here. Chase, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Chase, you a big Call of Duty fan?
Oh, yeah, I like Call of Duty a lot.
Great.
I like the World War II setting.
Okay, cool. We're moving from World War II to the modern era. What is your favorite change in Call of Duty 4?
Well, I really like the modern weapons. Like, I love M4 rifles and 50 caliber snipers, but my most favorite thing, like, in the game is the ghillie suits and the night vision and stuff, because I love sneaking up on my enemies.
Yeah, the night vision looked great with the lasers, huh?
Oh, yeah. I love the laser sights. I love all that. I love,
Chase, Chase, talk to me about the multiplayer customization. Are there things that are going to be exploited there?
Well, I love, like, how you can make your own class or, like, just customize yourself and stuff. Like, I love all that for multiplayer, but...
Sure. Do you think things are going to be imbalanced because of it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it'll be balanced.
Well, who knows? We'll have to see till we play the multiplayer. But, you know, when we're on live, sometimes you see some people exploiting different things that are maybe overpowered. What do you think of that?
I don't really have a comment for that, but...
All right, well, thanks, Chase. Kevin, back to you and Adam.
Chase has that confident, cool attitude going on. I'm Kevin, by the way. Thanks, Joel. Call of Duty enters the modern world this fall. Olivia and Morgan, though, what do you guys have coming up for us?
Okay, just ahead, we review the EA roster with the man who sets it, company's president, John Riccitiello.
Plus, the current saga of Master Chief reaches its epic conclusion this summer as Bungie Studios drops Halo 3. If you missed the beta test, there's no need to throw yourself on a grenade because Chris Gore has a preview.
And the moment all of America has been waiting for, G4 unites for an historic concert live on the stage with Rock Band. It will be messy and dirty, and you do not want to miss it.
We are back live at E307 where the gaming keeps coming.
The next-gen consoles have been out for a while, and now the software battle has begun. It's a big fight out here. Can the PS3 gather enough exciting new titles to boost their sales? That's the big question.
Well, can the Wii keep a good thing going with new titles that capture a wide audience without actually alienated more sophisticated gamers? Can that happen?
That's a great question, too.
Why
we are here to find out all of those answers, and who better to ask about game development than John Riccitiello, the president of EA, the world's largest third-party game developer. Let's go live to Jeff Keighley right now.
That's right, Olivia. I am here with John Riccitiello, the CEO of Electronic Arts. Thanks for being with us, John. Great to be here. Great to have you back at EA. Now, you were in the Wall Street Journal earlier this week talking about how you're so bored with a lot of today's games. Why are you bored, John?
When I say I'm bored with games, I'm not bored with all games.
Okay.
I'm bored with games where they're essentially sequels, and they're not taking a full step forward. They're not being fundamentally innovative, giving you a different kind of gameplay. For so many years, I think the industry's been able to benefit from rising hardware standards. Right. You know, the PS2 looks so much better than the PS1, but if you just managed to get your game up on the PS2, it was new, innovative, and sort of past the look what my TV set can do standard. You know, today, all of these things look often very, very good. Yeah. And the challenge is giving the consumer different kinds of gameplay, different experiences. I don't want to sell a sequel to a novel where the first 350 pages is the same as the last one and ask them to read them again to get to the new stuff. And, you know, unfortunately, too many games feel to me like that's what they're doing.
But some gamers would probably say, you know, EA is sort of the worst offender in terms of building sequel after sequel, year after year. I mean, do you understand that criticism? Is that part of what you want to change about the new EA?
I hope you sort of respect that I can reject it a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, we do build sequels, but if you take a look at titles like Madden this year, it is fundamentally innovative versus last year. If you look at Tiger Woods this year and what you can do online with the game, you know, set up a challenge, play against somebody else.
Madden, right?
I mean, Madden is, you know, what we're doing in online is different than anything we've ever done before. Or look at a lot of the games we're putting out that are brand new. You know,
Rock
stuff
Band?
like Rock Band is fantastic. Yeah. My phone is ringing, perfect timing. But the whether it's Rock Band or it's Boogie or what we're doing with Skate is truly awesome. Yeah. This is, you know, the tradition of video games.
You're not bored right now. You're doing an interview.
We're multitasking here today. Yep. But take Skate for example. Yeah. You know, what's the tradition with a skating game, right? You know, it's sort of master 6 or 7 button sequences to get a trick. Yeah. We're doing it with an analog stick in a way that is truly innovative, truly different, a lot easier to get up, and a lot harder to master. It is different, innovative. That's not what bores me. What bores me is sort of the rinse and repeat.
I know. Well, I mean, you're right. EA's got a lot of innovative games, a lot of casual games you're talking about here. You're showing a lot of games on Xbox 360. And one thing that's interesting is Microsoft press briefing, they were talking about how Madden's running faster, 60 frames on 360 versus PlayStation 3. I was talking to Jack Tretton from Sony. He said that's last year that's going to happen. I hear EA next year is going to make PS3 the base platform for Madden. Is that true? You guys are going to move your base development from 360 to PS3?
You know, one of the things you just don't do on television is talk and answer questions like that. We do what we think is going to generate the best possible game experience.
Right.
And if we think we can, essentially master it simultaneously on both, put one up as a lead platform, treat them both independently, that's what we'll do to make the best game.
All right, well, we do have a stick cam question from someone who we've got Captain Smee from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, watching from home. What's the question for John Riccitello?
Hey, I was just wondering if we already know about the deal with Steven Spielberg and the LMNO and PQRS coming out. I wonder if we could get any info on that third game that's part of the Steven Spielberg deal. Anything out of John?
You're hearing a question?
Okay, yeah. Question is, he wants to know about the Spielberg games. You announced LMNO, PQRS. Can you tell us a bit about what that partnership's going to bring to gamers at home?
Sure. We've got 2 projects with Steven right now. One of them really harks back to sort of the fundamentals of gaming, something that I think all of us did when we were kids. We played with blocks. And now personally, I probably had more fun knocking them down than stacking them up, but it is a fundamental core idea, a simple idea. And some of the best games that have ever been built, whether it's Tetris or it is the core idea of playing football, are pretty darn simple.
For the Wii, right?
And this is for the Wii.
Yeah.
And what this game basically allows you to do is build any combination of product out there. You can build, whether it's a castle or a bridge, build these things, real physics, knock them down. There's a whole variety of games you can play that sort of sets you up against a competitor, knock them down by throwing something at them, hosing them. It sounds
simple. This year, right?
And it's coming this year, but it's coming in our 4th quarter, which is January to March.
All right, well, let's
second game.
Quickly, John.
Steven Spielberg. So our company was founded on the premise, or an advertisement, when we first came out, can a computer make you cry?
Right.
A very forward-thinking question from the 1980s.
All right, well,
we think we're going to answer that
this year. We won't be bored by that one. We may be crying. Thanks very much, John. Right. Back to you, Kevin and Olivia.
All right, thanks a lot.
Hey, the
Thanks,
360
Jeff.
can make me cry when it blinks red. I'm just saying. It is
That's
possible.
dangerous with that little red circle. Don't go anywhere because after the break, the Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer invades E3.
Yes, but first, check out what games you think have the most buzz, and we'll be right back, everybody.
Welcome back to E307 Live. Now, game developers aren't the only stars of this expo. Coming up, next E Street band member and Sopranos wise guy Steve Van Zandt will talk to us about the new multiplayer music game, Rock Band. For our best of E3 coverage tomorrow, we want to know who won E3, Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo. Log on to g4tv.com/E3 or text message E3 to G4TXT, that's 44898, on your cell phone with your opinion. Now, here is Morgan having some fun FaceTime with Sopranos star Steven Van Zandt, presented by Sprite.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us what brings you to E3? You a big gamer?
I am not a big gamer. I just happen to be in the neighborhood. No, I was invited by the folks of Harmonix and MTV Games to be the chairman of the Rock Band Music Advisory Board.
Okay.
Which sounds very important.
It does sound very important.
And it is very important, actually, and I'm very proud to be on the board. This game, which people are going to really be loving when they see it, it's amazing. It's a guitar player, a bass player, a drummer, and a singer all interacting. And you don't have to be a musician, of course, to do it.
Right.
But
you do have to practice.
Yes, it's not easy, but
It's not easy.
But there's levels,
Yeah,
it's easy, it's okay. But what's cool is you get to hear a lot of great songs, and eventually, I think you're going to actually be able to access virtually the entire history of rock and roll. This is where it's going to live, because there's not a lot of it on radio anymore, other than Underground Garage, of course, my station. But it's not easy to find sometimes the older things, that actually are very, very cool.
Do you think it cheapens the music at all to have people belting it out in their living rooms? Do you think that?
No, it's great. Why not? I mean, it's a good way of people getting to know the songs. I mean, by actually participating,
Right.
you know, pretending they're in the band or whatever. You know, it's fun. So no negatives about it, really.
So what does being chairman of the board mean? Like, what are your responsibilities and your duties
God,
to
I
the
don't know.
game
I don't
and to
know.
EA and to the world?
The pressure's on. I don't know. I think probably we're going to just find a lot of people who represent or really are knowledgeable about all the different genres and subgenres of music, you know, because there's so many.
Right.
You know, I know a bit about it, but I don't know everything about, you know, goth, metal, hardcore, whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, other than what you told me. But you know, there's so many different things. And if you go back to the 50s, which we will, you know, you want to make sure that everything is just is there because, like I say, you never know what people are going to be turned on by or turned on to. You know, you're not going to necessarily hear Muddy Waters on the radio, you know, or even the Ramones, you know, or the Stooges, or you know, the Shangri-Las, or whatever it may be. Here's where you'll maybe find them.
What do you think? What do you think is the key to making or to finding that perfect rock band song? Do you think there needs to be the perfect vocals, the perfect guitar part?
That's the great thing about it. It's a matter of taste. It's a matter of what you relate to.
So you're saying
you
to
know?
make it all available and let the people sort it out?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I like that. Are you gonna stay and see anything else at E3 while you're here? Or
Stay a
you're
couple of
focused?
days.
Yeah?
No, I'll be here a couple of days. It's really fun. It's kind of new for me, you know. I mean, I just don't have a lot of time to play games, but this is honestly, it's a fun game, but it's also actually important.
Right.
Because I think you know, families will play it together, international people will play it at the same time, you know, and it's just great cool.
Do you think people are actually going to learn how to play instruments through playing this game?
You know what?
What's that?
You don't have to. I mean, in other words, you can play it without the condition, first of all. But it's all about rhythm, right? I mean, you have to sort of match what the bass player is doing and what the guitar is doing, right? Which is fun on the bass and on the guitar. But on the drums, it's all about rhythm, right? So the better you get at the game on the drum side, you will actually be able to play drums, I think.
Cool, I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, get going.
Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Okay, it's time now to take a look at one of the most anticipated new games for the PS3.
Yes, it's an epic title that rocked last year's E3 with an epic 15-minute trailer.
Pull up a seat. Now, I know we said it was going to be in its entirety. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, it's not going to happen. But here is the 2007 broadcast premiere of the kick-ass Metal Gear Solid 4.
be the one to finally finish me.
Gotta do yourself a favor and at least see the whole thing online.
Oh, it's absolutely
mind-blowing.
remarkable.
Now, sure, G4 takes you backstage at E307, but we're also going to do you one better.
Coming up, we take you on stage and show you the best thing to happen to music simulator since Guitar Hero invented the genre. We will demo the new Harmonix title, Rock Band, right after this.
E307 Live is brought to you by Sprite with Lyman. Thank you and obey.
We are back live here at E307, and things are about to officially get out of hand.
That's true. Now, if you are an Xbox 360 lover, this year's E3 means only one thing, Halo 3.
Yes.
Everybody knows that.
Bungie's flagship title has kept Microsoft a feared competitor in the console wars and has really set the standard for all other first-person shooters.
Can Halo 3 live up to its own success? There's only one way to find out.
That's
Not
true.
more than one,
No,
just one.
there's one, and G4 did it. We went to Bungie to get the inside info on what may be this year's most buzzed-about new release.
Microsoft has a huge presence here at E3, and Halo 3 is their crown jewel. Don't believe me? Here's what Peter Moore had to say.
Right now, the team at Bungie is hard at work on the third chapter of the Halo trilogy that sold nearly 15 million units, and with gamers around the world logging almost 1 billion hours on Xbox Live. Beginning on September the 25th, Halo 3 will record the biggest launch in entertainment history.
I'm here with Frank O'Connor from Bungie. Has a game coming out, Halo 3. Some fans have complained about how the graphics look in the beta. How different is it going to be when the retail version comes out?
Well, the beta is really early. I mean, the code that you're looking at in the multiplayer beta was sort of, the graphics were kind of finalized very early this year. So multiplayer, however, by its very nature, has to be kind of crisp and sterile so you can see what's going on. It's a competitive game, so we can't litter the place with vegetation and fog and the kind of things that are in campaign mode. So the real graphical bar is going to be in campaign mode in terms of how much stuff we've got going on.
There's something really cool in the multiplayer, the customizable armor. Tell me about that.
Customizable armor, we have multiple armor permutations, so you can kind of mix and match shoulder pads and chest plates and helmets, of course. There's a few surprises in that feature that we haven't even talked about, but honestly, that's a cool feature, but a cooler feature is Save Films. You can watch a replay of any game from anyone's perspective, free the camera, fly around, pan around, slow-mo, stop time, do matrix shots, and the best thing, I think, about Save Films is it works great in multiplayer, but also works in campaign.
So are the Arbiter and the Master Chief going to kiss and make up?
Well, I think if you watch the trailer, you'll see a couple of things. One, you'll see the Chief having a pretty confrontational moment with the Arbiter. I'm not saying if you're going to fight all the way through the game with the Arbiter, because it's a complicated relationship, but you will fight with the Arbiter, and he'll help you in battle, and there's an interesting dynamic and tension between those two characters.
I know you've been asked this 100 times. Master Chief, are we going to get to see his face?
I'm going to go on a limb and say that it's not important to the story whether you see his face or not. We're just looking forward to launch on September 25th. Things are going really good. I think we're going to close out the story in a really satisfying and heartfelt way. We're pleased with it. We think the fans are going to be pleased with it. No cliffhangers. The arc of the characters, Master Chief, Cortana, Sergeant Johnson, all the people that our fans know and love, is going to come to a pretty thrilling conclusion, I think.
Thanks for talking to us today. Excellent. Take care.
So he says it's not important to see Master Chief's face. Is that a big deal? Is that what everybody wants to see?
I think they're just trying to keep it a secret. They did take reference photographs of me at a Sears Portrait Studio, and I think it was for Master Chief, not for Cortana. So.
Well, it was you with the fireplace and the dog. I don't think that's really Master Chief.
All right. We're not just looking at the big guns this E3. Later, we're going to take a look at some of the hidden gems that our intrepid reporters have uncovered.
And tell the neighbors to put in their earplugs because we're going to turn it up to 11 and tear up the stage for the live demo of Rock Band. You're excited, aren't you?
Can't wait.
G4's exclusive live coverage of E307 continues right after this.
I am playing.
Drumming.
E307 Live is presented by Scion. Cars that are as unique as the people who drive them. Scion, what moves you? And also brought to you by Comic-Con 07 Live. Your access to all the hottest Comic-Con happenings. July 26th and 27th at 7 p.m. only on G4.
Oh, yeah,
My wish has
welcome
been
back.
granted. Look at me.
Yeah,
surrounded
you're welcome.
by these men.
Action poses. Welcome back to E3 Live. It's been an exciting day, and it is not over yet.
All week we've been taking a look at everything at E3. Here now with some impressions on what we've seen are Chris, Will, and Zach. Guys, what have you? Okay, Zach. First of all, just groping everybody in your interviews. What's up with that?
It's my new technique. I learned it from Joe Namath. I think it's really
Nice.
happening right now.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Great.
noticing.
I did notice. Now, Will, do you see anything exciting that you liked out here?
Madden 08. I'm so stoked on that. All day yesterday, I was just playing Madden all day and just whooping on the producers. It was great.
Did you actually beat the producer?
Yeah, the guys who make Madden couldn't beat me.
Now,
I was a witness to that. I did see that. That's very.
Now, what
I got
else did you
skills.
see? Because you weren't just choking
I like the
people
bigs. I like that thing Sony was introducing with that guy walking around the MC Escher paintings. I
The,
like that a lot.
Echochrome kind of thing,
Echochrome.
yeah.
The one thing I wasn't too happy about was the Wii hula hoop. I just don't know how cool it is to look like this all the time. Like,
no, that's not
No,
cool
it
at
looks
all.
cool.
It looks cool.
But you're
Very
losing
cool.
weight
Does
and
it
you're
look cool?
having fun at the same time.
Then I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Chris, what did you see out on the floor?
I liked Little Big Planet. I mean, that just so impressed me. And Sony, I thought, a little disappointing because Killzone 2 is going to be next year. And you know what there are dearth of? I really want to see games that are military in nature where they fight aliens. Why haven't we seen any of those? Where are they this year?
I have no idea.
Maybe Call of Duty 5?
Yeah.
True.
I think we've seen 12,000 of those, and that's why we're not seeing
And
anymore.
Mass Effect. I thought Mass Effect looked incredible.
It did look incredible.
That's one that I'm almost afraid to buy it because I know it's going to suck my time. You know, I mean, it's going to be
Let go of the
crazy.
social life now. You'll be all right.
All right.
Like I have
He doesn't
one
have
now.
one of those.
Precisely.
Thanks
Thank
so
you, guys.
much, guys.
Back to the
Now-
show video game 09 to AOTS 09. Available
There you
all
go.
consoles.
Coming up after the break, everyone, your E307 live host will be wailing on a live demo of the new multiplayer Harmonix game, Rock Band.
We've even got roadies here to set up the stage, so who says air guitar lessons were a waste of money now, huh? Huh, Dad?
Are you tuning it?
I can wail.
Tuning?
Welcome back. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Olivia Munn. We are live at E307.
And although we are nearing the end of our live coverage of E307, some might say we've saved the best for last.
Some might say, for anyone who's ever dreamed of being a rock and roll god, now is your chance as the minds at Harmonix bring you the cross-platform music simulator, Rock Band.
G4 gives you the first hands-on look right now. Thanks for doing that.
All right, thanks, Adam and Olivia. I'm here with Greg and the rest of the crew from Harmonix. Tell me, Greg, Rock Band. Everybody wants to know, how is this going to differentiate itself from every other music type game that's on the market?
The big thing about Rock Band is it's the entire band. Bass, vocals, guitar, drums.
And now, have you guys announced any price points yet? Because the other question everybody has is, how much is an entire band setup going to cost me?
We don't have a price point that we've announced yet, but we want people to know that you don't need all the gear to play. You
Sure.
can buy one peripheral, go online, and play with other people online.
And let's talk about the online component very quickly, because if I'm the drummer, I have the drum set, I can go out and seek out other band members?
You can build your own band, you can dress up your characters, you can make your own logo, you can go out on world tour.
Can I put the logo all over my kick drum and then go to the marketplace and sell custom designed panties and baby doll tees?
Yes, you can.
Really?
In fact, you make the logo, and then once you get into the top tiers of the career, it shows up in giant neon lights in the arena.
Now, we could talk about this game all day long. I'm obviously psyched for it, but I think the proof is in the performance, so I want to get out of your way and let you guys go. What are you playing for us today?
We're going to play Suffragette City by David Bowie.
Here it is, folks. Rock Band.
Well, hey man, oh, leave me alone, you know. Hey man, I'll have to get off the phone. I got to, hey man, I gotta straighten my face. This mellow chick just put my spine out of place. Hey man, let's do this insane. Hey man, my words down the drain. Hey man, well she's a total blank blam. She said she had to squeeze it, but she, and then she, oh don't lean on me man, 'cause you can't afford to get back from Suffragette City. Oh afford, and here she comes all over me, man, 'cause you can't afford to get back on Suffragette City. All over me, man, 'cause you ain't got time to check it. No, my Suffragette City is out of sight. She's alright.
You had me worried there at the end. What happened?
Nice stuff.
What's the band name?
Three-Fingered Salute.
Okay, I'm all right with that. All right, well, the Red Ring of Death is coming up next. That's the G4 family. We're going to come up next, if you don't mind. You guys have some commercials to watch while we practice and do some tuning. We'll be right back. E307 Live, it's coming up. All right, it's been a great day, but the week is not over. There's a lot to look forward to, my friends.
The PS3 has thrown down with Heavenly Sword, Killzone 2, Metal Gear Solid 4, and Uncharted Drake's Fortune.
Now, while the Xbox 360 finally drops the long-awaited Halo 3 this year.
And let's not forget the Wii with Smash Brothers and, of course, Super Mario Galaxy. As the console wars go, it is anyone's year this year.
Now, Joel, you've been talking to everybody at home, so let's see how things are stacking up on the old buzz meter. What do you have?
Well, Kevin, I've been talking. Let's see what the buzz is right now. We've got Mass Effect. It's generating a lot of heat, generating a lot of action. Metal Gear Solid 4, we didn't get to see as much of it, so maybe not as much. Call of Duty 4 maxing it out. And Rock Band, do people know how sweet this is?
Yeah, apparently we need to check the internets because maybe the tubes got clogged on that one.
Apparently we need to check their head. Let's do this.
Rock
Wow,
Band.
judging our viewers. Way to go, Joel.
Well,
I'm gonna be like this.
It's fair to do. You gotta solo up there, my friend.
Trilling right here.
Thanks, Joel. All right, we've given you 3 game-packed days behind the velvet rope at E3, but we know you. You want more, so tomorrow night at 6, we'll be back with more exclusives and our final night of E307 live coverage.
We'll have Cliffy B in studio, who's been doing recon on Gears of War. We go head-to-head with game designer Peter Molyneux about the upcoming Fable 2, and we go dinosaur hunting in a hands-on demo with the developers of Turok.
And if you need more E3 coverage or you just want to see that Metal Gear Solid trailer again, of course you can check out G4 on demand for the highlights from this show, plus coverage of the games that we didn't even have time to get to. Just call your cable company or check your channel guide for more information.
Until then, check out G4TV.com/E3 for additional exclusive E3 coverage, including games we didn't have time to show you on air, behind the scenes, photo galleries, and interviews of our E307 live hosts. But looks
Yeah.
like you're about to rock
Look,
out.
if our E3
Okay.
coverage has you itching for more exclusive G4 action, you don't need a topical ointment.
No, you
well,
don't.
You may. You should look
You
into
do.
it. I definitely do. I've got several. They're lined up on the counter. You just need G4's special preview of the biggest comic book and pop culture event of the year, Comic-Con 07 Live.
That's right. It is up next. Super fans Blair Butler and Chris Gore will give you a sneak peek at Comic-Con 07. Our Comic-Con 07 preview is next. But before that, we are rocking out. Well, I don't know if I am.
It's time for the Red Ring of Death.
All right, we got Joel on guitar, we got Kevin on drums, Morgan on guitar, and Zach is singing back there.
All right, I have hanging out. I've never actually tried this kit, so let's rock it. I want to see how.
I'm gonna go back here with Zach.
All right, how do we
let's
resume?
resume.
Do I need to hit something?
Yeah,
let's do this.
All right.
Set the wide stance.
Oh, nice. Uh-oh.
Set the wide stance.
All right, I'm calling for a drum solo.
Okay, just do it anyway right now. I'll pluck the bass.
Uh-oh, you guys ready?
Oh, we started. Yeah, rock it, Morgan.
Go, Morgan!
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, baby, now we're cooking. Oh, I'm rocking. Do you hear the drum? That means I'm rocking. Oh.
Praise coming up solo, 62%. That's
I need some
Morgan.
bass drum. Oh yeah, it is out of sync. Yeah, there we go. We're losing points because Zach is singing. Don't log on to Xbox Live.
I'm gonna stop it right now.
Who is Peter Mooring this? Who is Peter Mooring this?
Are you okay?
This is Kevin Blair's game
Kick
tag.
Molly down, Olivia. Kick
Can I?
Molly down.
We rock!